This is Orbiting Mars, Book 13 in the Ruthless 𝐂𝐮𝐲 Las Vegas chapter series, written by 𝐂𝐮𝐨𝐲, narrated by Rachel Fulganetti and Tortom. Prologue. Patrick. No one knows where I am. I have my phone off. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, and I didn't speak a word to Sunnie about it. I'm too afraid to. After all the progress I've made and all the steps I've taken, I'm starting to relapse. I want rum. I want it so fucking desperately it keeps me up at night. I dream about it. When I drink coffee, I find myself wishing rum were in the cup instead. I'll settle for anything at this point. Vodka, whiskey, gin, I don't care. My mouth is watering for it. My body aches for it. My muscles hurt and spasm, and there is this constant throb in the base of my skull, slamming, pounding, screaming at me to give in. I rub my temples and exhale a shaky breath. My fingers tremble around my sobriety chip as I fumble with it, twisting and flipping it in my palm. The room fills with people, and the cheap metal chairs scrape against the floor, echoing in the wide open space. To the left is a table topped with coffee, tea, water, and soda. To the left of the coffee maker are packets of sugar in a container and a bottle of coffee creamer. Maybe I just need to drink something, and the craving will stop. I stand, rubbing my sweaty palms against my jeans. There are a few new faces here tonight, and they're hovering around the beverage table, away from the regulars. I remember standing in the back, hoping to not be seen. It'll get easier. It helps being surrounded by people with the same struggle. I grab a styrofoam cup and fill it halfway, adding a dash of creamer. I don't bother stirring in it. It isn't to wake up. It's just to do something other than think about alcohol. I take a sip and let the hot Java sear my throat, hoping like hell it burns the addiction right out of me. A younger woman, possibly no more than 18, is stirring her tea next to the table. She looks like she's seen better days. She has bright blue hair, which I think is so cool. I've never seen anyone pull off a color like that. She seems sad and is a bit too thin. By the track marks on her arms, I'll say that has something to do with it. Maybe I can introduce her to Sunnie. Hi, I'm Patrick. I introduce myself to try to break the ice, showing her that we aren't a scary bunch. Poppy. Her hand meets mine in a firm shake. I thought it would be limber, considering how she looks. So, what's your vice, Poppy? I lean against the pillar and sip the bitter coffee. It sure the fuck don't go down as smooth as rum. Heroin and vodka. You? She lifts her eyes to mine, and the dark circles take me back to the early days of recovery. Rum. But I drink just about anything. She nods as if she understands. Her eyes dart around the room. I can tell she's feeling overwhelmed. I don't know if I can do this, she admits. I get it. But don't put so much pressure on yourself. You don't have to speak, but it helps. Is this your first meeting? She stares at me, hopeful. I snort, bringing the cup to my lips. Try my 1000th, maybe. I don't know. It's up there. I don't come much anymore because I've been doing better. She cocks her head and analyzes me. Why are you here today? Because right now, I wish this coffee was rum, and I'm this close. I hold my finger and thumb barely apart. This fucking close to saying fuck everything just to get a drink. I toss the cup in the trash and feel a pinch better than I did a minute ago. Anyway, I'm around if you need a friend. My old lady was hooked on heroin too. I pull out a business card with the King's garage number and address on it, but Sunnie's and my cell phone numbers are written on the back. If you ever need a place, some friends, we know what it's like. Her small, slender fingers take the card, and she holds it to her chest as if I've just saved her life. Thank you. That's exceedingly kind. Her eyes drop to my cut. You're a biker. I am. We're a rough bunch, but we're good people. We'll help, all right? I pat her shoulder before I turn around and head back to my seat. There are a few open on either side of me. Everyone tries to leave space between each seat. No one wants to crowd an addict, and everyone respects the other's boundaries. I dig my hand into my pocket and pull out my chip again, flipping it across my fingers. Can I sit here? Poppy whispers, wrapping her beige cardigan around her torso tighter as she hunches in on herself. Yeah, of course. I pat the seat, and her shoulders sag in relief. The slightest smile tilts her lips to the left. Thanks. You're the only one I sorta know. I get it, I reply, as Wendy, an older woman who's been coming to meetings for 20 years, steps up to the podium. She clears her throat in the microphone, and everyone quiets down. She has short gray hair, longer on one side than it is on the other. When she smiles, it's reassuring and hopeful, reminding me of a grandmother. My grandparents died a long time ago, and I haven't talked to my parents in so many years that I've lost count. When Macy died, they pulled away from me with grief, and when I turned 18, I left and never looked back. I don't know if they even noticed I was gone. Hi. Thanks to everyone for coming tonight. I know it isn't easy to come to these, but AA is here to help you. We are a family in our own way, so I'll start every meeting like I always do, to set the stage for the next person who wants to come up and talk. I see a few new faces, so I hope we get to know each other by the end of the night. I'm Wendy. I've been sober going on 25 years. My addiction is going to come as a shock, but it's beer. I loved it, do love it. There isn't a day that goes by where I wish I could have a taste. I've lost plenty to this addiction. Her voice reverberates off the walls. Her sighs are as heavy as the burdens I've been carrying for far too long. I've lost my husband, my daughter, my house, my car, my job. I lost it all. When I was at my worst, even when I had nothing, I wanted a beer. I stopped at nothing to get it. I'd beg people on the street. Every penny someone gave me didn't go toward bettering myself. Finally, my son found me sleeping in an alleyway. No matter how much I used him for money, no matter how many times I told him I loved beer more than him. She chokes on her words and tilts her head down. He never gave up on me. He should have. God knows I gave him every reason to. He dragged me to rehab. Now I'm remarried, and I'm an amazing grandma. I live next door to my son, and my daughter has come back around. It isn't easy getting your life together, but it's worth it. She gives a final grin, and her eyes drift around the room. All right, who's up next? She asks, pursing her lips when no hands are raised. Oh, come on. Don't be shy. There are no judgments here. The ache in the back of my throat hits me full force, and I glance toward the exit. My panic rises as my legs shake with the need to run out the doors and find the nearest bar. My nails dig into my palms as I curl my fingers, and I swear to all things I can hear Macy's voice again. Taunting me, begging me, crying for me. I stand abruptly and lift my hand in the air. I'll go, I say. Wendy gives me a wide smile that takes up her entire face. She scurries away from the podium and takes a seat on a chair against the wall so she can see everything going on. Catch you later, Poppy. I try and squeeze through the aisle, but accidentally graze her legs before I make my way out. Good luck, she whispers so softly. If I weren't standing next to her, I wouldn't have heard her. I can feel everyone's eyes on me. It's never easy to speak in front of a large crowd, let alone talk to them about your darkest fucking secrets. I've gotten better at it. I talk about my pain and past, and when I do, the urge to get drunk lessens. As I stride toward the front, The people sitting in the aisle chairs on either side turn around to stare at me. Their attention has my entire body heating, and my shirt begins to stick to my back from sweat. My boots scuff against the floor, which tells me I need to pick up my feet when I walk. But I'm too fucking tired to care. I climb up the steps to the stage, and Wendy stands to give me a hug. "We'll talk after," she whispers, giving me a comforting pat on the back. Not only is Wendy a friend, but she's my sponsor. She's kept me on the path of sobriety since I've gotten out of rehab. I'm not so sure she's enough anymore. My feet are planted behind the podium as I look out to the sea of fellow addicts. Some are crying, and others have dazed expressions in their eyes as they daydream or get lost in thought. Most, however, give me their full attention. People have all sorts of horrible stereotypes about what addicts are or what they do, but they're just regular people who are struggling and could use some help. Hi, everyone. My name is Patrick, and I'm an alcoholic. I grip the sides of the podium, my nails digging in the wood. "Hi, Patrick," they all reply in unison. I blow out a breath, and the microphone enhances it. I wince from the sudden whooshing sound. Sorry. I'm a bit nervous, even though I've done this 100 times. I admit. That breaks the ice, and a few people laugh and smile, making what I'm about to say easier. I lean down, bracing myself on my elbows against the wood of the podium. Anyway, like I said, I'm Patrick. My vice, unlike Wendy's, is rum. I close my eyes as my taste buds come to life, my mouth pooling with saliva as I say the word. Just saying the word makes me want it. I hang my head. It's been hard lately. So hard I want to walk into a bar and order a drink so badly. I'm tired of not sleeping. I'm tired of dreaming about it. My sister's voice, I've been hearing it in my head the last few days. Her birthday is coming up, and I think maybe that's why I'm having such a hard time. She'd be grown now, probably successful and caring, beautiful, but she died too young. My eyes begin to water. I was kidnapped when I was a kid. My sister was too. She was so little. So it was up to me to protect her, and I failed. And now her birthday is around the corner, and I can hardly take it. I blink up at the ceiling, rocking on my heels. All I want to do is lose myself in booze, and the more I try not to lose myself, the more lost I become. I want to walk out of here and find the nearest bar, buy an entire bottle, and drown myself in it. Macy, my sister, when I think I hear her voice, she's telling me to drink. She's pushing me to. I know it isn't her. Rationally, I know it's my guilt, but it doesn't ease the craving. Nothing ever does. No amount of meetings, no amount of talking, no amount of fighting the good fucking fight. Nothing. Maybe I should stop pretending to be something I'm not. The truth is, I'm an alcoholic. I'll die an alcoholic.
Chapter 1. Sunnie. "Oh my God," I croon, feeling my ovaries explode when I see Joanna lying in the hospital bed holding her newborn son. Doc is sitting right next to her, arm around her and one hand on the baby. They look like the perfect family. I wonder if Patrick and I will ever be the picture-perfect couple with children. I didn't think I wanted kids for the longest time, but seeing Doc and Joanna holding their son has something inside me stirring. I want this. I want this unconditional love. We followed behind the ambulance. They wouldn't allow us to see you until they examined you, I explain, holding Patrick's hand in mine as every other club member and we enter the room. "Oh, it's okay," she croons, rocking her son gently. "I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm sorry I ruined the couch with my water breaking." She chuckles. She finally looks up from her son. "Is Bullseye okay? How is Hope? That's her name, right? Wait, where is Sarah? Is she okay?
Bullseye and his daughter,
Poodle emphasizes, because we're all still shocked to find that out,
are doing well. They are in the next room over. We just came from there. Sarah is down the hall. They are trying to stop the labor, but it doesn't look too promising.
He pinches his lips together in distress. Doc strokes his son's cheek and starts to speak cutesy to his newborn.
Well, what's so great is that she's far enough along that there shouldn't be any issues. Isn't that right, Dean? Isn't that right?
He smiles at the baby.
Cutest potato in the world.
Eric, stop calling our son a potato.
Joanna scolds. I can't help but laugh. So you named him Dean?
Knives asks, pressing his hand against Mary's stomach. She'll be next to give birth. Babies galore. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Meet Dean Eric Forrester. Joanna lifts him up so we can all see him. His face is scrunched up, and his eyes are closed. Dean has pudgy cheeks and a cute dimple in the middle of his chin. What I know about Dean is that he was conceived in a terrible way. Joanna didn't know if she wanted to keep him since she was date raped. I understood where she was coming from, since something similar happened to me, and, like me, she chose to raise him. She didn't miscarry like I did. The memory hurts like hell, but I'm so happy for her. He's beautiful, I smile, and Patrick takes the time to wrap his arms around me, holding me close. Something in my chest tightens and paranoia sets in. I want all this with Patrick, but I'm starting to wonder if he wants it with me. He's been acting strange lately. I think he's having a hard time because of Macy. Her birthday is coming up, but when I ask him about it, he gives me a smile and a kiss and says he's okay. How can I help if he won't talk to me? Thank you, Joanna whispers. Skirt stands next to Doc and stares down at baby Dean, then looks at Dawn.
This is gonna be you soon,
he tells her. Dawn snorts. I swear all you want to do is keep me pregnant.
That's such a bad thing. You look so sexy carrying me baby, Dawn. Okay, calm down. There are children in the room.
Doc covers his son's ears and everyone chuckles.
He can understand me. Skirt defends himself. He's a boy. He'll always understand what sex is.
Doc spells out, and Joanna rolls her eyes. Eric, he can't spell either. I'm sure it's fine.
You can never be too safe, Joe, love.
Eric bends down and kisses her forehead.
You did so well. So strong. I'm so proud of you.
Joanna tilts her head back and stares at Eric as if he's the reason why the moon hangs high in the sky and the stars twinkle. I couldn't have done it without you, she says, blinking up at him with all the love in the world. Doc takes Dean from her hold, and his cheeks become red, and his eyes become glassy.
No, Joe, love. I couldn't be here without you.
You have given me everything.
I didn't think it was possible to love someone so much, but I feel like I'm about to explode.
He lifts baby Dean and kisses his cheek. Dean begins to fuss, and a loud wail leaves him.
I think my big man is hungry. That's our cue to leave, Toole says, placing his hand at the bottom of Juliet's back. Congratulations, guys. I'll make sure tacos are waiting for you.
Slingshot grins with a happy farewell wave. Yum. Joanna rubs her still swollen belly.
Thanks for stopping by. We should be home soon,
Doc informs us, not even looking up. His eyes are focused on his son. I really want to hold him. I know I have plenty of time, but I've never held a baby before. My maternal clock is ticking, and my ovaries are on fire. I want a freaking baby. Maybe I can talk to Patrick, and we can plan. If that's what he wants. If I'm still what he wants. I'm starting to have doubts. The way he's been going missing without saying a word. What if he's met someone else? His lips find my temple at the ridiculous thought, and I sigh contentedly, remembering he'd never do that to me. Those are my insecurities. They have to be. He loves me. He's saved me. He's killed for me. Doubting him is something I can't do. With our personalities, doubt can lead us to a very dark path. In the fear and torment of who I used to be, I met Patrick, whose fear and torment twisted with mine, and we somehow canceled each other out. Somehow, we are each other's puzzle pieces.
"Next stop, Reaper?"
Patrick asks the crowd of bikers.
"Hell yeah. Let's go."
"I hope Sarah is okay. She deserves happiness," Mary adds after everyone has said their piece. "Has anyone contacted Boomer to let him know she's in labor?" I asked, sweeping my eyes across the men.
"I called him. He's on his way with Scarlett. He'd never want to miss this."
Toole wraps his arm around Juliet's shoulders. I nod, relieved her brother was called. "And Tung?" A moment of silence passes between everyone. "No one has called him. Why? You know how close he and Sarah are."
"They're kinda on the outs. I didn't know if she'd want him to know, and I didn't know if he'd want to know."
Toole scratches the back of his neck.
Which sounds way more dramatic than it is. I'll call him. I know he has a lot going on with Daphne still. I'm sure he'd still like to know. Maybe he'll surprise us all and finally come home."
Knives comments, rubbing Mary's belly when she groans.
"I miss that crazy blade-licking bastard."
"We all do. The clubhouse isn't the same without him." Patrick's hand slides down my arm until he intertwines his fingers with mine.
"I love you, sunshine," he says.
"Then why are you pulling away from me?" "I love you too." I squeeze his hand, doing my best to calm my whirling thoughts and stop overthinking everything. Doctors and nurses part as the sea of bikers wearing cuts and heavy boots walk down the middle of the hall. It's an intimidating sight. In all honesty, everyone should be intimidated. All of these men can kill. And have. But don't undermine the old ladies. We can kill too.
"I don't give a fuck what you have to do. You'll stop this fucking labor or I'll cut your goddamn heart out. You got me, doctor?"
Reaper roars from inside the patient room.
"Oh boy,"
Toole mutters, hurrying between us from the back of the crowd. He swings the door open to find Reaper slamming the doctor against the wall. Sarah is lying there calmly, reading a magazine, as Reaper puts the fear of God into the doctor.
"We can only stop it for so long. We're doing the best we can."
The doctor squirms in Reaper's hold. He is smaller and skinnier than the Prez. Reaper looks like he could break him in half.
"Do fucking better!"
Reaper roars, throwing his fist next to the doctor's head, which puts a hole in the wall. The doctor's eyes follow his fist, and his prominent Adam's apple bobs when he sees the destruction Reaper can do. "Reaper, let the poor doctor go. He can't help if our baby wants to come early. He's doing what he can." Sarah drawls out slowly, as if she's bored. She licks her fingertip before flipping the page of the magazine.
"He needs to do more."
Reaper cocks his head and inches his face closer to the doctor, engulfing him with his menacing presence.
"And you're going to, aren't you?" Maybe."
He stutters over his words. Toole grips Reaper's shoulders and drags him away from the poor man.
"Okay, Reaper, you need to cool it. Calm down. Go take a walk. We'll stay here." "I'm not fucking going anywhere,"
Reaper snarls, charging at the doctor again. Toole snags him by the cut and tosses him backward.
"Reaper, go take a fucking walk. Now. The stress you're causing isn't good for the baby. You aren't helping the situation."
Reaper's face falls, and when he looks at Sarah, He's as white as a ghost. His hands tremble when he runs them through his hair.
I'm so sorry, doll. I just want you safe. I need you to be safe.
She holds out her hand, and he rushes to the left side of the bed, taking the hand without the IV in it, then cupping her pregnant belly.
I love you both so much. I'm so scared something will go wrong.
Reaper glares at the doctor with watery eyes.
I guess I'm sorry. I'm worried.
Patrick snorts.
That's one hell of an apology. I'll take it, the doctor says. I'll be back to check on you every 15 minutes, okay? Your baby is healthy. Might spend some time in the NICU, but I don't see any detrimental problems. I'm more concerned with the tear in your abdominal muscle. The longer we wait, the bigger it can become. I know you wanted a vaginal birth, but I don't think that can happen. If we do a C-section, I can repair the tear, too. You'll do whatever the fuck is necessary.
Reaper sneers, and Sarah slaps him on the back of the head. I giggle.
Be nice.
Reaper grumbles.
Sorry.
I understand, Doctor. Thank you. She glares at Reaper for being so professional, while my caveman guy here is an asshole.
Doll, I'm only looking out for you two.
You're being a dick, Sarah snips as she adjusts herself in the bed. Listen to the doctor. If you snap at him again, I'll withhold the things you love most. His mouth opens, then closes, then opens again, but Reaper gives up and sags in the chair. He crosses his arms and pouts, but doesn't say another word. Sarah is the only one I know of to calm him down and shut him up, without getting him violent. The doctor leaves as fast as he can, his white coat floating behind him like a cape. Skirt grabs his arm on the way out the door and leans in to whisper in his ears.
She might have him by the sack, but not me. If anything happens to that woman or her baby, each and every single one of us will come after you. No one will be able to find your body, because your limbs will be scattered along the desert. Do I make myself clear?
No pressure, right?
The doctor nervously asks, his voice cracking from fear. Nope, none.
Skirt lets go of his arm, and the poor guy runs toward the nurse's station for sanctuary. That wasn't necessary. Come on, give the guy a break. I pipe up, taking a seat against the wall by the window. I'd like to see you bikers do better to deliver a baby. Thank you, Sunnie. That's what I've been trying to say to Reaper all morning. But he won't listen to me, Sarah replies.
I'm listening now,
he mutters unhappily, kicking the floor with the steel toe part of his boot. I open my purse and grab the book I always read to Patrick. Samuel and Elizabeth have an entire series of books, and I read it to him every night. I don't know how we bonded over historical romance, but we have. It's our thing.
You reading without me, sunshine?
Patrick takes a seat next to me, and I snuggle into the crook of his arm, inhaling the leather of his cut.
You know we save the dirty parts until later,
he whispers into my ear, so no one else can hear. I look around to make sure no one is watching us before replying. Maybe I want to read the dirty parts now. Have you aching for me all while I'm wet for you?
You better hush that mouth, or I'll take you to the nearest closet and fuck that mouth until you can't speak for a week,
he warns. I inhale a sharp breath and my cheeks redden. I tuck a piece of my blonde hair behind my ear. Well, maybe that's something I want. Ever think of that? He growls low in his chest, and I ignore him, humming happily as I open the book to where we left off.
You're a tease.
I know, I say matter-of-factly. Don't you love it? Hey, Sarah's voice cuts through our lustful days. How is everyone? Joanna? Bullseye? Is anyone going to talk about the biggest shock ever? Hello? He has a daughter. He isn't that old, and she's grown. I'm happy for him after everything that's happened, I say, turning the page mindlessly. He thought she was dead for all these years. He's so happy. She's healthy, and her daughter is healthy too. He can't stop holding faith. Hope is resting, and Ruby is so supportive. We walked in, and he didn't even notice us. His focus was on Faith. Ruby had to update us. Sarah wistfully sighs. So sweet. I'm so happy for him. I can't wait to meet the babies. Which reminds me. She glares at Reaper and narrows her eyes. I'm being quiet. I haven't even done anything, he protests. Well, I remember a certain someone saying they're going to bring the cut sluts back on Friday nights. Doll, for the single members. Not for me. He strokes her cheek with his knuckles. Well, I think something else needs to happen. Maybe you need another business, so cut sluts can go there. We have kids in the clubhouse now. I don't want them around a bunch of whores trying to get on their knees. And I know they'd try to suck everyone's cock. That's what they do. And that's drama. Oh! She winces and clutches her stomach. Doll? Reaper stands and hovers over her. He turns his head to stare at the monitor that's beeping fast. Doll? What's wrong? Thinking of those fucking sluts has got me all pissed off, and I'm having contractions again. She cries out, doubling over in pain again, like she did at the clubhouse. Tears drip down her face, and the baby's heart monitor is beeping fast. Too fast. The doctor quickly runs into the room at the sound of the monitor. Oh my God! I gasp in horror when I see blood pooling on the bed sheets. Why is there blood? Reaper rasps. What's happening? He yells as the doctor lifts her gown to examine her. Sarah's body begins to shake, and her eyes roll to the back of her head as she seizes. Doll, what the fuck is happening? Everyone out, the doctor yells over the havoc. Out! We need to rush her to surgery now. Nurses come into the room next, giving her some type of medication, the doctor shouted, to stop her seizing. I'm being ushered out of the room, and I can't stop crying, seeing her like that. Why can't Sarah have an easy birth? Why does her pregnancy have to be so complicated? I'm not leaving. You can't make me leave. That's my old lady. I'm not going anywhere. Sir, you have to leave. She's being rushed to surgery. One of the nurses explains. I don't give a fuck. I'm staying. Doll, I'm here. I'm right here. Tool wraps his arms around Reaper to stop him from following them out of the room. Prez fights him, kicking and pulling, then smacks his head against Tool's. Tool tackles him to the ground, with Skirt and Patrick following, holding down his arms and legs. The wheels of the bed track a thin line of blood across the floor. The doctor runs next to her as they disappear into the elevator at the end of the hall. All that's left is a path of blood against the white floor. It's haunting. My babies, Reaper gasps, sweating as he struggles. Patrick's hair becomes damp with sweat as he fights to hold Reaper down. It takes 3 men to hold down 1. Reaper is a madman when it comes to Sarah. He's unstable. He turns his cheek against the floor, and his wet eyes land on the blood. My babies, he chokes, sagging against the floor as fear takes hold. We're all scared. Fear has the ability to multiply and divide, hitting anyone and everyone if it wants. It never just takes one victim. It takes everyone it touches. A nurse comes in with a syringe for Reaper. It will calm him but won't knock him out. Do it, Tool orders. No! No! Don't you fucking dare, Tool! I'll kill you! You'll get an arrow for this! Reaper thrashes against him, and the nurse stabs him in the neck without hesitation. I'll never forgive you. The words slur as he begins to calm, but it's followed by quiet sobs. I can't lose them. I can't lose another child again, he admits on a strangled croak. Go. Everyone out. Leave us. Toole raises his voice and points to the door. Skirt and Patrick get off Reaper, and once they're out in the hall with the rest of us, Toole slams the door to the room. An earth-shaking, ground-breaking, soul-tearing roar thunders in the room behind the door. The sound of pain reminds me of how I used to feel. I scratch the inside of my left arm, where my track marks are. My heart breaks at the sound of his agony, and the urge to shoot up again chips a small piece of my stitched soul. Sarah has to be okay. They have to be okay. Or nothing will ever be the same.
Chapter 2. Patrick. She can sense that I'm pulling away. I don't mean to. I don't know how I'm doing it. I don't know where to start to explain or how to tell her that she has fallen in love with a weak man. She stood by me at my worst, read to me, and nursed me back to health when alcohol had poisoned every inch of my body. I can't do that to her again. I can't put my sunshine through that again. She lets out a big exhale and rests her head on my shoulder while reading her book. I slip my hand into hers. I need to feel her. Need her to ground me before the craving becomes too much. Before I float away. Sunshine is my anchor. I'm her raging sea. And yet she holds fast and stands firm, bracing herself against the heavy winds and rains from loving me. She takes the black, cloudy skies of storm and turmoil always wrecking my insides and clears them up with her sunshine. Rehab didn't save me. Sunnie did. And I'm afraid she's going to have to save me again. Will she still love me? Will she love me through it? Is saving me twice something she has the strength for? Or will I drown in the raging waters because I've sucked all the strength from her? No. No, I can't think like that. I can't be selfish. Sunnie is my priority. I can't fall back into my old ways. I refuse. We're in the waiting area right now, hoping for an update on Sarah. Reaper is sitting on the floor, leaning against one of the pillars. He might appear to be calm, but I know this Reaper. He's barely holding it together, and if he breathes, if he suddenly moves, he will kill someone. He's sluggish from the medication the nurse gave him to calm down. He hasn't spoken to Toole, Skirt, or me since we held him down. He won't even look at us. I can't blame him for being mad, but he was losing it. Understandably. Hey, Reaper. Skirt tries to break the tension by talking to him. Reaper lifts his hand. Don't fucking talk to me. No one fucking talks to me. The next person who tries, I'll cut your heart out right here in the goddamn hospital, and they can use it to save someone who's fucking useful. He keeps his eyes shut the entire time and speaks evenly without yelling at the same volume level. It's scarier than the anger because he's letting the rage brew and simmer. All of us are in danger of his fury. Sitting here waiting for an update on Sarah, and the baby has my nerves shot. I'd give anything for a small sip of alcohol to calm my nerves. Reaper had a lot of patience with me over the years when I was a constant drunk, so his being furious with me makes me uncomfortable. Family of... The doctor isn't able to finish his sentence before all of us stand. The leather of our cuts creak, and the chairs groan from the sudden weight difference. Reaper pushes everyone aside, swaying from being drugged, but still manages to walk to the doctor. He's currently shaking in his scrubs, staring at all of us. Is it Sarah? Is she okay? She's okay, right? The baby? Is the baby healthy? Reaper slurs over a few words as he worries his fingers through his hair. He isn't shouting like I expect him to. He's quiet, and his voice is trembling. Yes, your daughter is okay. The doctor informs us with a smile. A few of us gasp, and Sunnie grips my wrist with her hand from shock. Reaper's breath whooshes out of his lungs. A daughter? I have a little girl. Really? As he talks, his voice becomes higher with emotion. She's okay? The doctor places his hand on Reaper's shoulder, which is funny to see considering how much smaller and shorter he is. Mr. Reaper, I promise your daughter is extremely healthy. She's on her way to the NICU, nothing serious, just a precaution, okay? I want to get her lungs a little stronger. Other than that, she'll be ready to take home in a few weeks. And Sarah? How is Sarah? What happened? Is she going to be okay? Reaper sounds desperate. He's wringing his hands together, shuffling his weight on either foot. Please, he begs, something that a man like him never does. Reaper? The doctor begins to say. No. He shakes his head. No, no, no. Reaper's knees buckle, and Toole is the one closest to him, reaching out to catch Reaper as he crumbles. Reaper holds on to Toole for dear life, fisting the back of Toole's cut to hold himself up. Hey, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I let out a relieved breath like everyone else, but then I narrow my eyes at the doctor. Why the fuck would his tone sound so serious if she isn't dead? Reaper's eyes are red, but his cheeks are dry. There are a few things I've seen that man cry about, and it's Sarah and Boomer. To him, the world stops and starts again with those two. Reaper licks his lips and swallows. She's okay? He asks, blinking at the doctor with hope. The doctor winces and pinches his lips together. She's alive. The pregnancy was overly complicated, but it wasn't the tear in the abdomen that caused it. Her placenta tore and then she had a seizure. A seizure? What the fuck are you talking about? She's young, she's healthy. Reaper's shoulders rise and fall as his breathing picks up. Slingshot and I both take a step forward at the same time to try and calm our press down. But Toole shakes his head for us to stop. Things like this sometimes happen, for reasons we don't understand. I need you to understand something. The doctor gestures for Reaper to sit down, and Reaper runs his hands over his exhausted face before plopping in the seat across from him. Everyone follows the press's lead after that, and we all take a seat. Just give it to me straight, Doc. Don't bullshit me. Don't give me false hope. Don't fucking do that. Reaper levels him with his menacing eyes. Braveheart and Tank shrink back from the icy daggers Reaper is throwing at the doctor. Okay, he sighs, ripping the scrub cap off his head, showing messy, damp hair. Sarah's condition is severe. I don't know when she'll wake up. We got her on medication as soon as possible, which helps if you catch it right away. The sooner the better, and the side effects won't be so extreme. I don't know what her prognosis will be when she wakes up. She could be fine and normal, but she could have issues speaking or issues with certain cognitive functions. But she's alive? Reaper asks again to double-check. She's alive, but she won't be able to have any more children after this. I tried to save her reproductive organs, but I couldn't get the bleeding to stop. There was so much damage. She kept hemorrhaging, and as much blood as we put in, she'd lose minutes later. I'm sorry, but I had to perform a hysterectomy. A Reaper drops his head in his hands. She's so young. She wanted more kids. With her history, I doubt future pregnancies would have been easy on her. But she's okay. She'll wake up, right? She has to. We have a newborn who needs her mom. I can't do it without her. She has to wake up. She'll wake up. I say with conviction. She's survived so much more than this. She's strong, Reaper. That she is, the doctor agrees. Can I see her? Can I see my daughter? Reaper questions, pressing his palms against his eyes. I need to see her. You can hold her, too. We just ask you to provide skin-to-skin contact because usually that's the first thing they experience with their mothers. I'll do anything. But what about Sarah? She's still in surgery. They're closing up as we speak. Why don't I take you to see your daughter? We don't have a name. It dawns on him, and his eyes widen. She doesn't have a name. What am I going to do if Sarah doesn't wake up? I don't know what to name her. This time I close the distance between Reaper and me and squat down in front of him, squeezing the side of his arm as I look him in the eyes. Damn, he's hurting. You don't have to ever worry about that, okay? The name will come to you when the time is right, and Sarah will wake up. She would never leave you or Maisie or your newborn daughter. She'll come back to you. She always does. He nods, standing, looking like he might either puke or pass out with how pale his face is. Right. She always does. He rolls his shoulders and pops his neck. Tool, from this moment on, you're acting president. A dead silence washes over everyone, and Tool clears his throat. You sure? Think about this, Prez. I don't think I need to. I can't focus on anything other than my girls right now. As for club business, I don't want any part of it. Don't come to me unless someone is dying. My focus is on my daughters and Sarah. Can someone please get Maisie from the babysitter and bring her here? I want her to meet her sister. I want her to see her mom. He coughs to cover up his emotions. He claps his hands together and announces, From this moment on, Tool is acting president until I say otherwise. Patrick, come with me, please. Doctor, take me to my girls. Reaper doesn't give anyone a second glance as he turns around and follows the white coat. I'll be here waiting when you get back, Sunnie says, stepping on her tiptoes and giving me a kiss on the cheek. You better be. I cup the back of her head and smash my lips against hers, my soul feeling settled for the first time since this morning. I squeeze her hand as I walk away, and Tool is still standing there staring off into the distance. He looks odd without his screwdriver in his ear. Hospital policy won't allow him to have it, but I'll bet anything it's in his pocket. You'll be great, Tool. Don't sweat it. It's the wrong choice of words, considering he's actually sweating. Several large drops slide down the side of his temple. His brown eyes are round, and the way his lips are moving tells me he's silently talking to himself. I can't hear him. Tool? I snap my fingers in front of him, and he blinks out of whatever trance he's in. You're going to do great. Let's go, Patrick. I don't have all fucking day. Reaper yells from the double doors we have to enter through. I give Tool a strange smile before jogging across the warm blue carpet to catch up with Reaper. I nearly run into a nurse wearing seafoam green scrubs carrying a container full of... Yep, that's piss. Oh shit. I curl my body away from her, but she's startled. It's too late. She drops the container to the ground, causing the lid to pop off. And now I piss on my boots. Slingshot snickers as he watches the ordeal from the waiting room. His fist is pressed against his chin, and his elbow is propped up on the armrest of the chair. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I didn't even see you there. She spins around and runs down the hall, leaving me alone to deal with the piss. Are you fucking serious? I want to see my daughter, Patrick. I'm leaving you here. Come back when you're done. Reaper slams the double doors open, making them swing so hard that the left side hits my shoulder when the momentum carries them backward. Son of a bitch. My eyes search for Sunnie, and she's with Juliet, Melissa, and Dawn, huddled up in a small circle as they point and laugh. What is this, high school? Sunnie blows me a kiss and winks at me. For some reason, that makes me feel better about the piss on my boots. And I just cleaned them. The nurse comes rushing back down the hall with her arms full of towels and cleaner. Oh, good. I was nervous she left me for a second.
I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did this. It's my first day on the job. All I had to do was take the urine cup to the lab, and I wasn't watching where I was going. I was too nervous that I dropped the cup, so I didn't look away from it, you know?
I open my mouth to answer and tell her it's okay, but without taking a breath, she continues.
And I stayed up so late last night because I couldn't sleep. I was so nervous about today. I showed up an hour early only to clock in 5 minutes late because on the way here I got coffee, and I spilled it all over me when I tripped over the curb.
This girl is a walking, talking disaster. She's on the floor cleaning up the pee, then spritzing the cleaner on my boots as she cleans them. I lift a brow and look at Slingshot, who is laughing so hard he has tears coming out of his eyes.
So then I spilled the coffee on my scrubs, right? And luckily, there are always extras around here. But as I was walking to the locker room, I didn't see the wet floor sign, and I slipped and busted my butt on the floor.
Isn't a wet floor sign bright yellow? How does someone miss that?
So then I finally get to the locker room and change, only for my hair to get caught in my locker as I closed it.
Sounds like a rough morning. I clear my throat and bend down, gripping her by her shoulders to help her up. I glance at Sunnie so she can see me. She's covering her mouth with her hand, chuckling up a storm. I'm glad everyone else can laugh about this. I'll bet all I'll be able to smell for the next week is piss. Listen,
Ari.
She beams up at me with a bright smile. Whew, she's happy too. She kind of reminds me of Sunnie. All the happiness all at once. I'm never ready for it. It's still kind of annoying, but I love Sunnie and all her quirks. This girl acts as if she had cocaine instead of creamer in her coffee. Christ. Ari, that's a nice name. I have to go follow my friend to go see his baby now. I'm sorry about your morning, and thank you for cleaning my boots. But do you see that guy there? I point to Slingshot, who immediately stops laughing. He was too afraid to admit it, but he has this terrible rash. You know, down there. I point to my dick and she gasps, her cheeks turning bright red. And it's getting pretty bad. Someone needs to look at it. Do you think you can do that for me?
Of course. I'm a nurse. That's my job.
She straightens her spine and flips her short hair over her shoulder. Thanks, Ari. You're a gem. I gently push her forward, meeting Slingshot's confused gaze. I flip him off and head through the double doors, hoping like hell Reaper isn't going to take me to an operating room and cut out my heart. Only thing is, I have no idea where to go. And I don't ask where to go. I'm a man. I never need directions. Ever. It's simple. All I have to do is follow the signs. My freshly cleaned boots scuff against the floor, and the bright lights have me squinting my eyes. My breath comes in short pants as an eerie feeling takes hold. The fluorescent lights strobe above me, and a dull ache begins to throb at the base of my skull. This reminds me of rehab. A tendril of sweat breaks from my hairline as I turn the corner and start to walk faster.
Papa?
I skid to a stop. The rubber of my boots squeaks against the tile floor. That's impossible. Her voice isn't inside my head anymore. I'm not drunk. I haven't touched a drink. It's my nerves or paranoia, maybe stress.
Papa?
I close my eyes and count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Papa?
6.
Sir, do you need help?
A woman's concerned tone has me snapping my eyes open. Her head is tilted to the side. A piece of hair sticks out of her messy bun she has plopped on top of her head. Sorry. Yeah, I'm fine. I wait for a beat to make sure Macy is gone. I'm so nervous about seeing my niece. She was just born. I needed a minute. Not a total lie. I'm good at tiptoeing the line of truth. Her face softens.
Oh, that's so sweet. I understand. I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Actually, I'm a bit lost. Someone take my man card. I'm asking for directions. Can you point me to the NICU?
Down the hall, take a left. Down another hall, take a right, and you'll see it.
Thank you. I quicken my footsteps to get out from under the haunted light that's taking me back to my worst moments. It's all in your head, Patrick. She isn't real. She's been gone a long time. Cool it. But the self-pep talk doesn't really seem to work on me. Something is wrong with me. I shouldn't be hearing her voice. I rub the muscles in my neck as I turn the corner, and when the walls turn from a dull white color to a pale yellow with butterflies, I know I've made it to the NICU. On either side of me are huge glass windows full of incubators with babies struggling to live. After today, I hope Sunnie doesn't want kids. I can't go through this with my own child. What kind of father would I make anyway? Sunnie is strong, kind, and caring. She's a fantastic nurturer. Me? I'm a fuck-up. I don't deserve to be a father. What son or daughter would want me as a dad? I'd be an embarrassment. How many games would I miss because I fell off the wagon and was drunk? How many dance recitals, birthdays, anniversaries? The list goes on and on. The steady beeping of the machines fires sorrow into my heart like a freshly shot bullet. Fuck. Why do these little ones have to struggle to live when a man like me deserves to fight for his life after everything I've done? These babies are innocent. I'm a guilty man using up oxygen and the space they need to thrive. I keep checking each room I pass for Reaper. I pass decorations and drawings hanging from the ceiling from parents and siblings to wish their babies well. They've made the NICU as warm, comforting, and friendly as possible, given the circumstances. Being here surrounded by all these people that give a damn has me feeling better, wanting to be better. But we all don't get what we want. I get to the end of the hall and peer into the window on my right when I see Reaper. The pediatric nurses are helping him get settled, and they all have big smiles on their faces. I don't want to interrupt Reaper's moment with his little girl, and it's a beautiful moment. He isn't a badass biker right now. He isn't the president of the ruthless King's MC. He isn't the man who cuts out hearts just to watch them beat. Instead, he's something better than all of that. He's a father. One nurse is an older woman with long dark hair that's streaked with gray. She's wearing pink baby scrubs, and the smile on her face is infectious. It is for me, but for Reaper, it doesn't work. He's red-faced as he stares down into the incubator, big fat tears rolling down his face. I have no doubt he wouldn't care who saw him like this right now. It's an emotional time. Hope is high, but so is fear. The nurse, let's call her Fiona, because that's what she looks like to me, helps Reaper take off his leather cut. He barely puts in an effort to get undressed. He's focused on his daughter, smiling at her as if she made all of his demons disappear. I don't think I've ever seen him so happy before. Happy and devastated. The nurse whips off his shirt, folds it, places it on the nightstand, and then guides Reaper to the chair. Fiona, our nurse friend, opens the incubator and gathers a tiny baby wrapped in a pink blanket. She has tubes and hoses and stickers all over her body, so the machines can do their job to keep her alive. Reaper swallows and holds out his arms. He's shaking, and when Fiona places baby Reaper, let's call his newborn that, since she doesn't have a name, in his arms he breaks. He holds her close and kisses the top of her head, and breathing her in, he says, "I love you," over and over again. I knock on the outside wall and peek my head in. Does someone have a baby for me to see or what? I ask, trying to lighten the mood. It's intimidating to see such a small person hooked up to all these machines. I hope her condition isn't as bad as it looks because all this equipment is freaking me out. "Yeah, Patrick, yeah, come here. Come look at the most beautiful girl in the whole world." Reaper holds her carefully, like a delicate family heirloom, holding her out for me to see. She's small, and I can tell she's premature, but she looks good. "Isn't she perfect?" His voice cracks. "I never thought in a million years I'd be here. Look at her little hands wrapped around my index finger. How can something so tiny hold so much power? Baby Reaper is adorable, Press. She looks good too, strong.
Oh, she is. Her oxygen levels are better than we hoped. I think she'll be out of here before you know it.
Fiona pipes in.
I'm Nurse Felicia.
Damn it. I'm so close.
I'll be taking care of baby Reaper tonight.
She sounds unsure, and I can't help but snort. Let's not call my beautiful angel Reaper. What the heck? Reaper remembers he's in a room full of children. Are you thinking? Well, she's a fighter, a survivor, just like her dad. I think baby Reaper suits her. I offer. The annoyance drains from his face. He nods, stroking his finger down her cheek. It's funny that her entire face is so tiny compared to his hand. I'm witnessing a beast becoming tamed. Yeah, I can see that. Hey, video call Tongue for me. I know he'd want to see this since he can't be here right now. Sure. I'm still wondering why I'm back here with him, but instead of asking, I dig into my pocket, get my phone out, pull up his number, and hit video call. I scoot behind Reaper's chair as the phone rings. Tongue answers the phone with a grunt. Is Sarah okay? Are the first words out of his mouth. Reaper sighs. It's going to be a long road, Tongue. They just got done with her surgery, but I wanted to show you someone. I angle the phone down to show him baby Reaper. It's a baby. Tongue whispers with awe. Reaper chuckles. Yeah, Tongue. This is my daughter. She's tiny. Why the tubes? She's premature, so she has a little more developing to do before she can be released. But she's okay. She's healthy. Did the doctors do everything right? Tongue growls. Do I need to kill them? I'll kill them. I know you would. I know with everything going on, you'd still want to see her. She's cute. I'll get her a stuffed animal swamp kitty. I wouldn't expect anything less. Reaper laughs. The baby is okay? What's her name? Baby Reaper. I chime in before Reaper can answer. That is not her name. Reaper glowers at me. I like it. It's tough. No one will fuck with her. I'll have to get her a knife. Tongue. Babies can't have knives. They're too little. Tongue's dark brows furrow together as he stares at us like we are the dumb ones. Well, she needs to learn how to protect herself. That's up to us right now. We have to protect her. Reaper informs him. Tongue grunts again, clearly not agreeing with us. So what's her name? Reaper stares long and hard at his daughter, then back to Tongue, and it dawns on him. I think she takes after her Uncle Tongue. A total badass. Baby Reaper coos and stretches, which turns into a yawn, and all of us are hooked. We can't look away. In unison we say, "Aw." Even Tongue. We're goners. Hendrix, Reaper says with finality. It's badass and unique. Sarah brought it up to me a long time ago. To name her after you. Tongue's tongue-tied. Thank you, he whispers, his voice gravelly. This means everything. You mean everything to Sarah. Stay safe and come home soon with Daphne. How's that going? Tongue growls and hangs up the phone, leaving us staring at a dark screen. It's going that well. Got it, Reaper says sarcastically. I snort a laugh and tuck my phone in my pocket. You like that name, little one? Hendrix? He waits for her to respond, but all she does is yawn again. Me too, Hen. Me too. He places her against his chest and leans the recliner back, holding her with both arms wrapped around her tiny body. Congrats, Reaper. I'm happy for you. I'll update everyone. I go to leave and Felicia walks by me with a blanket. Patrick, Reaper calls out for me. I wanted to talk to you. I swallow and turn around, tucking my hands in my pockets. I don't know what's going on with you. He holds up his hand when I try to defend myself. I don't want to hear it. Think about what you're doing. But if you become the man you were before, I'll have to ask you to leave the clubhouse. I don't want someone like that around my daughter, or children for that matter. So you have a decision to make. And I hope like hell you make the right one. Your family. But I won't hesitate to put you back into rehab. Understand? I nod. Understood, Reaper. His words leave a bad taste in my mouth. I know I shouldn't be offended, but I am. Yet at the same time, he can see right through me. What I hate most about being an alcoholic is no matter how hard I try, how hard I fight, how many steps I take, I'll always be an alcoholic. It isn't something that can ever go away. My disease constantly lingers. It has made itself home in my blood. The marrow in my bone is tainted. My parched soul is crying out to have a drink, and no matter what I do to ignore it, it's a thirst that will never be quenched.
Chapter 3. Sunnie. It's been a few days since everyone in town has had their babies. Okay, just 3 of my friends, but it feels like everyone. The feeling inside me telling me something is wrong between Patrick and me is growing stronger. I scratch the inside of my arms, more out of habit than the actual need to scratch. He's growing distant. There's no denying it now. He isn't even home right now. I don't even know where he is. I sniffle and do my best not to cry at the kitchen table. Again. I don't know what happened to us. For all I know, nothing has. It could all be in my mind. But my gut is hardly ever wrong, and it's telling me he's up to something. What if he is seeing another woman? Would Patrick do that to me after everything we've been through? My heart says no, but my mind is wondering what else it could be. A woman always knows when a man is cheating. At first, they start acting different, and you blame yourself, which is the stage I'm at. Then you're in denial because they would never do that to you. And the constant swirling of a churning stomach makes you want to puke at the thought of their betrayal. So you stay sick for days, weeks, months, until the problem is discussed. But that feeling, the one in your gut saying something is going on, it is never wrong. If you feel that way, there's a reason. And I have a reason, even if I don't know what it is just yet. I know he loves me. I don't doubt that. Does it make me a horrible person if I'm hoping the reason for his distance isn't because of cheating, but because he relapsed? God, I know. It makes me a fucking terrible person. I can't believe I just admitted that to myself. I can forgive him for relapsing because, in my eyes, there's nothing to forgive. Both of us have to work hard every day not to give in to the urge to get high off our vices. I understand. I'd be by his side every moment if he gave in. Honestly, I expected one of us to have relapsed by now. It happens in the beginning, before you can really get your feet under you. But cheating? Imagining him sleeping with another woman? I have to hold back a sob when I imagine him naked, thrusting into another woman. No, I could never forgive him for that. The sound of a baby crying tugs at my heartstrings as a loud cry sounds from one of the bedrooms. I want that so badly. I want us to grow. I want Patrick to be the father of my children. I want a family of our own. Doc stumbles down the hallway, still half asleep, and slams his shoulder into the wall. I turn my head and wipe my eyes, stifling a laugh when I hear him grumble profanities. "Everything okay?" I ask, wrapping my hands around the warm mug of tea I made. He jumps from the sound of my voice and slaps his hand against his chest. "Shit, you scared me. I didn't even see you there. Sorry." He yawns. The baby is still crying, and when the wails become louder, Doc's eyes widen as he spins around.
Shit, I forgot the baby.
He runs back to his room, and I'm in stitches, chuckling so hard. Ah, the exhaustion of being new parents. I sip my tea, and his footsteps echo as he walks through the hall again. When he comes out, he has a tiny Dean cradled in his arms. Gosh, he's just adorable. He has a head full of hair that is bigger than the rest of his body. He's still crying and trying to latch onto Doc's nipple, since he's shirtless.
Hey, whoa there. I'm not Mama. I don't have what you need. I'm going to warm up some milk for you, though.
Oh my God, that's adorable. Doc shakes his head as he grabs a bottle from the cabinet.
Yeah, you'd think so. Except he won't latch on to Joanna's breasts. She's had to pump, and it makes me feel terrible because it hurts. But when this little guy gets in my arms, he gums me half to death. My nipples are sore. I can't imagine how Joanna feels.
He tries to open the fridge with one hand, but he hasn't mastered holding the baby with one arm yet. I can hold him, I offer, swiftly pushing myself from the chair. I'm beside Doc in less than a second, eagerly holding out my arms.
You sure? I don't want to make you feel like a babysitter.
Oh my God, please let me be your babysitter anytime you and Joe need some alone time or a date night, I say as Doc slowly puts baby Dean in my arms. I bounce him gently, smiling down at his chubby face. Look at you, aren't you handsome? I coo at him, wiping away the tears under his eyes from crying. I know. Daddy is getting you milk, handsome man. It's just you and me right now, though.
I probably baby talk him too much, but I can't help it.
I just want to curl up with him and never let him go. He's so stinking cute.
You're a natural.
The fridge closes, and Doc pours the breast milk into a bottle and sets it on the warmer. I love babies. Well, I didn't think I did. But I do now. I correct myself. For a long time, I didn't think kids would be in the cards for me because of the drugs. But now, I don't know. I continue bouncing Dean as I walk, trying to calm him while the milk is getting warm. I think I might be okay, you know? Thinking of someone else's well-being instead of my own might be good for me. I get stuck in my head sometimes about who I used to be, and if I'm still that person. But I don't think I am, Doc.
I don't think you are either.
Doc flips off the warmer and brings the bottle to me.
You want to feed him?
Are you sure? You don't mind?
Are you kidding? I'm starving. You're going to give me a chance to eat. I missed dinner last night.
Deep down, I want to squeal with excitement. I'd love to, Doc. Feed yourself. I'll take care of Dean. Dean is rubbing his lips across my right breast, trying to get my nipple through my shirt, and I can't help but giggle. I don't have anything for you either, buddy.
Sorry, I'm starting to think he just likes the feel of a chest.
Oh, it's okay. It's natural. He just wants some food. I take the bottle from Doc and rub the plastic nipple against Dean's pouty pink lips coated in baby spit. It's so gross and cute at the same time. He greedily latches on and sucks ferociously, nearly taking the bottle out of my hand. Goodness, you're a strong little thing.
My boy has a strong appetite.
Doc opens the refrigerator again, takes out a few containers of leftovers, and begins making a plate. There are leftover steak bites, mashed potatoes, green beans, and mac and cheese. And he piles it all on his plate. Can you make me some too? I don't want all that, but maybe some mashed potatoes, please? I ask him while holding the bottle that feeds his hungry child. He can't say no.
Sure, no problem. It's the least I can do for you taking over for a bit.
The sound of the microwave hums and the smell of savory food hits my nose, making my stomach grumble. Multiple beeps chirping from the counter tell us that the food is done. Doc sets my bowl of potatoes in front of me as he takes a seat, scooping his food onto the fork as if it's a spoon, and chowing down. He groans, setting his fists on the table. I don't know if this is the best thing I've ever tasted because I'm hungry, or if it's really the best thing I've ever tasted, he says, through a mouthful of everything. Both. It's delicious. Melissa really outdid herself to try to make up for the fact Sarah isn't here. Doc stops eating for a second, and a wave of guilt washes over his face. Yeah, I feel so fucking bad about that. I should have been there with her. I'm her doctor. I should have... Hey, it wasn't your fault. No one expected this to happen. It was unfortunate that it happened, but it isn't on you. You had your own baby to deliver. She'd understand that. She'll be okay, Doc. Nothing can kill her. She's too strong-willed to die on anyone else's terms beside her own. You know that. I know. I just hope she comes home soon. I stare down at Dean and sigh, staring at his fluttering eyes as he fights sleep, sucking on the nipple. I do too. It isn't the same without her. Hey, do you know if Reaper called Delilah? I'm sure she'd want to know. Yeah, I reached out the other day. She's on her way here too. Sarah's brother Boomer got here the night Hendrix was born. He's stayed in the hospital with Reaper ever since. I know when Reaper's sister Delilah shows up, we'll probably not even see her since she'll most likely stay at the hospital too. I'll have to go to the hospital to see everyone soon. I want to check in on Sarah and baby Hendrix. It's such a sweet name dedicated to Tongue, since it's his last name. Everyone has respected giving Reaper and Sarah space. We don't want to bombard them at such a critical time. So why are you awake at 2 a.m? I know you didn't plan to sit out here and feed a baby. Doc wonders, shoving another scoop of green beans in his mouth. I couldn't sleep. I have a lot on my mind. Like? I'm all ears if you want to talk about it. You know it'll stay between us. I do know that, but I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Because what if I'm wrong? I don't want anyone to think badly of Patrick. Macy's birthday is coming up, and Patrick's been distant. Ah, okay. I understand. You aren't blaming yourself, are you? It's normal for people to retreat into themselves when a day that holds meaning to them comes around. And with how she died, the day is no longer happy for Patrick. I'm sure if you ask him, he'll talk to you about it. Patrick won't talk to me about it until he has no choice. He'll wait, and wait until it's literally eating him alive, or having him drink again. Yeah, I'm sure you're right, I say, taking the bottle away from Dean since it's empty. I also want to get a job other than answering the phones for the garage. Don't get me wrong, I like it. But I want to feel more independent. Staying so close to home makes me feel like no one trusts me to do anything. Good for you, Sunnie. You deserve to do that, and explore what makes you happy. Thank you, I reply, feeling humble. I press Dean against my chest and start patting his back. How's Joanna doing? She recovering okay? Doc takes a long swig of water before answering. Oh yeah, she's great. She's resting, which is what I want her to do. It's why you always see me with Dean or doing the laundry. She birthed a bowling ball. The least I can do is be a good dad and man to her. Melt my fucking heart and ignite my ovaries. I think that's amazing, Doc. You bikers surprise the hell out of me. You're so damn gritty, but you really know how to treat your women. It isn't expected by looking at you at all. Looks really are deceiving when it comes to the kings. He waves his hand in the air. It's how it should be. Men need to fucking care more about their women. We wouldn't be here without them, so maybe they need to be more appreciative. Dean burps loudly, and spit up runs down my chest. It's warm and wet. I don't think Dean agrees with you. I frown when I feel it trickling down between my breasts. I'll need to shower, or I won't be able to sleep. Doc tosses his head back, a deep bellow that's loud throughout the entire house. Give him a break. That's his way of saying he likes you. He pushes himself out of the chair and tosses his empty plate in the sink. Here, let me take him. Thanks for feeding him while I fed myself. I was so hungry. Hey, any time. Really, I don't mind at all. He's precious. I reluctantly hand over the precious bundle, even if the spit-up is now drying onto my skin. So gross. So worth it. Good night, Doc. I grab onto Dean's little cute fucking foot and give it a little shake. Gah, I want to scream at him for being so adorable. And good night to you, handsome boy. He isn't even my kid, and I hate that he's leaving me to go to his mom. I grab my mug as I leave the kitchen, glancing down to see the milky puke on my chest. Yeah, that's real cute. I'm sure Patrick would be all over me right now. Not. Right before I get into the main room, I hang right down another hall, then turn left. I pass a few doors, including the bathroom, which always smells like lavender from Poodle's shampoo. We had a home on the property, but it got damaged, so now we're waiting for it to be fixed before we move back in. I actually prefer the clubhouse. I don't want us to go anywhere. I love seeing our family every day and hearing the kids and dogs play. It's lively, and I've been in the quiet for far too long. I want to live in noise as a reminder that there's more than the silence being high can bring. I push open the door to my bedroom and sigh when I see that it's empty. The bed is messy, just as I left it when I woke up about 2 hours ago. My pillowcase is wrinkled, while his is smooth and pristine, showing me he really hasn't been home. Nothing good happens after midnight. Only mistakes and heartbreaks. I close the bedroom door and make my way to the ensuite bathroom we're lucky to have. My shoulder clips the edge of the dresser and I hiss, spilling half of my lukewarm tea all over me, adding it to the baby spit. Good thing I'm about to take a shower. I set the mug down on top of the dresser. The bottom of it's wet. It's going to leave a ring. But I need to get this spit off me. It's starting to smell like funky milk. I tug my shirt over my head and use it as a napkin to clean up the milky spit from my chest. Balling up the shirt, I toss it in the laundry hamper, then slide out of my sweatpants. The water hisses and plummets against the bottom of the bathtub when I flip the shower on. While it warms up, I take a minute to stare at my reflection in the mirror. My blonde hair's long and wavy, and my blue eyes are tinted red from being so tired. My under eyes are puffy from crying so much, in secret. Patrick has no idea how much his distance has hurt me, and if I talk to him about it, I'm afraid I'll just make matters worse. I'm not ugly. I know I'm not about to grace runways with my presence, but maybe Patrick found someone who isn't a junkie? I have needle marks in every spot on my body where there's a vein. I'm not scar-free. The steam from the hot water blurs the glass, and I can't help but wonder if it's some sort of divine intervention, so I stop criticizing myself. I know that isn't likely. I know it's because of the shower. Steam is natural. Nevertheless, I'm thankful. I start getting angry at Patrick for acting this way, which has me doubting myself. He isn't making me feel like anything. I want to clarify. No one can make anyone feel anything. I control my own feelings and actions, and right now, I'm pissed. How can he treat me like this? How can he be gone in the middle of the night and not explain anything to me? I deserve that much. I deserve for him to treat me with respect. Love doesn't come easy, but it sure as hell isn't supposed to be this complicated. I thought we were partners in every sense, and yet he's feeling more like a stranger than ever. When I met him in rehab, detoxing, I felt closer to him than I do right now. Patrick was an honest man then. But now, he's lying. Lying doesn't earn love. It's for dirty deeds and bad intentions. Truth doesn't earn love either, but at least it gives freedom. I jerk the curtain to the side and step into the water, blowing out a deep breath to try and relax. The hot water massages the tension in my neck, and I tilt my head back into the veil of the spray. If Patrick breaks my heart, there's no amount of drugs that can put me back together.
Chapter 4. Patrick. I shouldn't be here, but I can't help myself. I can't fight it anymore. The need is too strong. I can walk in, stay for a minute, scratch my itch, and then walk right out. I'll be fine. The temptation has my cock half hard. I stop in the middle of the gravel parking lot, unsure if I really want to do this. Do I want to go inside? I rock back and forth on my heels. The gravel digs into the rubber of the sole of my boots. The rocks grind together, creating the same friction I'm feeling inside my chest. The night is hot. There isn't a breeze to cool me as my heart races at a dangerous speed. What the fuck am I doing? Can I really do this to Sunnie? Can I do this to myself? I stare up at the neon sign glowing orange, yellow, and red. I can hear the faint buzzing coming from it as one of the letters flickers on and off. Electric Paradise. Name suits the sign, that's for sure. Looks more like a dive bar than paradise, but maybe that's the point. I had to drive to the next town to come to a bar where I thought I wouldn't be recognized. If anyone I knew saw me here, I'd be in deep shit. I didn't drive all this way for nothing. I inhale deep. The smell of cigarette smoke and exhaust fumes wafts over me as I take a step forward to the front door. I know with every step I take, I'm risking everything. Everything means nothing if I don't test myself. I reach out a shaky hand and wrap my fingers around the rusted door handle. The hinges squeak, and when I take a deep breath, the fog of smoke infiltrates my lungs and I relax. The bar itself is old school, with a retro 80s vibe. There's a jukebox in the back, shining with red and white neon lights. A Bon Jovi song is blaring through the speakers, and there are a few people gathered around the pool table. I don't recognize any of these guys, so things are already looking up. A few girls catch my eye and look me up and down. I curl my lip at them to show them I'm not interested. I'll never be interested. I'm forever a taken man. Maybe. Not if you become a drunk again. I'm not going to drink. I just want to sit. I'm only here to socialize. What can I get you, mate? The guy behind the bar is older, with silver hair, but his face has no wrinkles, and his accent tells me he's from Australia. What the fuck brought him to America? He wipes down the counter in front of me, which doesn't help polish it since the wood is so old, then slings the dirty towel over his shoulder. Just a club soda with lime. See, I can be good. I can control myself. Coming right up. He muddles a lime first, adds ice to the glass, then pours the lime juice before adding the club soda. He garnishes it with a wedge of lime. Tell me not to give you anything else, and I won't. He sets the tall, slender glass in front of me, then presses his palms against the counter. I smirk. Don't get many people that don't order alcohol. The glass is already sweating under my fingers. The condensation is cold and slick against my skin. Everyone that comes in here wants a drink. Not all of them order it. You in recovery? I sigh heavily and take a long gulp of my drink. That obvious? Damn. The carbonation feels so fucking good against my throat. I close my eyes and think of rum, wishing I had a mixed drink instead of this shit. Not obvious. I've just been doing this a long time. No judgments here, mate, he replies. I dig out my sobriety chip from my pocket and smack it down on the counter. Well, you're damn good at your job. He whistles low.
Man, what are you doing here when you have a bloody gorgeous thing like that, proving you don't need this place?
I'm sure you don't want my sob story. I'm just like every other guy, I guess.
I'm a barkeep, mate. I can guarantee listening is part of the job. Plus, we aren't too busy. I'll make me a club soda too, and I'll be all ears.
I scratch under my beard that I've grown out a little too much, wondering if talking about this again is a good idea. All right, you asked for it. He makes himself a club soda real quick, just as one of the pool table guys comes up to the bar. Hey, can I get a pitcher? He asks, eyeing my cut. You're in the Ruthless Kings? Man, that's fucking dope. I've wanted to prospect forever. I look him up and down, lifting a very unimpressed brow at him. Who the hell has he been talking to prospect? We haven't been accepting anyone. Tim was a friend of mine back in the day before I got into law school. But you know, he's a fucking twerp. I figure if that little nerd can get in, so can I. He shrugs, slapping down a 50. Probably Daddy's money. He's wearing fucking khakis and a polo shirt with boat shoes. Fucking boat shoes. What a dick. Braveheart is a good member of the club. Don't talk about him like that. Braveheart? Is that what he told you? He's a fucking coward. I'm out of my chair quicker than he can push the money to the edge of the counter. I wrap his arm behind his back and slam his chest on the bar top, pushing his wrist against the small of his back. His friends see the commotion and begin to walk over with pool sticks. I chuckle and reach into my waistband with my free hand to draw the gun I've been carrying. I don't cock it, but I do aim it at them. Don't fuck with me. I'm not in the fucking mood. I hold the other frat boy down that bad-mouthed Braveheart and push him harder into the counter. I said not to talk about him like that. He's done more for this club than you've done in your pathetic fucking life spending Daddy's money. Please, man, I'm sorry, Daddy's boy cries. What a pussy. Don't kill me. I just got into law school. I have my whole life ahead of me, he blabbers. I bend down, keeping my eyes on his friends and my gun trained on them while whispering in his ear. I've killed men for much less, frat boy. I yank him back and toss him to his friends. He tumbles and his buddies catch him just in time before he hits the floor. Pay your bartender and get the fuck out. If I hear you talking shit about Braveheart again, frat boy, I'll fucking kill you. You got it? All of them fumble for their wallets and they toss bills on the floor before dragging their piece of shit friend out the door. Fucking dicks, I mumble, plopping back in my seat and taking another gulp of my watered-down drink. The bartender is staring at the gun in my hand, and I raise it slowly, barrel pointed away from him. I'm sorry. Let me put it away. I'm not going to shoot you. I just don't do well with people talking shit about my brothers. I tuck it into my waistband and lift my hands in the air to show him I'm not armed. You're lucky I like you. I don't do well with people coming into my bar with weapons. Sorry about that. It will probably happen again. No wuckus. He leans his forearm against the counter. So spell? He flips my sobriety coin in the air. Why are you thinking about giving it up? I swing back as if he has hit me. I'm not, I say weakly. I'm just testing myself. My eyes flicker to the bottle of rum sitting on the shelf. He turns around and follows my line of sight before flipping the coin again. You're full of shit, mate. You're close to breaking. I can tell. You want to take that next step and throw all this? He lifts the coin into the air. All that work away. Tell me, what started this? My sister died in front of me when we were kids, and her birthday is soon. It's never easy around this time. I couldn't save her. I decide to spare him all the gory fucked up details. They don't matter to me. Fuck, mate. I'm sorry to hear that. He slides the coin back to me. What happened? If you don't mind me asking. Damn it. I don't really want to get into that. It was bad. Let's leave it at that. I finish off my drink, and he pushes himself up to stand straight to make me another club soda and lime.
I hate to hear that, mate. But just think of all that work you had to do to get where you are now. Is your life better?
Yeah. I have everything I never had before.
You're going to go through all that again to get this?
He picks up the sobriety chip at the same time he sets down the fresh drink.
All that shit you had to deal with? Probably rehab. And God knows what else. And you're going to throw that all away for what? For this?
He points to the shelves behind him.
Your sister wouldn't want that. And if you have someone now, they don't want this for you. You know the blokes that come here, who give their lives up for the stuff, and get pissed all hours of the day. They're fucking losers, who don't have shit in their lives. They lost everything, everyone they loved, all their families. All they have left is the drink. Are you ready for that, mate? You'll lose it all. If you're ready for that, tell me now, and I'll pour you a shot of your favorite. I'll take that sobriety chip as payment.
Am I ready to lose it all for a taste? I see Sunny's face while I think about what he said. I couldn't breathe without Sunny. Christ, if she ever left me, I'd die. I have no doubt about that. The bottle is the devil, but Sunny is the baptism. With every touch, she cleanses the craving. Until I have to be alone. That's when the demon rears its ugly head, and right now I'm dying to give in to it. No, I don't think I am. I slap 2 20s on the bar and get up, staring longingly at the rum on the shelf. It's good, but what I have now is better. I pinch the sobriety chip between my fingers and tuck it in my pocket. Thanks, man, for talking me off the ledge.
Aye. He holds out his hand for me to shake. Anytime you find yourself on that ledge, you come back to me, and I'll try every time. Bloody oath.
I give him a crooked, sad grin. I hope he doesn't ever have to see me again. I'll keep that in mind.
Martin, he says.
Patrick. I give his hand a firm squeeze before letting it go.
More like Mars,
he adds, before wiping down the counter again. I don't get it. I'm confused. He doesn't explain himself as the rag swipes left and right, probably slinging dirty water everywhere.
Look it up when you're ready and see what it represents. You'll get it then. Go on. I'm closing up. I have my own Sheila to get to.
I give him a salute. See you, Marty. I head out the door and the warm air bites my face, making me sweat again after leaving the air-conditioned bar. I head out the door and the warm air bites my face, making me sweat again after leaving the air-conditioned bar. The gravel crunches again while I head toward my bike parked at the edge of the parking lot. The stars are out and the crickets are singing. I actually feel better than I did walking into the bar. I grin from the realization and swing my leg over the bike. I think I might be okay. I might make it through this. With a new self-confidence, I crank my bike, throw on my helmet, and peel out of the parking lot to get home to my girl. I haven't been a good man to her recently, and if I don't get my shit together, she's going to get tired of me and leave. That cannot happen. No matter what, no matter the shit going on inside me, no matter how fucked up I am, Sunnie is my home. She's mine. Without her, there's no hope for me to get better. I hit the throttle and speed down the road, wanting to get back to her as soon as I can. I miss her so much. I hate how I pulled away, but I don't know how else to deal with my issues. I think being alone is better than putting my issues on someone else, so I try to figure it out. And I fail. It's something I need to get better at. I'm anxious by the time I pull up the clubhouse. The gate is closed, and I reach into my saddlebag to grab the opener Reaper gave us, so Braveheart didn't have to stand watch at the gate so much. Reaper had to threaten him to do something else with his life, and Braveheart didn't take it well at first. He feels guilty about a lot of things that happened because of the gate, but no one blames him. I drive through the gate slowly, so the engine isn't so loud, and park. I slip off my helmet and run to the porch steps, slipping across the dirt and nearly hitting the back tire of Tank's bike. Damn, that would have sucked. I wouldn't even be able to use the excuse I was drunk. I climbed the stairs, the thud of my boots echoing loudly across the porch and out into the desert night. I placed the key inside the lock, opened the door with a soft click, and hurry inside. The door locks automatically when it closes. When I look around, Tyrant and Chaos are on the couch sleeping and snoring out of sync with one another. Lady is probably in Poodle's room, and I'd bet anything he's cuddling her. The house is quiet, which makes sense considering it's 3 a.m. A stab of guilt pierces my chest when I realize I'm that guy that's walking through the door at ungodly hours. Sunnie deserves more than that. Not wanting to waste another minute, I stride to our bedroom and carefully crack the door open, wiggle in the crack, and shut it behind me. She's sleeping. She must have showered because I can smell her coconut body wash lingering in the air. She smells like vacation, and in a way she is. I get undressed and climb into bed with her, the mattress squeaking from my weight. I settle in beside her, wrap my arm around, and tug close until her back touches my front. I'm so sorry, Sunnie. I love you. I kiss the top of her head. She rouses but doesn't turn over. I hope when she wakes, her love for me is enough to forgive me, even if I don't deserve it.
Chapter 5. Sunnie. I wake up to a warm body pressed against mine. I don't turn over yet. I tense. I'm still mad. I have every right to be angry with Patrick. I don't think it's asking too much to know where he was last night. Again. I stare numbly at the wall. My eyes burn as I imagine him out all night with another woman, dancing, laughing, flirting. A tear drips from my left eye, and I wipe it on the pillow. When did we become so disconnected? When we met in rehab, I thought, hey, this is the guy I'm going to be with for the rest of my life. But now I'm wondering if this has been one-sided. Ugh, damn it. I fucking hate doubt. I go down the rabbit hole with it every time. The thoughts and paranoia turn worse, and every scenario in my head becomes more vivid. He meets a girl. They talk. They flirt. He pushes her hair behind her ear, and she blushes. They kiss. Okay, horrible. But not as bad as when my mind takes it a step further and pictures their tongues colliding. I bury my face in the pillow, wishing I could scream. I'm holding back sobs that will no doubt wake up Patrick. God, what if they go back to her place? He undresses her like he does me, appreciates her body like he does mine, and they get tangled in a mess of limbs as they have protected sex. But then my mind races. What if he fucks her without a condom, like he does me? And then she gets pregnant. And then he leaves me for her. I'm dramatic and ridiculous. I'm better than this. So many what-ifs. My mind is playing tricks on me when I don't even know the story. Just ask him. A kiss on my shoulder halts all my worries. Like a typical woman in love, I make excuses for him when I feel his lips on my skin. He wouldn't pay me attention if he were cheating on me. I want to roll my eyes at myself, but feeling him against me, his warm body, his hard cock pressing against the back of my thigh, how can I ignore the sparks that always fly between us? Good morning, sunshine, he says, for the first time in days. I want to cry right now. He hasn't called me sunshine since he started acting weird. I know it's my name, but coming from him, it's like I'm his sunshine. I open my mouth to say good morning in return, but that's not what I say. The words blurted out of me before I can stop them. Are you cheating on me? I slap a hand over my mouth. Wait, no. I will not be ashamed of needing to know this. I'm standing my fucking ground. What? He lifts up on his elbows and pushes my shoulder down, so I have to roll onto my back and face him. His eyes search mine, and the wrinkles between his brows tell me he's confused. Sunnie, are you cheating on me? I sit up so we're somewhat eye level and cross my arms, but I can't hide my emotions. I'm pissed, hurt, and I want to scream. My bottom lip starts to quiver, and my eyes begin to water as I stare at his stupidly handsome face I love so damn much. His hair has gotten longer, and his beard is scraggly. I love it. I love being able to run my fingers through it. What in the fucking world would make you think that? He asks. His eyes dart between mine, but my line of sight is on the Macy tattoo he has on his chest. Right below her name is mine, Sunnie Sunshine, and there's a big sun shining over our names. It's gorgeous. I lift my gaze from his stupid muscular chest to meet his stupid, gorgeous, honey brown eyes. He makes it so damn difficult to be mad at him when he looks like a model. Asshole. I choke on a breath when my mouth falls open. What would make me think that? Are you kidding me right now? I swing my legs over the bed, bend down, and snag my fluffy robe off the floor and cover my naked body. I feel exposed right now, and I don't want him seeing me. I have to protect myself somehow. He doesn't bother covering himself up. The blanket is pulled across his lap, and I can see the base of his thick cock nestled in a brown bush. So distracting. He notices when I cover up and rolls his lips together, clearly stricken and disappointed. I never hide my body from him, but right now, the last thing I want is him looking at me or touching me, especially if he was with another woman last night. I check his chest and arms for any claw marks from a night of wild passion, and find none. There would be some. I've had sex with him 100 times, and I always leave a mark. He frowns. Sunnie, he starts, but it's too late. My emotions are getting the best of me. I wave my hands in the air and lose it, crying as I shout at him. You're pulling away from me. You haven't been the same for weeks now. You're distant. You don't talk to me. You barely call me sunshine, and you've been staying out late. You think I don't notice? Is that it? You hope I stay silent and let you leave me feeling like this empty shell of a person because you ignore me? I let the tears fall so he can see how hurt I am. I don't like feeling like this. I don't like feeling insecure, Patrick. Just tell me the truth. Be honest with me. Is it someone else? Are you seeing another woman? God, the question burns my tongue as I ask it. It hurts. He scoots to the edge of the bed, and the blanket moves another inch. His eyes cloud, and a piece of hair falls into his face as he reaches his hands out to me. I shake my head and take a step away. I can't be touched by him right now. I'll give in. I'll let everything go and sink into his embrace. And I want answers. I have to stand up for myself. He stands and the sheet falls away. His body is so impressive. I can't help but look at him. He's carved, lean, yet big in all the right areas. Sunnie. He grips my hands, and I try to pull them away. Stop it. Damn it. Stop it, Sunnie. He yells at me, and I stop struggling, freezing in place. He never yells. I would never cheat on you. There are no other women. There will never be another woman. You're it for me, Sunnie. God, I'm so sorry I made you feel like that, but I swear to you, I'm not cheating on you. You're everything to me. I love you. You are the love of my life. I want no one else and will never want anyone else. Then where have you been? My voice cracks with the words. Lost, he answers with a sigh, and the word is heavy with emotion. I've been going to meetings and taking long rides to clear my head. He rips his gaze away from me and stares at the floor in shame. I gasp. Patrick, you haven't been to meetings in months. I thought everything was okay. I thought so too. Macy's birthday is soon. It's getting hard for me to handle, and I can't promise I'll magically stop pulling away. I don't think I'll be better until that day has passed, Sunnie. Just don't give up on me, okay? Please, don't give up on me. I believe him, but I have an inkling he's hiding something else. I don't want to worry about that right now. He isn't cheating, and like the horrible person I am, I'm relieved. I don't want him to relapse, but we can work through that. We couldn't work through unfaithfulness. It's one thing I can never forgive. God, Patrick. I throw my arms around his neck, and he wraps his arms around me tight, his calloused palms scratching against the material of my robe. Talk to me next time. You scared the hell out of me. I'm always here for you through this. If you were to pick up a bottle tomorrow, I'd help you get back on track. I'm always here for you, baby. Always. He leans back and cups my face, those tough calluses rubbing over the fine edge of my jaw. You'd be there for me? You wouldn't hate me? Hate you? No, baby. No, never. I love you. We're a team. Partners. You fall, I pick you up. I fall, you pick me up. This is how it works. Patrick tightens his arms around me, sliding his hand up my back to hold the back of my head. He runs his fingers through my hair and kisses my forehead. I'm sorry, sunshine. I never, ever wanted to have you think I'd ever do something as terrible as cheating. God, I'm so fucking sorry. I love you so fucking much. It's the only thing I think about when I want a drink. You're all I think about. You save me every day, sunshine. And for you to think I'd ever even glance at another woman. He swallows and shakes his head. It tells me how terrible I've been to you. I'll never be able to apologize enough for that. I love you. I fucking love you, Sunnie. His fingers tighten on the back of my head, and he smashes our lips together. The kiss is hard and desperate. Our tongues slip together in a wicked dance. His mouth is hot and needy, his lips soft and pliant against mine. His kiss melts every worry away, every bad thought, every horrible dream, every what if. His kiss reminds me of the fireworks between us at all times. I follow his lead and grip his long strands of silky hair. He growls down my throat. I love it when he gets like this. I fucking love that mouth, he rasps, mumbling over the swollen pillows of my lips. It loves you back, I purr, feeling lighter and better than I have in weeks. It's like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. But I know this battle is far from over. I can still feel him holding back. But I won't push for more. Not right now. Not when it feels this good between us. He tugs the belt of my robe and the fluffy material parts, revealing the valley of my breasts. I hate when this body is hidden from me, he says, sliding his hand across my stomach and settling it on my hip. I'm sorry. I felt exposed when I was feeling so many things, I explain. I need him to understand I didn't feel comfortable showing my body if it meant he was sleeping with someone else. I know, and it's my own doing. His other hand lands on my right hip, and he slides both up my body, over my breasts, and slides my robe down my arms. But I want to see what's mine, sunshine. You going to show me? His voice deepens when the robe stops at the crease of my elbows, my nipples beating as the cool air licks them to hard points. I straighten my arms, and the robe slips off, a useless heap on the floor around my feet. He flicks his thumbs over the sensitive peaks, causing me to arch my back. Yes, I hiss. I never want him to stop touching me. He takes my hand in his and wraps it around his cock. You feel how much I want you? He rumbles. I tighten my fingers around his thick shaft, and he groans from the feeling. My thumb and forefinger don't touch, and it always has me wondering how he fits inside me. You're the only woman that has ever made me feel this good, he says as I stroke him, lifting my chin with his fingers. This cock is yours, sunshine. My eyes are forced from his cock to stare at his face, which isn't a hardship, but I really love looking at the girth in my hands. It's so heavy and intimidating. The thought of him driving inside me has my pussy pulsating with need and my clit throbbing. I'm yours. He takes my other hand and places it on his chest. Every part of me is yours. Nothing and no one else will ever be like you. I stand on my tiptoes and kiss him again, stealing his lips in a gentle, timid way. His bottom lip slips between mine. When I move my head to the left, our lips glide over one another. We've done this thousands of times, but every time feels like the first. One of the dogs barks somewhere in the house, but it isn't enough to break the sexual tension between us. Someone yells, "Hush," next. It sounds like Ellie, Poodle's daughter. Nope, still not enough to stop us. I push Patrick onto the bed and straddle his waist, rutting his cock between the folds of my pussy. We don't break the kiss, but I have to take a breather when the thick crown rubs over my clit. Oh, God, I whimper down his throat. Another rumble vibrates his broad chest. I rub my hands from shoulder to shoulder, unable to get enough of the impressive body. He's perfection. He flips me onto my back, and I reach up, running my fingers down his pecs, onto his abs, and over the scar where he had his liver transplant. That was by far the scariest point of my life. I'm so glad he took that liver. I'd be living a life without him. Honestly, I'd probably be dead right now if he were gone. You're thinking so loud, sunshine. He drops over me and rubs the crease between my brows. What's on that beautiful fucking mind I want to devour? I grin, continuing to rub the puckered flesh. Just thinking about how happy I am that you're alive. You have no idea what this process did to me. He lowers his forehead against mine. He doesn't say a word. There's nothing he can say. Nothing to say. It was an experience I hope to never repeat. His hair fans around us, and the faint smell of smoke tickles my nostrils. It has other questions popping up in my mind, but not enough for me to ask them. It doesn't matter. I don't want to pick, especially since this will be the first time in 2 weeks we're going to have sex. When Patrick shuts down, he shuts down everywhere. He holds me close and shows attention, But when his mind is reeling with havoc, that's where it all stops. He kisses my nose, my left cheek, then my right, until all that's left is my mouth, and he wraps his arms around my shoulders to deepen the kiss. Fuck, I love how you feel against me, Sunnie. My tits are pressed against his chest, and my legs spread to welcome him. He settles his hips against mine and presses right against my clit. He breaks our mouths apart and kisses along my jawline, then down the column of my throat. I expect Patrick to slide into me and begin fucking me. We don't have foreplay often. We like to fuck. Hard. The build-up for both of us is torture. It seems that isn't the case today. He continues to pepper kisses down my body, then licks down the middle of my chest. His lips are feathers against my flesh, and he slides them to the right, wrapping them around my nipple. I groan and arch my back into him as he nips the tender point while massaging the other breast with his hand. Patrick. I pant his name, digging my nails into his scalp as his tongue assaults me. Please, fuck me. I need it. I'll give you what you want when I get what I need, he mumbles around the mouthful of flesh before traveling to the other one so it isn't ignored. And what? I gasp when he licks and blows on the tight nipple. And what's that? I want to kiss every inch of you, he says, humming in satisfaction when he looks at each breast. My nipples are red and swollen from him, and as he kneads me, I rut my hips up and down to give myself some type of friction. Naughty girl, he grumbles, holding my hips down so I can't move. Patrick, I huff. I'm becoming impatient. I said, I'll give you what you need when I'm ready. He slaps my clit with his hand, and I cry out from the sting. He slaps me again and again, and my legs shake. My mind is reeling from the sensation as I'm possessed with wanton, feverish lust. I'm close. Someone likes that. Look how wet you are, he praises, sliding his finger through my drenched folds. He scoops the cream with his finger and sucks the digit into his mouth. So fucking filthy. I love it when he does that. So tasty, sunshine. He slides onto his stomach and spreads my legs wider. Look at this pretty cunt. So wet, so pink, dripping for me. Just for you, I moan. The puffs of hot breath leaving his mouth against my center have my skin pebbling in goosebumps. So perfect, he whispers against me, his lips barely moving against the soft petals. He licks up the center, gathering my juices, and swirls his tongue around my clit. Yes, I moan, fisting the sheets as pleasure unfolds inside me. More. Finger fuck me, baby. God, I need it. Please. I beg on a pathetic whine. I've always been vocal in bed with him, and he seems to eat it up. So mouthy. He bites down on my clit as punishment, and I yelp. But then 2 thick fingers enter me, stretching me open. But so tight. I love this cunt. He pulls them out and roughly shoves his fingers back in. The bed starts to squeak from how hard he's finger-fucking me now. The motion is fast and hard, and I reach above the bed to grip the iron bars of the headboard, to hold on for dear life. Yes, Patrick. Oh, God. Harder. Another finger. Patrick doesn't argue. He adds a 3rd finger and curls them up in a come-hither motion, pressing against the spot that no other man has ever been able to find. Every time he rubs my G-spot, the pressure intensifies low in my belly. I can feel every thrust like a bolt of lightning coursing through my veins. He's fucking me in earnest, mimicking how he would fuck me with his cock. He pushes up on his knees, supporting his weight on the bed with one fist, while using it as leverage to move harder and faster. Fucking look at you. So gorgeous. Your pussy takes what I give so prettily, he croons at me. His appraisal has me bending back, thrusting against his fingers. His thumb rubs against my clit with every upstroke, and the dual sensations are too much. I'm close, I whine, tightening my fist around the rods of the bed frame. Patrick, I'm going. Come all over me, sunshine. Come on. Give me that sweet orgasm so I can claim what's mine. My body must be conditioned to listen to him because I explode. Fireworks dance in my eyes, and my entire body tenses. My muscles clamp around his fingers, trying to suck him in deeper. My orgasm goes on and on, wringing my body of all its strength like a wet rag. When I finally sag against the bed, there's a light sheen of sweat over my body. I'm gasping for air, swallowing to coat my dry throat as I watch him pull his fingers free. His hand is soaked. His palm is wet, and he licks his lips when he sees the mess I made. All this for me? I feel so special. He licks his palm, closes his eyes, and hums in delight. Fucking delicious, he purrs. He wraps his wet hand around his cock and uses my nectar as lube. His cock shines from me, and he tugs on his sack before angling his cock into my entrance. He lifts my right leg, places it on his shoulder, and drives in one full stroke. Christ, he tilts his head back and groans. You feel better than any shot of alcohol. I know most people would think that admission is weird, but for me, it's the best compliment I could ever receive. To Patrick, nothing feels better than alcohol burning his body alive. Except me. I drop my leg and wrap my thighs around his waist, maneuvering myself into his lap. He falls onto his calves, his hands gripping the globes of my ass. And you feel better than any high I could ever chase, I gasp, circling my arms around his neck as I lift myself up until all that's left is the tip of his cock. I slowly lower myself and watch as his face lights up with pleasure. The tendons in his neck stand strong, the pulse in the side of his neck jumps, and his cheeks turn red. He lifts me up again by my ass, and both of us groan in unison. I dig my nails into his shoulders and bury my face into his neck, moaning when he thrusts up at the same time I stroke down. With every withdrawal, he brings a whimper out of me. I nibble the sensitive skin below his ear and suck. I want to leave my mark. I want to show everyone he's claimed and taken. Mine. Yes, sunshine. Fucking mark me, he groans, tilting his head to the side to give me more access. He loves to bite and be bitten. Like a vampire, I widen my mouth and strike, biting the skin so hard I'm afraid it might break it. Harder, he begs through clenched teeth. I do as he asks, biting until the faint metallic taste of blood hits my tongue and his cock jerks inside me. Warmth floods my insides, and his cum bathes every depth. Patrick cries out and groans with every jerk of his cock. Smirking, I let go of the tender skin and see my teeth indentations. The wound is red, purple from sucking. The divots from my teeth are deep. His eyes are glazed over. I kiss the middle of his chin. His cock is still ready, pressing against my center, and when his brown honey irises lock on mine, his eyes dilate, and he comes back to reality. His lip curls in a snarl. He tackles me to the bed, roughly flips me over, and rams into me. "Fuck, Patrick!" I reach my arms behind me and dig my nails into his thighs. He uses my legs as reins, clutching them tight to yank back on his cock with each thrust. God, I feel like I'm about to die in this position with how he hits that spot again. The wet slap of skin is loud from the mess of his cum dripping out of me. It's so dirty. I can feel the wetness dripping down my thighs. Patrick drops my legs and curls his body over, gripping the edge of the headboard. "Fuck me, Patrick. Fuck me harder. Use me." I turn my head to try to look at him, but he shoves my head into the pillow. "Oh, I'm going to. This cunt is going to ache for fucking days. You're going to feel me sliding out of you, gliding between those pussy lips." He bites the nook between my neck and shoulder. The iron rods creak as he uses the board for leverage to fuck himself into me harder. He pulls apart my ass cheeks while his cock fills me to the brink and circles my puckered star with a finger. Oh, it's been a while since he's played with me there. The tip of his finger breaches me, and I clamp down instinctively. It takes me a second to relax as his finger slides to the knuckle. I groan. "That's right, sunshine. You love all your holes filled, don't you?" I nod. My cheek rubs against the pillow, my nails digging into his skin so hard I know it has to be broken. I rake my nails down his thighs as hard as I can. His finger rubs against the thin barrier where I can feel him rub his own cock that's sliding into me. My eyes roll to the back of my head from the intensity. My orgasm is building, and it's going to be earth-shattering. My legs tingle and my toes begin to curl. I muffle my noises against the mattress, remove my hands from his thighs, and slap them against the pillow. I fist the material so hard I hear a rip. I can't breathe. Oh, God, I can't breathe. It feels too good. "You're going to come, aren't you? I feel you squeezing my cock so tight. You're starting to come." What does he expect when he's filling me to the brink? The bed smashes against the wall with every thrust. Patrick's firm biceps flex above me as he uses his strength to hold on tight, to give me what I crave. I turn my head to the side to take a breath, and that's when it hits me. My entire body tenses, and good thing I took that gulp of air, because now I can't breathe. "Fuck, sunshine. Oh, damn it. You're milking me. I can't." He fucks me straight through my orgasm, his rhythm becoming more ragged and unsteady. The bed finally stops smacking the wall when his warm cum fills me for the second time tonight. He collapses on top of me, the sticky ends of his sweaty hair brushing against my shoulder. He kisses down the back of my neck, and my eyes begin to droop again. I feel fucking fantastic. I'm on cloud 9. This high, right here, while my body is floating and we're trying to catch our breath, is better than any other I've ever chased. I love you so fucking much, sunshine. My only sunshine. He sings the last bit, which makes me laugh. It sounds tired, but it's real. I love you too. He turns us to our sides, still connected to me, as he wraps me up tight in his arms, bringing me to his chest. As we fall back to sleep again, there's a hint of a smile on my face. Why was I hurt earlier? What was the doubt? When I'm in his arms, doubt doesn't exist. Only happiness and sunshine.
Chapter 6. Patrick. I lied again. I'm a fucking liar now. What kind of piece of shit lies to the woman he loves? An alcoholic. I didn't tell her about going inside the bar because I didn't want her to think I was on the verge of breaking. I didn't want her to worry more than she already is, because it isn't going to happen again. I'm not going to walk into a bar. I hope not. There's a loud bang on the door that shakes the entire room. "Hey, get your asses out here," Tool bellows. I was almost back to sleep, too. "It's Lady," Tool adds. Sunnie inhales. "Oh no, it's time." I kiss the back of her neck and nod. It's been a long time coming. Poor thing just doesn't want to leave.
"I know. This is going to be so sad,"
she whispers. I slide out of her and we groan in unison. I already miss her heat as the cool air wraps around me. The last thing I want is to leave this bed.
"Me too. But Poodle needs everyone right now,"
she says. Always so damn kind. That's what I love about her. I know, I whisper in her reply. "We'll be out in a minute," I shout to Tool. "Make it quick," Tool grumbles from behind the door. Sunnie rolls out of bed first, and my eyes lock on her perfect ass. Not too big, not too small. It's perfectly round, with the right amount of jiggle.
"Stop it,"
she giggles, a sound I'll never get sick of.
"We need to get ready."
I can't help it. You look like a snack and I'm hungry.
"You're always hungry."
She turns her head and places her chin on her shoulder, looking coy and beautiful. Well, when you're looking like that, what do you expect a man to do? She shakes her head and walks into the bathroom, flipping on the shower, which has me dragging my ass out of bed. What do you think you're doing? Sunnie leans backward to peek out from the door, and the ends of her blonde hair tickle the top of her ass.
"I'm taking a shower."
"The hell you are," I grumble and stalk toward her with heat in my eyes. "I'm telling you right now, you aren't allowed to shower today until I tell you to. You think I was kidding when I told you you're going to feel me slipping between those pink pussy lips all day?"
"Patrick."
She blushes and leans back against my chest as I wrap my arms around her. Sunshine. I bend down and kiss down her neck, tasting the hint of salt on her skin from the sheen of sweat we worked up with hot sex. "Are you going to listen to me?" She nods absent-mindedly, the back of her head resting on my shoulder as I skim my hands up her body. I want to explore every inch of her, never taking my hands off her silky skin or my lips from hers. The only air I want between us is the air from our own lungs. Breathe each other in, breathe each other out, and become high from what we feel for one another. Come on, let's get dressed. I don't want to keep Poodle waiting. She nods, spins around in my arms, and presses a kiss against my right pec.
"Maybe we should all pitch in and get another Poodle for him. He seems like the kind of guy that would need another because he likes taking care of things. And when we get him, we can name him Mr. So it is still fancy like Lady's name."
You're so fucking thoughtful. I think that's a great idea. We should talk to Melissa, but not today. It's going to be rough. He's had Lady since she was a puppy.
"I'm going to cry. I love Lady,"
she says. I can't remember a time when the clubhouse existed without that dog. Poodle came to the Kings with Lady when she was just a little furball. She isn't a dog. She's family. I think everyone is going to feel it for a few days. While we brush our teeth, we hip bump each other while our mouths foam with toothpaste. Still flirting after how long we've been together. God, I don't think there will be a time when I'm not flirting with her. She's too damn perfect. It makes me feel like a teenager all over again. We watch each other as we get dressed, and I make sure not to put on underwear. I tuck myself in as I zip up my pants. I don't miss the quick flick of her tongue across her bottom lip. You're fucking gorgeous, I growl, eating her up with my eyes as I check her out from head to toe. And you're fucking sexy. I want to spend all day in bed and have you fill me up over and over again until you don't have another drop to give. I close my eyes and imagine that perfect day, groaning in frustration that that wonderful day can't be today. You're killing me. I tug on a King's Garage shirt while she throws on a King's Club tee. Only killing you in the best way. She corrects with a wink. I take her hand and kiss her knuckles while opening the door. There's no other way to go, am I right? I tug Sunnie through the door and place my hand on her lower back as she laughs, staring up at me with those big blue ocean eyes. I want to dive in and never come up for air if it means I'm trapped in her endless seas. I'm half pirate after all, right? Is it not my job to sail across her oceans to own every treasure she possesses? When we take a right toward the main room, everyone is there besides Reaper. He's still in the hospital with Sarah and baby Hendrix. Bullseye is on the couch holding Faith, while Joanna is sitting next to him holding Dean. Doc is on the floor next to Lady. Poodle is cradling his best friend in his lap, petting the top of her head. She's skin and bone with labored breathing. Oh, Sunnie says sadly, pressing her hand against her chest when she sees the heartbreaking scene in the middle of the floor. Who has been the best girl? Poodle croons at Lady while she stares up at him with big brown eyes, letting out a soft whine. You have been my best friend, Lady. You're so fucking good. I'll never forget you. He kisses the tip of her nose and catches a sob in his throat. Ellie is sitting next to him, crying too, laying her head against his shoulder while Melissa is on his other side rubbing his back. You're such a good girl, Lady. So good. I love you so much. We love you so much. Poodle wipes his cheek on his shirt, continuing to pet the top of her head. Such a lady, he whispers. It's okay. I'll be okay. You can go. I don't want you to go, but I don't want you to be in pain. You held on so long for me. He continues to talk gently to her, petting from the top of her head down her spine. I can see every vertebra, every rib, the sharp ridge of her hip bones. The poor thing just won't let go of Poodle. She lifts her head, weak and slow, and gives Poodle a kiss on the chin, giving him one last lick before she puts her head in his lap for the final time. You always give the best kisses, Lady. Such a good girl. The best girl. Shh, it's okay. He chokes. It's okay. I love you so much, and I'm going to miss you so much. Thank you for so many years by my side. I'll never forget you and the memories you gave me. Lady whines as if she can understand him. Are you ready, Poodle? Doc asks, preparing the medication that will give Lady peace without suffering. No, he answers honestly. I'll never be ready to let her go, but I know I have to. Doc lifts up the needle and taps it. Lady looks at him, then Poodle, and with the remaining strength she has left, she climbs up his body until her chin rests on his shoulders, nestling her head in the crook of his neck. He wraps his arms around her, squeezing his eyes shut as they give one another a farewell hug. Before Doc can put the needle into her leg, Lady closes her eyes for the final time, letting out the last of her remaining breath. Poodle hears it, feels it, and cries silently as he holds his best friend that's been with him for so many years. Doc sniffles and shakes his head, trying to remain professional as he reaches for his stethoscope. He puts the ear tips in his ears and places the round metal circle against her chest, then her sides. He frowns. She's gone, Poodle. I'm so sorry. Poodle tightens his arms around her and kisses the top of her head. Oh, such a good girl. Going out on her own instead of letting Doc stab her with a needle. You've always had your own terms. God, you are the best dog a man could ever have. I don't know why I always find it a little harder when pets die than humans. Maybe I'm just a dick, but I'm finding it really hard to keep my composure. Sunnie's buried her face in my chest. I wrap my arms around her, rubbing my hand up and down her spine. The entire room is heavy with sorrow and mourning. Everyone loved Lady. Tyrant and Chaos are upset too. They're lying in front of her, chin on their paws, staring at her lifeless form. Christ, me eyes are lagoons. Someone make it stop. Skirt wipes his cheeks, and Don dabs a tissue under his eyes. She was a good dog? She was. Bullseye agrees, rocking a fussy Faith to sleep. If I was able to, I'd take a shot in her name, I say, and everyone turns around and looks at me. Fuck. Maybe that wasn't the right thing to say. Thanks, man, Poodle states, his voice rough with tears. That means a lot to me, but don't. I don't want you fucking up your sobriety. Lady wouldn't either. In spirit, then, I add. Everyone nods around me. In spirit. When do you want to bury her? Doc asks. Well, I already have a spot dug. Her little casket is ready. If everyone doesn't mind, I'd like to do it today. He continues to pet her. I don't want to wait too long. I don't want her to think I forgot about her. We get it. How about we head outside now? It's a beautiful day, Doc says, finally getting to his feet. Slingshot clears his throat. I have a taco for her. No one knew, but I fed her tacos in secret. So she had a really great breakfast this morning before, he says, pinching the bridge of his nose as he shuts his eyes. I'm sure she loved that. Thanks, Slingshot, Poodle says. It takes a minute for everyone to get ready since most of the members have young children. Still, in 10 minutes, everyone is following Poodle down the hallway. When we make our way into the kitchen, we hang left down another hallway that passes Reaper's office. The stained glass door projects a rainbow of colors from the sun shining onto Lady's fur coat. Doc opens the door, and Poodle, Melissa, and Ellie are out first. All the members follow in a single file line. I'm holding Sunny's hand while Bullseye is holding Faith. Hope is resting and can't join us, just like Joanna is resting with Dean. But other than that, it's most of us. The sun is hot while we walk, passing the garage since the small cemetery we have is in the back of the property. Small clouds of dust whirl around everyone's feet, creating a small sandstorm around us. The cemetery comes into view, and a fresh grave is dug with a pink casket open next to it. The inside is white silk with a pillow, and Lady's name is in rhinestones on the side. Poodle really didn't spare a dime when it came to her comfort after death. Doc, can you double-check her again, please, just to make sure she isn't alive? Poodle asks, and the question shoves a fucking knife right into my heart. Of course, Poodle. Anything. I don't miss the concerned expression he gives Tool as he whips out his stethoscope again. He checks for her heartbeat again, this time taking longer than he did before. Next, he grabs a small light from his pocket and checks her pupils for a reaction. I'm sorry, Poodle. She's gone. Her eyes aren't reacting to the light, and she has no heartbeat. She's gone. Poodle nods. I knew that. I just didn't want the truth to be real. Thanks for checking again. Anytime, Poodle. Doc squeezes his arm for reassurance, and Poodle takes a deep breath and kisses Lady on the snout before gently placing her in her small pink casket. According to Poodle, Lady loved the color pink. Don't forget you're my best girl. That's never going to change. He whispers into her ear. Giving Lady one last heartbreaking look with sad, swollen eyes, he closes the casket. He rubs his nose on the end of his sleeve before biting the bullet and taking Lady's casket in hand. His hands shake while he lowers it 6 feet under. He presses his hand over her name that's written across the front and bows his head. The grief surrounding me makes me want to drink. Fuck. I can nearly taste the rum on my tongue if I think about it hard enough, especially in a time like this. Seeing Poodle devastates me, and when I hurt, I crave rum. The entire goddamn bottle. And the struggle has been hard enough as it is. I've lied to Sunnie too much already. What else am I going to tell her? That I wake up in sweats? I dream about it? My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth like a wad of cotton every day? Not very fucking likely. And at this point, it'll take any kind of alcohol. Some are easier to ignore, like whiskey. At Christmas, I had temptation like no other while being captured by Tongue's brother Porter, also known as the groundskeeper. He set a big bottle right in the middle of the room, and I was able to toss it to the side like it meant nothing. But if it were a bottle of rum, I don't think I could have denied it. Like right now. I think I'd settle for any kind of alcohol. Vodka, whiskey, gin. I'd take anything I could get my hands on. I run my fingers through my hair, shaking, barely able to hold myself together as we all crowd around the small grave for Lady. "Are you okay?" Sunnie whispers as her arms hoop around my sides. "I'm fine," I lie, wrapping an arm around her tight, needing to feel her, needing her to be closer than she's ever been. I tug the collar of my shirt, trying to get fresh air against my sweaty skin. The sun is hot now that summer is inching around the corner. It's bearing down on my neck, the burn getting worse as the seconds tick by. I glance up from the grave and look around, twisting my neck left and right to release some stress. My vision blurs. Sweat drips down from my brows, turning the desert around me hazy. The heat waves through the dry air, and the crows spread their wings above us, slicing through the sky. Their shadows fall one by one as they circle us. I bet they know about me. They can sense me dying on the inside, knowing that my greatest weakness will be my greatest downfall. We are gathered here today to say goodbye to one of our best friends and one of the greatest dogs. Poodle snaps. The greatest dog. Lady was the best. He traces her name with his finger along the casket. Tool clears his throat and coughs. "You're right. My apologies. Lady lived a long, happy, ruthless life with us. She was Poodle's first queen. She fought cancer like hell and never left Poodle's side. She was more than a dog. She was family. I hate to see what the clubhouse will be like without her." Poodle sniffles. Part of me feels for him. But the other part of me, the drunk, he doesn't give a fuck and wants to go drink. "If anyone has any words or stories they would like to share about Lady, the floor is yours," Tool announces as he tugs on the collar of his black button-up shirt. Skirt is the first one to step forward. As usual, he's wearing a kilt. This one is green, and for his shirt, it's one with a fake tuxedo on the front. "Lady was a good friend to me. When the compound got attacked when one of our own was missing, or whenever any of us needed comfort, she was there. She was trained to rescue, but she wasn't trained to love. That came naturally. I'll never forget the undeniable loyalty she had for us, or the unwavering, unconditional love she had for Poodle. I'm so sorry for your loss, lad. I know that can't bring her back, but know I'm feeling her loss just the same." Skirt reaches down and grabs a handful of dirt and sprinkles it on top of her casket. "Rest in love and barks, Lady. I hope you are chasing your favorite ball up in the high heavens." "Thank you, Skirt," Poodle croaks. "Aye, Poodle. I'm so sorry for you." Skirt gives a friendly squeeze to Poodle's shoulder before taking his place next to Dawn. She's cradling baby Joey on her hip, while Aiden runs a few yards away with Micah and Delaney. A lot of the time kids don't understand death, but these kids do. I just think they're trying to avoid it, which is understandable. Next, Bullseye walks up. his tiny granddaughter nestled in his large bicep. I still can't believe at 36 years old the man is a grandpa, but he has a hell of a life, and I honestly have never seen him happier. Ruby is by his side. She's fussing over the baby hat Faith has on so the sun doesn't get to her. She's adorable. Seeing them together has me wondering if I could be a father. How selfish of it would it be of me to reproduce, though? What if my kid grows up to be an addict because it runs in his blood? I won't do that to a child. I just won't. So a lot of people don't know this. Or maybe you do, because I was such an ASSHOLE for the longest time. Bullseye. The kid can't spell yet. You never know, Patrick. He hisses at me. Don't be out. You know what? I'm not going to be lowered to your level, he says, making a much-needed chuckle trickle among us. Even Poodle manages a small smile. Anyway, he clears his throat when the baby starts to fuss. He rubs Faith's tiny back. It's completely engulfed with his hand. I was in a bad way for a long time, and at night, when I'd be up playing darts when everyone else was asleep, Lady would accompany me. She'd stay up with me, and I'd be fudging angry. Ruby snickers, which makes everyone else lose their composure. I had a lot going on inside, and when no one could see me, I'd make a shit ton of darts. I'd throw them as hard as I could against my dartboard, and I'd vent to Lady. Sometimes I'd even cry. I knew she wouldn't ask me questions or judge me, so she made it simple. He bounces the baby against him to get her to go back to sleep when she starts to fuss again. Any darts that fell on the ground, her pink-painted nails would click along the floor, and she'd pick up the darts and bring them right back to me. We'd play for hours. She was just the company I needed when I felt like I didn't have anyone. She was a good companion, Poodle. A good friend. She showed me love when I didn't think I was worthy of any. Bullseye carefully squats and grabs another handful of dirt and sprinkles it over her casket, too, turning the baby pink to a light red. I decide to tell a tale, too, one that will seem unbelievable, but Lady was a brilliant dog, and everyone who knew her could see that. I take a spot next to Lady's grave next, and Sunnie refuses to let go of my hand, so she follows. I let out a long sigh and run my fingers through my hair. Everyone here knows how I used to be. How I still am, because the man is now clawing at my chest to be let out. I was a drunk. I am a drunk. And there wasn't a day where you wouldn't see me holding a bottle of rum. And when I was out, I'd look for anything else to replace it. You're probably wondering what this has to do with Lady. I cough when I remember the night. I can't say for certain when it happened because I was wasted, but I remember being sick. I was throwing up, sweating, yet still drinking from the bottle in my hand. I passed out like I always did, forehead on the toilet, just low in my very existence as a man, and I felt something cold on me. It woke me up, and when I finally blinked my eyes open, I saw Lady there. She was jumping onto this water bottle and spraying me with it. Now that I say it out loud, I think I dreamed it. No, it happened. Poodle corrects me. I was looking for that water bottle all morning, and when I heard you groan from the bathroom, I hurried in to make sure you were okay, and Lady was bouncing on the water bottle with her two front paws. That makes my heart warm. I drank that water bottle dry and thanked her, called her a good girl. She probably saved my life that morning. I was in a really bad way. I don't think I'd had water for days. I don't know how she knew to do that, but I'll forever be thankful. She really was the best and smartest lady this world has ever seen. Sunnie and I squat down and pick up some dirt and let it rain over Lady's very ladylike casket. She was probably the first one that ever tried to save me. I whisper. Thank you, Lady. I'm sad she's gone because I feel like I need her again. I bet she'd recognize the constant turmoil in me and try to give me water again. Like Skirt said, rest in love and barks, and maybe somehow try to keep us all safe like you did before.
Chapter 7, Sunnie. My phone vibrates in my hands. When I look down to see who's calling me, I don't recognize the number, so I decline it. I don't have time to answer it anyway. With the rest of the group, Patrick and I are walking into the hospital to see Reaper and Sarah. I hate the circumstance, but I can't wait to see Delilah and Boomer. It's been too long since I've seen everyone. I wish Sarah was awake. I have so many things I want to talk to her about, but maybe I can speak with Delilah instead. Sighing, I tuck my arm through Patrick's as we bypass the front desk. We know where we're going, and it's visiting hours, so no need to check in. It feels like it's been an eternity since we've been here, but really, it's only been a few days. The halls are plain, with medical carts lining the sides and generic paintings of the sea and meadows hanging on the walls. There are lines of dust atop the frames, too, because who thinks of cleaning the edges in a hospital? It isn't the most crucial thing to get cleaned. I look behind me to see a crowd of black leather. Most of the members are here today, even all the kids. The only one who isn't is Poodle. The man is devastated about Lady. It's warranted, given that we only buried her yesterday. Melissa hung back to stay with him. Thinking about the quick dog funeral tugs at my heartstrings. I've never had to bury a pet before, but the clear destruction of Poodle's heart makes me wonder why people get them. The boots of the bikers thud against the floor along with the beat of my heart. It's soothing, bringing me out of my depressing thoughts about a pet. Something about having a group of dangerous, badass men at my back makes me stand taller. I feel stronger and more confident. It's hard not to when every guy is over 6 feet tall and has killed men with their bare hands.
Do you remember where to go, Patrick?
Toole asks as we debate on taking a left or a right down the halls. Patrick looks left and right, then scratches the back of his head. While he's thinking, I'm staring at his face, reading him, trying to decipher how he's doing. He has dark circles under his eyes from not sleeping well last night. I felt him toss and turn every few minutes and eventually give up and go to the chair in the corner to read a book after he flipped on the lamp. I'm worried. He's getting antsy and reckless.
I think it's this way.
He points to the left, but then shakes his head.
No, it's definitely the right.
He stops walking when he looks around.
Wait, no, it's left then right.
Toole huffs and crosses his arms.
Patrick, are you sure? Are we lost?
No, we aren't lost. Patrick spins his body in a circle to see if he can notice anything, and I stifle a laugh. We are lost. We're blocking the hallway since there are so many of us. Eventually, a doctor is going to need to get through and be annoyed. Maybe we should ask for...
No!
All the men say at once, and I lift my hands in surrender.
Geez, all right. I just thought it would. No real man asks for directions. We're going this way.
Skirt leads us to the right, and we meander down the hallway, passing rooms with open doors that have old people lying there, hooked up to machines.
I bet you it's down this hall, to the right.
He taps the side of his head.
Men got senses for these kinds of things. You know.
Me, Mary, Juliet, and Dawn do our best not to laugh. If a man's senses are so keen, then why did Patrick not know the way? Babe, I know you know the way. You led us here. Dawn talks to him as if he's a baby, which has all of us laughing again because he grins like a fool, and she's tugging his chain. When we get to the end of the hall, I cover my mouth with my hand, then curl my hands into a fist, smiling at the men while they look so confused. I see movement out of the corner of my eye and see a nurse in one of the patient rooms stretching an elderly person's limbs so they don't become stiff. I bite my lip and tug on Mary's sleeve, sliding my eyes to the left. She follows my gaze and nods, knowing precisely what I'm planning.
I swear the hall was right here.
Patrick throws his hands on his hips. Skirt and Tool press their palms against the wall to see if it will move. Slingshot places his ear against it, knocking on it with his knuckles. They are not doing what I think they're doing. They're checking for false walls? My God, I'm worried about their mental state, Mary whispers while holding her belly. Her eyes widen when Knives throws his ninja star, and it lodges in the wall.
Huh, they must have closed it in,
Knives states with a click of his tongue. Is it that difficult for men to admit they need directions? I roll my eyes and duck into the room where the nurse is. She's pretty, young, with wide, eager eyes, and she's talking the coma patient's ear off. And then this morning, I sprained my dang toe because I tripped on a sewer grate. Can you believe that? She laughs at herself while bending the man's arm gently a few times. Excuse me? I make sure to keep my voice low, making sure it stays a whisper. She squeals and drops the limb to the bed, startled. She lays her hand against her chest. Goodness, you scared my lily pad straight off the pond. She gasps for air. I don't know what that means. Where is the NICU? Our men are lost. Oh, straight down the other way to the right. My eyes drop to her name tag. Thank you, Ari. She beams at me with a bright smile. You're welcome. I like her. She's a happy, positive person. Have a good day, Ari. You too, she chirps, swishing her ponytail left and right. I turn around and head out the door, taking my spot next to Mary in a hurry, so hopefully no one notices I was gone. Hey, guys, maybe it's the other way. There's no harm in trying, right? I offer, waiting to see what they decide. Skirt and Patrick run their hands through their beards while they think, and Mary snorts, unable to hold in her amusement.
Yeah, that's a good idea. No harm.
Skirt shrugs. Knives tugs his ninja star from the wall and tucks it back in his pocket.
Probably not there anyway. I bet the babies are behind the walls.
A look of horror washes over Knives's face, and his eyes drop to Mary's belly.
What if they keep the babies in the walls? We're having a home birth. No fucking way. We have a doc.
He points to Doc, who has been standing off to the side. He isn't paying attention. His focus is on his little boy, Dean. Oh my God, Knives! It's a hospital, not a dungeon. They don't keep babies in the walls, retorts Mary. It's never good when they begin to argue. It always ends up with them fucking against the nearest wall.
How do you know?
He sasses. Because we're at the wrong end of the damn hall. The lot of you are a bunch of doofuses, tapping on walls, pushing against them to see if they're fake. Also, you don't have to accept the fact that you're wrong. Mary spins on her heel and marches down the hall. I'll freaking show you guys.
Hellraiser,
Knives chastises as he runs after her. His hand finds her ass and squeezes, and, like I said, he shoves her against the wall and shoves his tongue down her throat. No wonder they made a baby so fast. No judgments. I want a baby, but I'm on birth control until Patrick and I talk otherwise. The group of us pass them as they dry hump against the wall. Freaking animals. Knives is cupping her stomach, and something inside me aches for the same. Would Patrick cradle my pregnant belly? Would he be happy? I want to say yes, but there's a disturbing inkling in my gut telling me he wouldn't be. If I want kids and he doesn't, where does that leave us and our relationship? It would mean it's over, because it isn't fair to either one of us to give up or give into what we want. This is too big. This isn't about liking hamburgers or not liking them. This is a fundamental building block of a person. We either build or we leave what we have built behind. And the thought is devastating, because then it would mean I'd have to rebuild with someone else. I've never imagined my life with anyone besides Patrick. You're thinking awfully hard, Dawn whispers in my ear while we walk. Oh, yeah, sorry. You know you can talk to me about anything. I won't judge. If you need to vent or just have a girls' night, Skirt can watch Joey. He loves to. And Aiden can have a play date with Maisie. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Dawn. I twist my body to the right to look over my shoulder to see Patrick talking with Toole. It seems like a serious conversation, so instead of going to him like I want, I stick with Dawn. I smirk when we get to the end of the hall and take a right. Immediately, there are yellow walls with butterflies. It's at the end to the right, Patrick grumbles when he realizes the men were wrong. Men are always wrong. Women aren't necessarily right all the time, but we know how to use our heads. It's called thinking versus ego, and men hate for their egos to be hurt. When we get to the end of the hall, no one is there. What the fuck? Where are Hendrix and Reaper? Fuck! Toole runs back the way we came, and all of us follow as fast as we can. The stampede of boots echoes through the corridor. Hey, no running! Knives punches the male nurse in the face to shut him up. We do what the fuck we want when one of our own is missing. Back the fuck off, he snarls. God, you're so hot, Mary purrs as she steps over the unconscious nurse. Later, Hellraiser. Knives winks at her, lifting her into his arms so they can run faster. This isn't good. The Kings have made plenty of enemies. What if the president of the Ruthless Kings and his family have been taken? I know what. A blood-filled war. Raise hell. Bring fury. Spill blood. It's the ruthless way.
Chapter 8. Patrick. Excuse me. Toole slides to a stop in front of the desk. I'm looking for Reaper. The woman holds up her hand to stop him before he gets too far.
The biker guy, right?
Yes, the biker guy. Knives says with a bit of heat. I don't like how she said that either.
He's in Sarah's room. That's his girlfriend, right?
She begins typing on the keyboard, her nails clicking and clacking. His old lady, Toole corrects. It's more than a girlfriend. The nurse huffs and rolls her eyes.
Whatever, same thing.
I clench my fists at my sides as I stare at Sunnie. She's more than a girlfriend. A girlfriend sounds temporary, replaceable, and immature. Sunnie's my ride or die. When a biker finds his old lady, that's fucking forever. No other bitch wears our property patch except the ones we want to spend the rest of our days with. This dumb cunt. Someone ought to show her a lesson. And if it weren't for the time and place, I'd love to.
Anyway, he's in her room with baby Hendrix. Room 454,
she says. Toole grunts at her, and we all walk away again. Relieved the Prez didn't get kidnapped, but irritated with this woman's refusal to learn something new. We all mean mug her as we enter the hall, but Slingshot isn't done. He pauses at the corner of the wall and eyes her, pulling out his slingshot from his cut pocket and then a skittle from the other. Slingshot is still moving slow, considering he just got shot twice. I can tell he needs to rest with how pale he is, but no one can tell him otherwise. Doc stopped trying. Slingshot winces as he pulls the strap of his slingshot back and launches the skittle, which smacks the bitch right in the head. Go, go, go! He ushers us down the hall before she can see us. We're all quietly chuckling, and Sunnie says,
You'd think you all were a bunch of teenagers.
I wrap my arm around her shoulders and kiss the side of her head. You love it.
I do. Call me crazy.
She wraps one arm around my hip as we stop in front of the elevator. Our reflection shines against the polished metal of the elevator doors. When they open, A few nurses in navy blue scrubs come out and then stop right in front of us with fear twinkling in their eyes. A group of bikers is harmless. We don't bite. That's a lie. We bite until we kill. The nurses scoot around us, and I don't miss Slingshot winking at one of them. She doesn't give him a second glance, and he pouts while sticking out his bottom lip. We pile into the elevator, shoulder to shoulder, touching too close for my liking, and Doc's little Dean lets out a disgusting toot that stinks up the entire elevator. Deja fucking vu. Oh my God, I think he needs to be changed, Doc, I say, plugging my nose. No, sorry, that was me. I had carnitas for breakfast and... Everyone groans at Slingshot, and Tool points his finger at him. What did we discuss? No fucking tacos before 11. You know what it does to your stomach. But I wanted them. And now all of us are going to either pass out or die. Tool grumbles in displeasure. When the doors open to the 4th floor, we stumble out at once and inhale fresh air. My eyes are watering, and I cut Slingshot a dirty look. You guys are so dramatic. Slingshot walks ahead of us and flips us off, looking left and right as he passes each room to look at the numbers on the sides of the door. Oh my God, what is that smell? We turn around to see a doctor gagging in the elevator as the doors slide shut, trapping him inside. Yeah, we aren't dramatic. Slingshot didn't take his pill. He passes a room and then backtracks, pointing at the door in excitement, then knocks. When the large wooden door opens, we expect Reaper. But what we get has me grinding my fucking teeth together. Matteo Moretti. What the fuck are you doing here? He smirks, looking professional and wealthy in his expensive blue suit. My daughter and I wanted to pay our respects. No one died. Tool pushes Moretti out of the way. When we enter the room, Reaper is talking with Natalia while holding Hendrix. He's still shirtless. There is a NICU nurse in the room, just in case something happens to the baby. She's still hooked up to a ton of tubes and wires. I don't know how Reaper doesn't get tangled in it all. Hey, the cavalry has arrived. Doll, everyone has come to see you and our beautiful daughter. Reaper whispers to Sarah while kissing her on the cheek. She hasn't woken up yet. I mask my worry because Reaper seems so hopeful carrying Hendrix and holding her against his chest. Oh my gosh, I can't believe they're allowing you up here with Hendrix. Juliet gushes, running over to Reaper's side first. She holds a hand to her heart as she stares at the baby with longing. Isn't she just the best? She's strong, so they allowed her to come see her mama as long as a nurse was here, which I'll never be able to forgive them for. I'm thankful she's able to be up here. I mean, she has everything she needs, so it works out. Juliet holds out her arms to take Hendrix, but Reaper pretends not to notice and bounces his baby girl in his arms against his chest. She's already wrapped around his finger. Hey, maybe Dean and Hendrix will grow and marry one another, Doc stupidly suggests. Reaper snaps his head up and narrows his eyes at Doc. You're going to keep your son away from my little girl. She's never going to date or anything of the sort. Men aren't worthy of her precious time. Isn't that right, Hendrix? Are you saying my son isn't good enough for your daughter? Doc lifts a brow, challenging Reaper. Reaper looks up from Hendrix and sidesteps Juliet, who is still holding out her arms to hold Hendrix. You know what, Doc? That's exactly what I'm saying. No man is going to be good enough for my Hendrix. Ever. Yeah? Well, maybe your little girl isn't good enough for my son. Ever think of that? What the hell did you just say about my daughter? Do you want to take this outside, friend? Reaper hisses, taking a step forward to become nose-to-nose with Doc. The baby's butts are tapping against one another, and I roll my lips together to keep myself from breaking the serious expression on my face. Out of all the fights I ever imagined, I didn't expect this one. Okay. The stress you two are inducing isn't good for the babies or for Sarah to hear. The nurse pipes in, scribbling something down on Hendrix's medical chart after studying the screens. Doc and Reaper quiet down, but the looks they give one another are downright evil. Those poor kids. They have no idea what they're up against. "So how's Sarah doing, Press?" It's a habit to call him by his title. "Sorry, Reaper." I correct myself. In my eyes, he will always be my president, no matter how great Toole is at the job. "Any improvements?" I ask, doing my best not to inhale too deeply, because I can smell the hint of cleaner. Cleaner that has rubbing alcohol in it, or something that smells similar. How sad is it that I find it to smell so fucking good? Reaper comes around the hospital bed and takes a seat on the edge of the mattress next to Sarah. He stares at her longingly and places his nose against the side of her head, burying his face in hiding before he whispers something I can't hear. "No," he says. "No, nothing yet. She's breathing on her own, which they say is a great sign, and no doubt it is. But I want more. I want her to come back to me and meet our amazing little girl." "Why won't she wake up?" Slingshot asks, stepping next to Natalia. "Sorry if that's a dumb question." "She's got some swelling in her brain, and for her to wake up, it needs to go down." The nurse stands beside Reaper and reaches for Hendrix. "How about I take her so you can spend some time?" "You need to back the fuck off," he shouts, which causes the babies to cry. "Get away from me. Don't touch her. Don't you fucking dare take her from me." His voice is quiet, a dangerous hiss full of malice. He turns away from the nurse and presses a kiss against Hendrix's forehead. "I can't let her go," he admits, cradling Hendrix against his bare chest. "I need to bathe her. It's almost time for the doctor to come in. Let me take her, Reaper." The nurse doesn't even flinch or tremble from his warning. "She's going to be okay." "If not, you'll kill me. I know the drill, biker man." She does something none of us would do and takes Hendrix out of Reaper's arm to place her back in the incubator. She immediately starts wailing, and Reaper seems torn. "Let me have her back. She's upset. She needs me," Reaper says, pushing himself off the bed. "It's normal for babies to cry, dear. It's okay." The nurse rolls the incubator to the back of the room, and Natalia stands right next to it as she watches the nurse perform her duties. Slingshot is next to Natalia, and Mateo is eyeing Slingshot as if he's gum on the bottom of his shoe. The door opens again, and Zane walks in with Jessica. No, Chloe. Fuck, I can't tell who it is, considering she has a personality disorder. "Uncle Zane." Reaper does something unexpected and rushes over to his uncle. For the first time since being a king, I witness the power and strength drain from his body when his uncle hugs him. Reaper fists the back of Zane's shirt. "It's okay, kiddo. It's all going to be okay," Zane tells him. All of us look away from the two of them. It feels like we're intruding on a private moment. Reaper doesn't ever let us see him so stripped of what makes him, well, Reaper. He's Jesse right now. He's just a man afraid he's about to lose everything. "Where are Boomer and Delilah?" Toole asks to break the awkward silence. Reaper pulls away from Zane, pats his back, and climbs onto the bed with Sarah again. He brings her head to his chest and runs his fingers through her dirty blonde hair. "You just missed them. They're at the clubhouse sleeping, grabbing a bite, and showering. I told them to go," he informs. "You do have a beautiful daughter, Reaper," Natalia says from the back of the room. "She gets it from her mama." Reaper shuts his eyes and takes a deep breath. The room falls silent, and the only sound is the steady beat of the heart monitor. "Thank God for that," Slingshot says. "Imagine if poor Hendrix got stuck with your ugly mug." That loosens the mood, and Slingshot puffs out his chest, proud that he was able to help. "So do you want kids one day, or?" he asks Natalia, who turns a bright shade of red. Mateo steps from the wall and slaps Slingshot on the back of his head. "If she does have kids, it won't be with the likes of you. Get away from my daughter. See? No man is good enough for another man's daughter. Reaper comments smugly to Doc.
Joanna giggles. Okay, everyone play nice. Everyone needs to remember they're just babies, and they're going to grow up together. They'll be like brother and sister rather than lovers. Oh, a forbidden love affair.
Really, Ruby? You had to add that. Bullseye teases his old lady.
What? I wasn't the only one thinking it, so I said it. Let's just focus on the fact that they're newborns, okay? They don't even know their names yet.
There's a hint of annoyance in Sunny's tone. I cock my head at her and notice her arms are crossed and she's staring at the floor.
I'm going to go get something to drink,
she says, excusing herself from the room. What did you do, Patrick? Reaper jokes, but he has me wondering what I did too. I'm rethinking the entire morning, backtracking everything that happened, but nothing comes to mind. Sunny seemed fine until we went into the room. I'm going to go hunt her down and make sure everything is okay, I say. Before I go, I bend down and whisper into Sarah's ear. You better come back to us. Your little girl needs her mama. I give her a cold limp hand a squeeze before turning around. I head out the door in search of my sunshine. She's always so happy, though lately, Sunny's sunny disposition is anything but. Maybe she isn't happy with me anymore. Christ, that thought makes me want to go to the nearest bar and drown my sorrows. If she isn't happy, what do I do? Someone tell me what to do.
Chapter 9. Sunnie. That was completely unnecessary, but I couldn't help but snap. I hated seeing Sarah like that. I hate being surrounded by children. Children that aren't my own. Everyone is moving on with their lives and growing their family. But what are Patrick and I doing? I feel like we're in a rut. We aren't moving, but I'm waiting for something more. I know we'll always have a lot of baggage and hardships to work through. I get it. I know we're addicts, and some believe we don't deserve to have kids or a future consisting of something other than fighting the urge to get high. Do people think we addicts don't want more than our past? I want to get married. I want to have kids. I don't give a damn about the order. I want something good, something more than what already defines me as a person. I know I need to talk to Patrick about this because the more I bottle it up, the worse it gets. Honestly, I'm afraid my truth is going to drive Patrick to drink. I haven't craved to get high in a long time, but I know Patrick is on the verge of breaking. I insert $2 into the soda machine and check out my choices while banging my fist against the image of a Pepsi bottle and a cherry dancing with one another. While I'm staring at the small boxes to click, a few have orange lights that signal they're out, so I decide on the boring bottle of water. My fist connects with the button a little too hard. What did the machine do to you? Patrick's voice slides over me like a warm blanket fresh out of the dryer. There isn't a better feeling. He's home, and the thought of uprooting that scares the hell out of me. I untwist the top and take a swig. The ice-cold water coats my throat, and I sigh. They were out of all of my favorites. I really wanted a Dr. Pepper. He grabs my arm and looks both ways before trying the handle of the janitorial closet. The door opens, and he flings me inside, which has the water spilling out of the bottle onto my hand. Patrick shuts the door quietly, engulfing us in darkness. The only amount of light we have is from the small crack between the floor and the door. He flips on the light, and the glow shines upon the seriousness masking his face. His deep-set brown eyes watch me like a hawk as he circles around me, then leans against the shelves. His hands fall to my hips, and, as always, the touch soothes the anxiety building in my chest. "Sunshine, talk to me. What was that about?" he asks, in a whisper so no one can hear us from the hallway. Do I tell the truth? He hasn't told me the entire truth. I don't want to lose him just yet, and I know I will. I feel it, and it's making me sick. I'm just sad seeing Reaper like that. I hate that Sarah is unconscious after everything she's been through. She deserves to hold her baby that they tried so hard for. And now, she might not wake up. What will Reaper do? What about Hendrix? I'm not lying. Completely. I am really upset about the situation. Sarah is my friend. She's like a sister to me, and I remember her crying in the bathroom with every negative test. I remember her coming back from the IVF appointments, defeated. I was there for it all. They don't deserve this. They just deserve happiness already. How cruel can the universe be to people? I know. It's terrible. They deserve so much more than that. He skims his hand up my sides and cups either side of my neck. His thumbs brush against my jaw, and my eyes flutter in response. Damn him and what he does to me. Maybe I'd give up my desire for children, because I don't know if I could live without his touch. I'm his. Wants, dreams, and needs damned to hell. I'm his. Is that so bad? Why can't that be enough? Is something else going on that you want to talk about, Sunshine? Talk to me. He brushes the back of his knuckles against my cheek. Is there anything else going on in that beautiful mind of yours? I shake my head and decide to tiptoe around the conversation I really want to have with him. I'm thinking of us, you know? What if that was you and me, and we just had a baby? It's terrible to think about. My fingers slide into his belt loops, and I use them to tug myself closer. Being this close to him under a dim light has heat simmering low in my veins. He spreads his legs wider, which allows me to close another few inches between us. My heart pounds in my chest while we stare at one another. There's a tingle between my legs, and I rub my thighs together to ease the pressure. I'm trying to read his reaction to what I said, but it's hard for me to focus while I'm so close to his wide shoulders and the warmth radiating from his sun-kissed skin. I can't tell what he's thinking. I let out a shaky breath when he leans forward, the promise of a kiss tingling my lips. If it were us, I'd fall apart, he replies, brushing his bottom lip ever so slightly against mine without kissing me. If it were us, I wouldn't be as put together as Reaper is. There's no way I can be without you, Sunshine. That's a better answer than I expected. I thought he'd immediately say no about a baby, but he didn't say anything. Maybe he's more okay with it than I thought. If I weren't able to wake up to you, his fingers popped the button of my jeans open. The loud clasp of the zipper lowering echoes off the cement walls. Every day for the rest of my life. There wouldn't be a bottle that would be safe in this world that I wouldn't find. He tugs the jeans off my hips, then rubs his fingers against the lace of my panties. Don't say that. I never want you to relapse because of me. If anything happened to you, that's inevitable, Sunshine. You're the only one keeping my world from turning upside down. His fingers push the material of my panties to the side. He tugs on the tuft of blonde hair I keep trimmed down there. I whimper, gripping the muscle of his shoulders with my hands. Patrick, it's okay, Sunshine. I know the only thing in existence keeping me strong is you. Night and day, I say no. For you. He dips his fingers through my wet folds, and I tilt my head back, doing my best not to moan. But you aren't going to say no to me, are you? The heady scent of arousal soaking my panties has his nostrils flaring. He grips the back of my head with his other hand. It's a rough hold. His nails scrape my scalp, and my mouth drops open from the sharp pain. Answer me. Are you going to tell me no? Right here, Patrick? I ask, a bit dazed, as his wide fingers continue lazily slipping through my lips. I'm getting wetter and wetter with every stroke. Right here. He backs me up against the door and with a rough shove flips me around to my stomach. I think he must really love this position. I often find myself with my cheek pressed against a pillow, wall, or door when we have sex. I'm not complaining. It means he wants it rough. I love it when he's unhinged and about to break. I come best that way. He doesn't bother taking my underwear off. Patrick keeps them parted to the side, and just when I think he's about to plaster his body against mine, his warmth is gone. What? I turn around to see him on the floor, licking his lips as he plays with the globes of my ass. What are you doing? Fuck me, damn it, I complain. I'm too hot and bothered to wait much longer. All in good time, sunshine. He parts my cheeks and blows onto my forbidden hole. I want to fuck this ass. Not right now, but later. Patrick kisses my hole and then spears his tongue through my folds, the vibrations of his groans trembling my clit. Oh, God, I moan, a little too loud. He chuckles. Sunshine, you gotta be quiet. We don't want to get caught, do we? I shake my head, keeping my forehead against the door. Every sound you make, the longer you'll have to wait to come. He dives his tongue into my pussy, spearing it in and out like he'd do with his cock. I dig my nails against the door and bite my lip. I promise I'll be good. No noises. I have to shove my hand over my mouth to keep my promise, while his tongue does magical, impossible things. Things that no man should be able to do. The doorknob jiggles, and he stops feasting on me. I almost curse in protest. Almost. Hey, who's in there? The janitor bangs against the door. Fred? Is it you? He asks. Patrick chuckles and muffles his mouth against my crease to hide his voice. Spilled something in here. Just cleaning it up. He drags his nose as long as he can, before stretching his tongue to roll against my clit. Oh, all right. See you around, man, the janitor says from behind the door. I don't think so. I'm blinded right now. Patrick hushes inside me. I'm about to beg him to break my promise. My nipples rub against the door, and as my body temperature rises, a sheen of sweat begins to form. Such a perfect cunt. He stands and latches onto the side of my neck, fiddling with his pants between us to release his cock. Can't fucking wait to slide inside and make it mine. I nod, because I don't know if I'm allowed to talk. He settles his thick shaft between my ass cheeks and ruts, wishing we had time for him to fuck me there instead, so I can really feel him all day when I sit. He yanks me back by my hair and I hiss, licking the sweat off the top of my lip. The tip of his cock is at my entrance. I'm dripping for him, getting the head slick. You're so fucking filthy, wanting to get fucked in a hospital closet. You a slut for my cock, sunshine? Just like I am for this tight cunt? He asks, before taking my mouth in a savage kiss. Our teeth clink together and our tongues duel while he slides to the hilt. His heavy, swollen sack presses against my ass, and we both groan down each other's throat. I have to break away to catch my breath. My head bangs against the door as I inhale. He doesn't give me time for air. Instead, he steals my ability to breathe. He slides out and with a hard thrust fills me back up, stretching me in the best way. I hold onto the door, pressing my palms flat to push against Patrick's chest, so we aren't banging against it and giving away our location.
Fuck, you feel so good.
He grabs onto my hips and fucks me into oblivion. Small, high-pitched whines escape my throat as he forces them out with every shove of his cock.
I need to see you,
he says breathlessly and flips on the light.
Oh, fuck yes. I wish you could see what I see.
Your panties are pushed to the side, grazing my cock every time I rock into you. Your ass shakes.
God damn it. You're going to make me come too fast.
He spanks me out of nowhere. The slapping sound is so loud I know if anyone is outside the door, they'd hear it. My skin burns in the most delicious way, and then he gropes the stinging flesh, using the reddened cheeks to meet his long, thick cock with every stroke.
Come. I need you to come, sunshine. I'm not going to last.
I'm there. I'm right there.
Please, don't stop. I need more.
I beg of him. He reaches around and pinches my clit to the point of pain, and that's all it takes for me to throw my head back onto his shoulder, my climax tearing through me. Every part of my body quivers and quakes. My muscles clamp around him, trying to suck him deeper, trying to get him into the farthest part of my wicked depths. He plants himself in one final, forceful thrust, orgasming with me.
Ah, damn it, Sunnie. Damn it.
He whines, punctuating his hips with every word.
I'll never get enough. You have no idea how fucking hot you look right now.
He's still rutting, using me while I flutter around him.
You have to walk around with me inside you now.
You think later when we're in bed, you're still going to be wet with me? He drags his lips up to the side of my ear. I'm going to use it later to fuck your ass, so you have no choice but to be full of me. He flips me over and wraps his hand around my neck, squeezing tight, which has my eyes rolling back. I fucking love it when he gets like this. Wild. Alpha. Obsessive. I could come all over again.
Who owns you, sunshine?
I tilt my chin in defiance for the hell of it, even as the warmth of his cum dripping down my thighs tells me who I belong to. But I love this game.
I do.
He cups my pussy, his fingers gliding along with the mixture of our juices.
Who the fuck owns you?
He repeats on a thunderous rumble. I lean forward, touching my nose with his, and curl my lip at him. I fucking do. The displeased sound that leaves his mouth has me rocking onto his hand for friction.
You like to test me?
He huffs.
Tell me, or I won't make you come for a month.
I gasp.
You wouldn't.
Try me, sunshine. His face softens. The hard edges of his lips fade and his eyes dilate.
I need to hear it,
he admits. I know he does. I love it when he does. You own me. I'm yours. I'm your property. Your old lady.
You're getting me hard again.
His eyes drop to my lips. Want to go another round? Want to go somewhere where, I don't know. I swirl my finger across his shirt. Where it's a little riskier?
Babe,
Do you want to get caught? He curls a brow up at me, but I can see the surprise written on his face. I mean, would it be so bad? It's kind of exhilarating, right? Maybe a patient room? Or in the car, on the side of the road? In a club? Unless you don't want to. I sigh to make it obvious I'm bummed. He pulls up my panties, then my jeans, and he rushes to tuck his cock back in his pants, and hisses when he almost zips up his cock. Fuck, let's do all those things. Now. Patient room. Oh, sneak into the bathroom while they are sleeping. And then let our noise wake them up, and we'll run out of the hospital with security on our heels, I say excitedly. I fucking love you. He grabs my face and kisses me senselessly. I melt into it, like I always do. And then I remember why we're here. After we go see Sarah one last time and say goodbye to everyone, because that's the right thing to do. Yeah, because that's the right thing to do. But after... You're mine, sunshine. How easily he forgets that I'm always his. Always. I think I can give up having kids if it means being this happy with Patrick for the rest of my life. Yeah, I can do that. Having these wonderful adventures with Patrick is all that matters. He opens the door and checks the hall, and we walk out right in front of a nurse. Oh my God, he just outed us. While we walk hand in hand, I'm happier than I've been, and the urge to start a family isn't as strong. I'm happy. I've made my decision. So why is the voice in the back of my head asking, "Are you sure?" I am. Sure. I think.
Chapter 10. Patrick. I wake up to the sharp trill of my phone going off. My body is stiff and my cock is rubbed raw with how many times Sunnie and I fucked yesterday. Thinking about it has my cock trying to come to life, but it's way too sensitive right now. I reach for my phone on my nightstand and press the volume button once to silence the vibrations. Turning over, I wrap my arms around Sunnie and tug her to my chest. Her bare ass rubs against my cock, and I'm tempted to fuck through the pain. I don't know what it is. Seeing her yesterday so sad, so vulnerable, so unlike herself set me off. I don't get to see her like that often. In a fucked up way, it turned me on because I got to know a side of her I didn't know existed. I kiss the middle of her neck and snuggle against her instead. If I'm sore, I know she has to be hurting too. The ceiling fan whooshes, and the chains dangling that control the lights and speed of the blades clink together. The sound has me closing my eyes. I'm drifting deeper into the soft down feathers of the pillow and my phone starts vibrating again. Careful not to wake Sunnie, I pull my arm away, and she rolls over onto her stomach. I watch her for a few more seconds to make sure she isn't awake, and then blindly reach for my phone. The blanket pools around my waist. Even the soft thread count rubbing against my cock sends a stint of pain zinging through me. I think I might have sex burn. If that's a thing. It has to be. My phone stops ringing, then starts again, which has me rolling out of bed. I tug on a pair of sweatpants I keep on the floor for middle of the night runs to the kitchen. Giving Sunnie one last glance, I rub my right eye to wake myself up and stare at the number I don't recognize flashing across my screen. Yeah? Who the hell is calling me at 4 in the damn morning? I bite out, opening the cabinet for a glass to get some water. When I turn around, I slam my toe into the kitchen table. I suck in a deep breath, barely holding back an agitated curse.
Patrick?
My brows pinch when I recognize the voice, but I can't place it. It's a woman, young, but I haven't met anyone recently. Yeah, this is him. What do you want?
It's Poppy.
I sit up straighter and place the glass in the sink. Poppy, is everything okay? What's going on?
Can you please come get me? I'm sorry. I know it's late, but I'm scared, and I didn't know who else to call, and...
She breaks off into a sob. The fear in her voice has me alert and awake, stuttering my heart. There's music in the background, but she must be in a room of some kind because it's muted. Hey, it's okay. I'm sorry for snapping. I'm not used to anyone calling me so late. It's been a while. When the club whores were around, they would call me when they wanted to suck my cock, or I'd call them for a quick fuck. But things have changed around here. Hell, Bex hasn't even come back around. She went to that massage conference and fucking ghosted us without a postcard or a heads up. I like the change. We have old ladies and kids in the house now. We have jobs to do, and things don't get clouded with free ass walking around. The fights that would happen if they were here, I'd bet Sarah and Ruby would kill a whore in a heartbeat. What's wrong, Poppy? What's going on? Are you safe?
I don't know,
she whispers.
I don't think so. My ex-boyfriend won't let me leave, and...
She begins to cry again.
He held me down and tried to give me heroin, but I fought him off. He locked me in his bedroom, and his windows are nailed shut. I can't get out. He has friends here, friends he threatened to let gangbang me if I didn't listen to him. I don't want to get high, Patrick. Please, I don't want to.
Poppy, what's the address? Can you text it to me? I'll bring a few of my buddies and we'll get you out of there.
Your biker friends?
She asks, a note of hope in her voice. Yeah, Poppy, you're going to be okay. But I'm going to need you to hold on a little longer. Can you do that for me?
Yes, I think so.
God, she's terrified. She's too young to have to deal with this. But isn't that always the case? Youth is never kind. That's when life likes to test the cruelty, test your strength, and see if you can make it into this world. You either sink from trying or swim, and if you make it to shore, there's no doubt you're going to be fucked up for the rest of your life. Do you have a weapon?
I can look for one.
I hear drawers banging as she rustles through her ex's belongings. Okay, good. Text me the address. I'm going to get ready now. I just need you to hold tight. Text me every 5 minutes to let me know you're okay.
I don't want to get off the phone. I don't want to be alone.
God damn it. She sounds so desperate. I know you don't. I know you're scared. But this is where you prove to yourself that you're better than your fear. You're stronger. I'll wake up a few of my friends. We'll take the truck and I'll call you the moment I'm on my way, okay?
You'll hurry?
She sniffles. Like the rum that I used to pour down my throat, Poppy. She snorts and then gasps.
I didn't mean to laugh.
It was supposed to make you laugh. Let's get off here and get ready, okay? Whatever you do, you fight like fucking hell, you hear me? I don't give a fuck if you kill the bastard. We'll take care of it.
I will. I promise.
She reassures me. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. I hang up the phone and rub my hands over my face. Sunnie know about this woman? I jump in my chair and look up to see Badge standing there with his arms crossed. And he looks fucking pissed. He's been gone since the ladies had the babies. When he heard about Sarah, he immediately came back from wherever he went. I think he wanted to clear his head about Hope. That pairing would be a disaster, especially with how much he can't stand kids. What? I'm not having an affair. I grind my teeth together that he would even think I'd do that to Sunnie. She's from AA. She's 18, and I gave her my card with mine and Sunnie's numbers on it. She's in trouble, Badge, locked in her ex's bedroom, windows are nailed shut, and he's threatening her with drugs and his friends. He uncrosses his arms, and his stance becomes straighter. Okay, I'm in. No woman needs to be in that situation. Who else are we bringing? I really wish Tongue was here. He'd have a field day. I miss that crazy motherfucker. My brows raise. If Badge is admitting a feeling, then he must really mean it. We can't ask Reaper, Bullseye, or Doc, I say, switching the subject from emotion to facts. Fucking kids, he grumbles. Knives for sure then, and fucking Boomer. His crazy ass is here. Skirt, not Poodle, he says with a hint of sorrow. And we can't have Tool leave the clubhouse. He has to stay here just in case. And Slingshot should probably stay too, since we're taking most of the members. We should be fine. Me, you, Boomer, Knives, and Skirt. That will scare the hairs off their chests. Badge knocks his fingers on the wood. Better hope so. All right. Meet out front in 5. I'll wake Skirt and find Boomer. You deal with Knives. No one likes waking Knives up. He always throws a ninja star from being startled, and plenty of us have gotten nicked a time or two. Fine. But if I die from a star to the head, that's on you, I say. The fuck it is. That's on his ass. I'm not taking the blame. Badge heads down the hall toward his room, leaving me all to my lonesome to deal with Knives. Asshole. I keep my phone close and head to the bedroom Knives hasn't stayed in since he met Mary. Everyone is piled in the clubhouse right now. Everyone needs to be close right now with everything happening with Sarah. It's an incredible sense of family. His door next to the basement door. I knock carefully and try for the doorknob. It's locked. I breathe a sigh of relief. It means I won't get slammed with a ninja star. I lift my fist and bang louder. A loud thud hits the door a second later. See? I would have died. What? He sneers, opening the door naked, with his hair standing in every direction. I look up at the ceiling. I need your help. A friend of mine from AA called me. She's in trouble. And no, I'm not having a fucking affair. She's 18, a kid. I feel like I got to protect her. 18 never stopped some of us. He snickers, clearly pleased with his jab at Reaper. All right, give me a second to get dressed. Let me tell Hellraiser what I'm doing, so she doesn't worry. I'm doing the same, I say. Meet out front and grab the truck keys. He gives me a nod before slamming the door in my face. My phone pings with the address Poppy is being held at, and another text that says she's still safe. I puff out my cheeks while blowing out a breath and stride back to my room. My bare feet pad along the hardwood floor. The scent of lavender wafting from Poodle's bathroom tickles my nose as I pass it. I open my bedroom door, the knob cold in my palm. Sunnie is sprawled out on the bed like a starfish. I take a quick picture because she's so goddamn cute. Sunnie. I whisper her name gently while stroking her cheek and neck, wanting to wake her as loving as possible. Sunshine, wake up, baby. I gotta go. She flips over to ignore me. I can't help but laugh. Sunshine, wake up for me. Come on. I urge her again by rubbing small circles on her back. When she turns over again, she blinks up sleepily at me and gives me a lopsided smile. Everything okay? She asks, her voice hoarse from resting. My friend from AA called. She's in trouble at her ex's house. I gave her our numbers in case she needed us. As in you and I. She's just a kid, 18. It's a real bad situation. The guys and I are going there to get her, okay? I don't want you to worry. I'll be okay. I love you. Oh no, I'm sorry. Text me on your way back, and I'll try to have tea waiting for her. I bend down and kiss the middle of her forehead. You're the best. I love you, Sunshine. I'll be back. Be safe, okay? I promise. Get a little more rest, beautiful. I rub my thumb across her bottom lip, and she presses a quick kiss to the pad of my finger. She has no idea how much I'm addicted to her. If someone would make me choose, gun to my head, between her and a bottle of rum, two things I crave more than anything, I'd choose Sunnie every time. Maybe that isn't a big deal to some, because it's the right thing to do. But no one knows what alcoholics are willing to give up for one more taste. I'd give up everything, but I wouldn't give up Sunnie. She's the soul I need to live every day. I've been soulless once, and I never want to be that man again. I get dressed and throw on my cut. It's the cut people always notice first. No one wants to fuck with a ruthless king. I shut the door quietly and pass Tyrant and Chaos on the way to the main room. It's sad not to see Lady with them. We'll be back. Keep everyone safe, okay? Tyrant licks my hand in reply. Good boy, I tell him, and Chaos gets jealous, bumping his head against my hand to lick it too. You know I love you too, buddy. Okay, I gotta go. I'll be back. I give him a scratch behind the ear and head out the door. When I step onto the porch, Knives is laughing with Boomer, picking up his feet as Boomer throws those firework poppers that make a loud noise when they hit the ground. Dance, monkey, dance! Boomer shouts at Knives as he tosses them next to Knives' boots. The truck is grumbling, waiting for us to leave. Badge is leaning against it, completely unamused, with his ankles and arms crossed. Didn't know you could move so fast, Knives. Skirt hollers with laughter. I'm heading down the steps to join them when Braveheart and Tank come out onto the porch. Hey, where are you guys going? Shit. They need to stay here too. Braveheart, Tank, we have an errand to run, but you need to stay here in case anything happens. Kids are here, all right? Do both of us need to stay? Braveheart asks. Come on, man. Let one of us come. I'll stay, I don't mind. Tank offers. I gotta piss anyway. I place a cigarette between my lips and light it, inhaling as hard as I can. Fine, let's go. Tank, if anything happens, you fucking fight till you die. My sunshine is inside. He gives me a salute. You can count on me, Patrick. I clobber down the steps and blow out a cloud of smoke. Boomer, it's good to see you. My eyes drop to his cut, especially the patch that says President. Looks good, man. He tugs on the lapels and runs his fingers through his dirty blonde hair. It does, don't it? I'm fucking good at it, too. We can shake our dicks later. Let's ride. Badge hits the side of the truck with his palm and hurries around the tailgate to get to the driver's side. We'll follow on our bikes, Skirt says, throwing his leg over the seat. Knives, Boomer, and Braveheart do the same, and I climb into the truck's passenger seat. Badge rolls down the window for me so I can blow the smoke outside. Classic rock and roll blares through the speakers as we head out of the parking lot and line up behind each other as we wait for the gate to swing open. My phone vibrates again, and it's Poppy telling me she's still safe. I type out a quick message telling her we're on our way, then click on the address she sent to bring up the directions. She's only 10 minutes out, I tell Badge, who takes a quick peek at my phone to see which way he has to turn. The bikes behind us roar from the powerful horses stampeding through the engines. The Ford Raptor is just as loud, with a custom exhaust that bellows all the same with deep baritones. Badge curls his fingers around the leather steering wheel to the point that it creaks as he takes a turn. I inhale the smoke again and blow it out of the corner of my mouth, hoping it makes its way out the window. Okay, what? Nothing, he lies. Bullshit, tell me. You swear this girl is just some kid. Nothing more. You aren't cheating. 'Cause you've been acting real squirrely lately. And I swear to God, Patrick, if you're cheating on sweet Sunnie, I'll fucking waterboard you with a bottle of rum. I swallow at the threat. My fingers tremble when I think about how wonderful and awful that would be all at the same time. I'm not cheating on Sunnie, I say with a deadly warning. I'd never do that. I'm going to ask her to marry me. I wouldn't do that if I were fucking around, which I wouldn't do. We already talked about this, Badge. Do you not believe me? I do. I just wanted to make sure. When are you thinking of asking the big question? Soon, I hope. I'm trying not to relapse. Once I get through this itch, I'll get down on one knee and put a ring on her finger. She's already wearing my property patch. To a biker, that's everything. But I know marriage would mean a lot to Sunnie. Plus, tying her to me in every way sounds pretty fucking good to me. Then what's been going on with you? He asks. Other than wanting to get drunk off every kind of alcohol there is, nothing. I'm fine, Badge. If I need help, I'll ask for it. I won't ask, but there's nothing wrong with trying to believe I would. Fucking liar, he grumbles. Yes, lies build a sense of false self, and I really need that right now. I point out the window with the butt of the cigarette before tossing it outside to let the wind take it. That looks like it. It's a trailer park. What the fuck is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with trailer parking living, Badge. Not everyone is trash. What the fuck? That's not what I meant. When I was a cop. I don't miss the crack in his voice when he says the words. He misses it more than anything. I was called here a lot. It's known for drugs, assault, dogfighting rings, the works. It isn't a safe place. He flips on his blinker and turns onto the gravel road that leads through the middle of the park. There are a few dozen trailers, but it seems most everyone is outside around a bonfire right now, drinking and dancing to music. Plenty of guys have their shirts off, and couples are making out then switching partners. I couldn't imagine sharing Sunnie like that. Her lips, her touch, her body are all mine. Other men aren't allowed to watch or touch. This leads me to wonder how Bullseye does it. There's a part of me that wonders if he and Skirt switch partners. I don't think so, but they're in that damn room a lot these days. I mean, one thing eventually leads to another, right? Someone pushes one boundary, then another, and then all of a sudden, what if you're in a big orgy and don't know how you got there? It's this one. I point to the trailer to our right. It's old. The outside has rust on the siding from the weather and the porch is sagging. The steps are broken, and there's a screen door lying on the lawn. I wonder if it was ripped off from the hinges. Badge slams the truck into park and turns off the engine, tucking the keys safely in his cut pocket. Let's get this party started. We hop out of the Raptor and slam the doors while waiting for someone to come up and stop us. I expected violence. The bikes stop grumbling, and all of us turn to see the people dancing around the fire. The music is blaring, and no one is paying us any mind. Wow, this might be easier than we thought, Skirt comments, knocking his kickstand with his boot before dismounting his bike. Sorry, guys. She made it sound worse than it is. Damn, I really wanted to throw some stars. I'm out of practice, Knives says sadly. Not according to your bedroom door, I point out. We climb the steps, bypassing the broken ones, and the porch groans from our added weight. That sounds ominous, Braveheart says as he looks around. The first thing I notice is the front door. It's open. I press my fingers against it and push. The hinges squeak in need of oil or replacement, and a cloud of smoke that reeks of weed smacks us in the face. Boomer whistles. Damn, that's some strong shit. Wonder who their supplier is. I know you aren't trying to network right now. I glare at him. A businessman is always looking for business, no matter the circumstances. Boomer shrugs. I step inside first. The guys follow behind me. Badge has a gun out. Knives has his stars out. Skirt is wearing his brass knuckles, and Braveheart, I don't know what he's doing. He's putting on his brave face, and that's why we like him. The TV is playing static, and the rabbit ears on top are bent. The carpet is a puke green color and a shag material that reminds me of the 70s. The wallpaper in the kitchen is peeling, and the linoleum floor is chipped from age and wear. The recliner has stains on it, the couch sags in the middle, and the dark wood coffee table has various drugs on it. Boomer snags the bag of pot and tucks it in his pocket. All of us deadpan him with a dirty look. What? Homer has Rice Krispie joints. This will help him. What a sorry excuse. We all know Homer has more pot than a marijuana distribution center. There's a spoon next to a white substance, along with a candle flickering and a needle. None of that is getting to me, but the spilled bottle of vodka dripping onto the carpet? My mouth is fucking watering. I take a step toward it, but Skirt yanks me back by my cut. and Badge takes the bottle to the kitchen to get rid of it. They always have my back. I'm okay. You sure? I'm fine, thanks. I take a deep breath and pat my pocket for the sobriety chip. I'm okay. I'll be fine. Poppy? I call out for her, but I don't hear a thing. Poppy? I begin to head down the hall. The trailer moans with every step. The pictures lining the wall tilt to the side. Poppy? You here? Say something. The door at the very end of the hall opens, and Badge is next to me, aiming his gun directly at the door. Come out with your hands in the air, he shouts, cocking his weapon.
Patrick?
Poppy whimpers as she comes out of the room.
I protected myself like you said, but I think I went too far.
As I get closer, I notice the blood on her clothes and the splatter across her face. In her hand is a small handgun with a short barrel. She's shaking and in shock.
I found a weapon like you said. They came back. They were starting to strip. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
I pull her in for a hug, not caring about the blood. I wonder if this kid is really 18, or if she just told me that. She seems too innocent. It's okay. We're here now. I lean away and notice the black eye she's carrying. Did they do that to you? She nods. Badge and Skirt are the first to enter the room she was in. Holy fucking hell, Skirt announces. Did you run out of bullets, Poppy? He asks her.
I kept shooting. It was all I had.
I gently take the gun away from her and tuck it in my waistband. Don't ever apologize for protecting yourself. Ever. You understand me? She nods and it has a tear break free. Stay with Braveheart, okay? I'm going in the room.
No, don't leave me, please. Don't go.
She wraps her arms around me tight like a child clings to their father when they're afraid. I have to figure out what to do with the bodies, okay? We aren't going to let you get in trouble, okay? The bass of the music takes that moment to pound the walls. No wonder people aren't running around freaking out, or the place isn't swarming with cops. No one could hear the gunshots. Stay right here with Braveheart. He's a good guy, I promise.
Okay,
Poppy says softly with a bit of resignation. She sags against the wall and slides down onto the floor, then lifts her knees to her chest and cries. I hate leaving her, but I have to head into the room where the guys are. When I get there, what I see makes my eyes go wide. Holy fuck. She shot them all in the chest and groin. Her aim is impeccable. That's what you're getting from this? We have 3 bodies here. What are we going to do with them? Skirt asks. We take them back to the compound and burn them, I say. And then I blow this place to smithereens. Boomer takes out 2 sticks of dynamite from his cut and wiggles his brows. No one will know. Everyone is going to know, Boomer. You can't exactly hide an explosion. No, he says, but you can time it. We can get the truck to the back door, load the bodies in the back. I can set up a contraption, and with the press of a button with this burner, the place will go boom. We can go out the back way and never look back. Everyone here is too fucking drunk. Sorry, Patrick, to know what the hell is going on anyway. And no cop is going to put a lot of faith in this place. He adds. No offense taken, I say. He's right, unfortunately. Badge sounds disappointed. But there's nothing we can do about that right now. I have to make a decision. We can't be here all fucking night. Boomer, get your dynamite ready. Braveheart? I call out. He sticks his head in the crack of the door. He doesn't even blink at the carnage around our feet. Yeah, Patrick? Bring the truck around back and get Poppy settled too. She doesn't need to see us loading the bodies. You got it, he says, giving the wall a quick tap of his knuckles. Braveheart disappears and leaves us in the room that smells of blood and something else that I can't quite put my finger on. It reeks, whatever it is. The mattress is on the floor and the bed is unmade. There are half-filled plastic water bottles everywhere, and burnt ends of blunts in the ashtray. Well, they aren't going to get up and load themselves. Badge grunts, lifting one guy up and slinging him over his shoulder. Skirt laughs. Imagine if they did, though. Christ, I'd be shedding my damn kilt. I'd be so scared. Please don't. One mess to clean up at a time, I answer, somehow managing to smile during a time like this. I must just be used to blood and bodies. Each of us carries a body to the hallway and watch out the window. The taillights shine bright red as Braveheart reverses as close as he can to the back door. Boomer is whistling as he sets up his bomb, having the time of his life. Badge kicks the back door open, and Braveheart opens the tailgate. Come on, before someone comes. Braveheart gestures with his hand. We just killed them too. Badge states simply, as if killing is the solution for everything. I throw the body on the bed of the truck a bit harder than necessary, and the man's head smacks against it with a crunch. I cringe. Skirt follows suit, and Badge tosses his guy in next. I shut the tailgate and pull the cover over it next to hide the bodies. The hinges of the door whining have me turning around to see Boomer coming out of the trailer with a post-orgasmic smile on his face. The dude has issues when it comes to blowing shit up. Let's get out of here, I declare, and climb into the truck. Poppy is crying in the front seat, mumbling how sorry she is over and over. Her hands are shaking as she tries to wipe the blood on her jeans. I know nothing I say will make it better. Hey. Boomer pokes his head through the window from the passenger side. You want to press this button right here? He shows her a small remote-like device, tapping a button that's labeled number 3. And your worst nightmare will go up in smoke. Really? She sniffles. Really, do it. You'll feel so much better. Boomer pats the door as he, Skirt, Knives, and Braveheart head to their bikes. Let's get out of here, Badge says, turning on the engine and throwing the truck in drive. Oh, you're going to want to wait until we're a safe distance. Boomer yells at the last minute, before the roars of the motorcycles take over his voice. The tires crunch against the gravel while we go out the back entrance. I turn around to make sure my brothers are behind us. Their headlights finally come to view as they round the corner from the trailer. We turn onto the road, and I double-check everyone is still behind us. When Knives is the last one to turn on the street, I tap Poppy's shoulder. Now. Press it now. Her hands continue to shake as she cradles the device. Her thumb presses the number 3 hard until her flesh turns white from the pressure. We all look out the window to see the trailer explode. Flames lick the sky in reds and oranges, and the ground mimics an earthquake. Poppy's eyes are wide and full of tears. Tears of relief. All right, let's go before the cops show up, Badge states, and presses his foot against the gas to get us home quicker. The song Bad Company thumps through the speakers, and I smirk at the irony since we have bodies in the back and bikers behind us. While one issue is taken care of, now we just have to burn the bodies. My biggest concern: what the hell am I going to do with Poppy?
Chapter 11. Sunnie. I'm in the kitchen, filling the kettle to the brim, then place it on the stove to boil. I told Patrick I'd be up to make his friend tea, and I meant it. I rub my eyes to get the grit of sleep out and lean my hip against the counter as I wait for the kettle to whistle.
No, I got it. We'll burn them. Go take care of Poppy.
I snap my head up when I hear Boomer's voice, and the tea kettle whistles at that exact moment. I hurry to the cabinet that holds all the mugs and take 3 down, fill them with tea bags, and pour boiling hot water over them. I'm nervous. Is that okay? I've never met anyone from Patrick's AA meetings. Except Wendy, his sponsor. I want to make a good impression on his friend, and by the sound of it, it seems like she's had a hell of a time. Deep breaths. Everything will be fine. I place the mugs on the table and sit. No, maybe I should stand. Maybe that's too intimidating? Sitting is best. No, then it will look like I'm waiting. I stand right as Patrick and a girl come into the kitchen. A very young girl. Oh my God, the poor thing. She's skin and bone. Her hair is messy and bright blue, matted to her scalp, and she has dark circles under her eyes. She's flickering her eyes all around as if something is going to jump out of the corner and snatch her. I study her and notice a very similar tic that I have. She's scratching her inner arms. Her eyes are red and swollen from tears, and the bruise on the right side of her face is nasty looking. It's black and looks painful. Poppy, this is Sunnie, my old lady. Sunnie, this is Poppy. Hi, Pop. My words are cut short when she slams against me. Poppy wraps her arms around my waist and buries her face against my chest. Her hot tears wet my skin, and I return her needy embrace. Thank you so much. Thank you both so much, she sobs. I know you didn't have to let him help, but you did. Thank you. Of course. Any friend of Patrick's is a friend of mine. Take a seat. I made us some tea. I push against her shoulders, breaking the hug, and that's when her arms fall to her side. That's when I notice the blood. How about we get you cleaned up first? I walk her over to the sink and turn on the faucet. Hot and cold water at the same time so it's comfortable. I guide her hands under the steamy stream, squeeze soap on her hands, and take the rough bristle brush and scrub across her hands. I make sure to get under the nails, too. Doesn't it bother you? She whispers, giving me a quick glance before looking away. Oh no, this isn't anything. You are in a place where everyone understands where you're coming from. The water that swirls down the drain turns pink as the blood rushes off her hands. Patrick said... She licks her lips. Never mind. What? Patrick said you were a heroin addict? She whispers even softer so Patrick can't hear her. That's correct. I glance at her track marks on her arm. Does it get easier? The question has me scrubbing her hands softer. Everyone is different. I went to rehab, which is where I met Patrick. I don't have the urge for heroin anymore, but that doesn't mean someone else wouldn't. Once her hands are clean, I dry them off with a paper towel, then scrub the red splatter off her left cheek. Come on, the tea will help you relax. I pull out her chair and she lowers herself to sit. Her eyes close for a second when she wraps her hands around the hot mug. I bet she's feeling that warmth through her entire body. As I watch her sip her tea, I notice how young she really looks. How old are you, Poppy? And don't say you're 18. You aren't, are you? She swallows the mouthful of chamomile tea and shakes her head. The greasy blue strands of her hair block her face as she curls in on herself. It's okay. You aren't in trouble. I reach for her hand and give it a light squeeze. We just want to get to know you. The smell of the bonfire out front is stronger than usual, and I make a face to stop myself from throwing up. I know that smell. It's burning flesh. They're burning bodies. Whatever happened to Poppy, she had to protect herself. I'm 16. She lifts her eyes to Patrick. I'm sorry. I thought saying I was 18 would make you take me more seriously. Please, don't be mad at me. Poppy falls to her knees and rests her head against Patrick's leg. Please, don't be mad. I won't lie again. I promise. Hey, none of that. I'm not mad. No one is mad.
But how are you only 16 with all this happening to you, kiddo? Addicted to drugs? I can't help you if you don't talk to me, Patrick says, keeping his voice level and calm. He pets the side of her head, and that seems to calm her. What in the world has this poor girl been through? I scoot closer to Patrick and take his hand in mine. I know we have a lot to discuss. She's clearly attached to us somehow, him more than me, which makes sense. It seems she misses a dominant figure in her life. Talk to me, Poppy. I can't help you if you don't. He's stern, and I'm about to slap his arm for doing that. He's going to scare her. More fear, and the girl will turn into a pumpkin before Halloween. She stares up at him, eyes wide as she digs her fingers into his pant leg. Where are your parents? Do you have anyone we can call for you? She shakes her head. My parents died last year, and it's just been my stepbrother and me. He's my ex. Please, I don't want to go back to the park. So many bad people there. I can't help but watch her body language. She isn't pawing at Patrick, just clinging to him for safety. She wants to make him happy. She's clearly been abused. She has scars around her wrists, maybe from being tied up. Hey, no one is going to make you go anywhere you don't want to go, okay? Finish your tea, and then Sunnie is going to get a room ready. I can't stay with you guys in your room? She whips her head so fast her hair flies around her shoulders. I don't know this place or these people. I know we're big, scary bikers, but I promise we're good people. We'll protect you. And Sunnie and I will be right in the next room, okay? I promise you won't be far and that you're in a safe place. No one can get onto this land. You swear? On the bottle, Patrick says, and his choice of words has me falling in love with him a little more. Now, finish your tea, shower, and then we'll talk more in the morning. Okay, Patrick. Poppy seems so eager, staring at Patrick as if she's a puppy waiting to be trained. She stands and goes back to her chair, curling in on herself again and holding the mug to her chest. I'll go get the room ready. I get up to leave, and Poppy drops her mug onto the kitchen floor. It shatters into 100 bits. The liquid is still hot enough that it's steaming from the ground. Poppy drops to her knees and begins to pick up the pieces, ignoring when her fingers bleed. You can't go. You can't. I'm sorry for the mess. I'm so sorry. Patrick and I are at her side instantly, and I yank the paper towels from the counter. Poppy, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you or for you to think I was leaving forever, I tell her. I didn't think she was that attached to me just yet, but it seems she has latched herself on to the both of us. You're hurting yourself. Never do that. It's okay to drop things. It's just a mug. I pat her index finger with a towel to stop the bleeding. Never pick up sharp objects. Always use a broom, okay? She nods numbly, staring into space as silent tears drip down her cheeks. Patrick is staring at the shattered ceramic, lost in thought. Come on, let's go shower and get you into clean clothes. Patrick, can you clean this up, please? I ask him as I guide her to Poodle's bathroom. She's shaking. It's okay. I'll give you some privacy. No! She yells. I mean, Poppy lowers her voice. I don't want to be alone. Sure, I understand. I shut the door behind me and turn around to give her privacy to get undressed. I don't think I can lift my arms, Sunnie. I'm exhausted, she admits. I turn around to witness her trying to take off her shirt, but she can't. Her muscles are trembling from the effort. I can help if you want, I offer. She nods, and an embarrassed flush takes over her bruised cheek. I'm so weak. I grip her arms, but not too hard. She's so small that I'm afraid I'll do more harm than good. You're not weak.
Something bad happened to you. You lived through it. Now, we just have to get you healthy again. But you're not weak, okay? I help her take off her shirt. She's able to take off her own pants. A lump lodges in my throat as tears sting my eyes when I see the state of her body. I don't mean to look, but it's too hard not to since I'm helping her bathe. I can count her ribs. Her hip bones protrude. Her stomach is sunk in, and she has faded bruises along her body, turning a faint yellow. I muster the best smile I can before reaching in and turning on the shower. I wipe my cheek when a tear breaks free. I don't want her to see that I'm upset. Do I have to shower? Can I bathe? I don't want to stand. Everything hurts. I can't imagine how tired she must be, or how embarrassed she must feel to trust someone she hardly knows to take care of her like this. I think a shower would be easier. We'll be quick, okay? Then you can sleep for days. She listens to me without argument, which concerns me, and steps inside the shower. She groans when the hot water hits her skin. Oh, it's been so long since I've felt hot water. I never want to leave. I watch the water turn from clear to a murky gray as the dirt is washed away from her body. Tilt your head back and I'll wash your hair. I ask her while trying to slide my fingers through her tangled hair. I bend down to pick up the shampoo bottle and squeeze a generous amount in my hand. I'll have to buy Poodle a new bottle, which costs an arm and a leg. He's a fucking freak about his lavender shampoo. I rub my palms together to get them nice and sudsy before scrubbing her hair. The blue dye turns the water into the color of the sky. Her shoulder blades are sharp from the lack of meat on her bones. The divots in her spine can be counted right along with her ribs. I'm so happy she decided to trust us. I can't imagine what would happen to her if she didn't. 16. God, just what was she doing at the AA meeting? I rinse her hair out and hand her a loofah to wash her body. She's slow in her movements. Eventually, I shut the water off, wrap her in a towel, and then dry her hair with an extra one. She moves like a zombie as we head out the door. I guide her to my bedroom and open the dresser drawers to grab clean clothes. She drops the towel on the ground and throws on the oversized shirt. She tugs the panties on, then the sweatpants. When she's dressed, she looks like she's about to fall over. To break someone's spirit is cruel, but to break a child's, that's demonic and inhumane. People who do such horrible things deserve to die, be burned to ash, then get scattered in the desert. Poppy is safe now. I'll protect her as if she were my own flesh and blood. Come on, let's get you to bed. I take her hand and lead her to the door before the bathroom, right across from me and Patrick's room. She drags her feet across the floor, and I flip on the fan to help circulate the air. I yank the fluffy green comforter back, and she crawls in, laying her head on the pillow while I tuck her in. 16. More like 8. The girl is so young mentally. Doc will need to examine her and make sure she's healthy. Her eyes are already drooping as she fights to stay awake. It's okay. Sleep. We'll see you in the morning. Can you leave the door cracked? She slurs the question with exhaustion. Of course, Poppy. Thanks, Mom. I hold my breath as I leave the room and head to mine. I know she didn't mean it. She's so tired, and when you get into that kind of state, it's hard to decipher dreams from reality. It only makes the decision I made not to have kids if Patrick didn't want, to wishing I never made that decision to begin with. She reminds me of how much I do want kids. My heart hurts again, even though Patrick didn't say he didn't want them when I tiptoed around it. He's never said he does. He also bypassed that detail. Crazy night, right? Patrick shuts the bedroom door as I climb into bed, groaning with how good it feels. I didn't realize how stressed I was until now. Yeah, very, I yawn. Patrick crawls in beside me and wraps an arm around my shoulders, tucking my head into the nook of his arm. I didn't know things were so bad with her. He breaks the new silence in the room that lasted all of 2 minutes. If I did, I wouldn't have... I didn't know. Of course you didn't. You gave her a safe place. That's what matters. Don't blame yourself, okay? I know he's going to. It's just the kind of man he is. After another quiet beat passes, Patrick's deep voice cuts through the silence while I rub his chest. When she was on the floor, picking up broken pieces of that mug, it reminded me of the lowest time in my life. I dropped a liquor bottle. Then I got on my hands and knees, picking up the pieces and licking them. I needed every drop. When Reaper saw how bad it was, the shape I was in, that's when he forced me into rehab. He rubs his fingers lazily up and down my back as I listen to him. My cheek is pressed against his chest, and I can feel his heartbeat pound against my ear. It's beating a song of empathy and agony, love and hate, full of laughter and screams. We'll make sure she isn't us. That's the thing, Sunnie. She already is. Yeah, but she has something that neither Patrick nor I had. Us.
Chapter 12. Patrick. I'm having the best dream. There's a hot, wet mouth wrapped around my cock, sucking me deep, humming around the thick, meaty flesh until the crown tingles and my sack pulls tight to my body. I thrust my hips into the warm hole. Sunnie is sucking me like she's fucking starved. The more the sensation continues, my eyes flutter open. And that's when it hit me that the sensation isn't a dream. Sunnie's bright blonde head is bobbing up and down, sucking me like a fucking popsicle on a hot summer day. I blink the night away and place my hand on the back of her head, sifting my fingers through her hair while she sucks me down. Her hand wraps around the base while she gives me my morning delight, stroking me and licking the tip the way I like. I groan when she lifts her big blue eyes to mine and nearly fill her mouth right then and there. I love it when she locks eyes with me while wrapping her tongue around the crown. She licks the pulsating vein on the underside, then palms my sack and gives it a quick tug. I arch my back and bite my bottom lip. Fuck, Sunnie. You know how to suck my cock. That fucking mouth. I snarl and growl at the same time while she bites down on the head. I bring my other hand from above me and grab her head with more force. Enough teasing. I thrust my hips off the bed and ram my cock in the back of her throat. She gags and coughs, a string of spit coating my cock. Her eyes water with the next thrust. Her beautiful, swollen lips are puffy as they stretch around my girth to accommodate me. Sunnie loves getting her face fucked. I ram between her lips, using her silken mouth as my own fuck toy. She continues to cough and choke, which only makes me fuck her harder. I want her throat to be sore. I want her to feel me all day, every time she swallows or eats. I want her to remember whose cock was here, whose cock she sucks and only fucking sucks. I want her to taste my cum on her tongue to remember whose seed she's only allowed to drink. I want her to know who fucking owns her, just like this mouth owns me. You're going to make me cum. Do you want to swallow it, or do I paint your face and feed it to you? I don't give her a choice. I pull out and grab my cock to aim. Thick, creamy streams pulsate from me, landing on her mouth, cheek, her hair, and the final one adds a necklace around her neck. Look at you. You look so fucking pretty wearing pearls, sunshine. I rake my finger through the cum on her face and shove it into her mouth. Lick it clean, I order. Her tongue circles around the digit, and when I'm satisfied, I gather the seed across her neck and have her drink that down too. When she's clean, I flip her onto her back, yank her panties down, and shove my face between her legs, feasting on her soaking wet cunt and swollen clit. I roll my tongue through her delicate petals. They are so soft, sweet, dripping with honey. She's worked up from sucking my cock, so it doesn't take many licks to her center to have her tugging on my hair as she comes.
Patrick.
She cries out my name as she floods my mouth with her honey. Her thighs shake around my head while she enjoys the ecstasy of the safest high she can get.
Good morning,
she sighs, throwing her arm across her eyes while she catches her breath. I chuckle and kiss her folds before climbing up her body. Now that is the way we should wake up every morning. If you aren't orgasming before you start your day, are you even starting it right? Once the haze clears, she sits up on her elbows and cups my face gently.
What are we going to do with Poppy?
I lay my head on her chest and sigh. I don't know, sunshine. I wish I knew. I didn't know things were so bad with her. If she doesn't have another place to go, then does she stay here? What about social services?
Honestly, I don't think it would be good for her to leave. She has trust issues. Foster care would ruin her, and she already needs so much help,
she says, running her fingers through my hair as I lay my head in the middle of her chest.
She couldn't even wash her own hair, Patrick. She was so weak, and she trusts you. She's attached. If you take that small amount of security away from her, who knows what will happen?
She isn't a baby. She's nearly grown. But am I ready for the responsibility? I don't know. The thought terrifies me and makes me want to drink. The sound of a baby crying has me rolling to the side and sighing. I don't know how they do it, I admit, as I listen to the entire house wake up due to the baby's crying. Once one baby starts crying, all of them join in.
What do you mean?
Sunnie asks. The babies. Everything changes when you have kids. I'm glad we aren't there yet. I don't know if I imagine it, but I think I feel her tense below me.
Really? What makes you so hesitant?
I don't think I like where this is going. Come on, sunshine. I roll to my side and prop myself up on my elbows and place my chin in my hands. You're doing better than me. But what do addicts know about raising kids? Poppy is kind of different. She isn't a baby.
I think us being in recovery gives us an edge to parenting. We would be great parents because we know what our child needs from us.
I narrow my eyes. You've thought about this. Sunnie, do you want kids? She glances away from me to stare at the wall and shrugs. Sunnie, look at me. Do you want kids? I'm waiting for her to turn her head and tell me no because I don't know what I would do if she told me yes. I haven't thought that far ahead. I still think about drinking too damn much to even think about having kids. How does an alcoholic care for a baby when he can't even take care of himself? Sunnie, talk to me.
Yes. Okay? Yes. I want kids. I want your children, Patrick. Is that so hard to believe that I want babies with you? I think about it all the time. And do you know how hard it is around everyone else moving on with their lives and starting families while we seem to be stuck? We're allowed to want more than this, Patrick. We're allowed to dream of what can be, instead of feeling like we aren't allowed happiness and love because of who we used to be.
Sunnie rolls out of bed, and I quickly run my eyes down her naked frame before she bends over to grab her robe off the floor.
It's all I've been thinking about. I want to get off birth control, Patrick. I want you. I want us. I want more for our lives than what we have allowed. That's fair, isn't it?
I blink a few times and let her words set in while I sit up and hold the sheets around my hips. There aren't many times I feel exposed, but right now is one of them.
Say something,
she begs, her voice high-pitched with emotions. I don't know what to say. I stand, heading toward the bathroom to take a shower, letting her words run over and over in my head. She wants kids. My kids. My fucked up DNA that's addicted to alcohol and who knows what else. What is she thinking wanting my kids? Does she have any idea what she's asking?
That's it? You're just going to walk away? We aren't even going to talk about this?
What's there to talk about? I reply, pausing before the bathroom door. How long have you been feeling like this? How long have you wanted kids?
I wasn't sure until a few weeks ago.
Weeks? I raise my voice and sound a bit hysterical. You've known this for weeks, and you didn't talk to me sooner?
I didn't know how to bring it up, Patrick. You have to understand. I also thought you were having an affair. When would I bring up kids when you would stay out all hours of the night without telling me what you were doing or where you were going? Like I'd bring up kids when I thought you were fucking someone else.
I take a step toward her and point toward the floor. I would never fuck someone else. I would never do that to you. Ever. The fact that you thought I would makes me wonder just how low you think of me.
Oh,
she scoffs, tightening the belt attached to her robe around her waist.
Don't turn this around on me. Things were adding up. You pulled away.
She begins to count on her fingers.
You stayed out late. You never answered your phone. When you talked to me, it seemed like you were keeping the truth from me. So while I knew you would never do that to me, I couldn't avoid the fucking facts staring at me in the face.
Fuck the goddamn supposed facts you thought you saw. What about my love for you? What about your love for me? Isn't that fact enough to know I'd never fuck anyone? I don't want anyone else but you, Sunnie. Don't you get that? I only want you. I shout.
You want me enough to have kids?
She asks.
Do you want to have kids with me?
That's not fair, Sunnie, and you know it. I don't know. I don't know if I want kids. That's a big decision that I don't know if I'm ready for. But I know I love you. Why can't that be enough? Why can't I be enough? Why can't it just be you and me?
When has it been me and you?
She screams at the top of her lungs.
Here I am, all the time, giving every inch of myself to you. Do you do the same for me? Do you give me the same courtesy?
Yes. You know everything about me. You know my deepest, darkest secrets. I sneer. You know everything.
Then tell me if you want kids.
I don't know. I say honestly. That I can't answer.
I think you know. Do you?
Sunnie.
Do you want kids?
I don't know.
Do you want kids?
I groan with the repeated question. I said I don't know.
Patrick, do you?
No! I roar. No, I don't want kids. I don't want them. I don't think I'm ever going to want them. They're going to require a part of me that I don't think I know how to give. I don't think I have room to love anyone else the way I love you. No. I shake my head. I don't want kids. She weeps, her wet cheeks shining under the light, breaking my fucking heart with my honesty.
Then where does that leave us?
What do you mean, where does it leave us? It's us. Me and you. It's always going to be that way.
Patrick, that's not fair to either of us. You don't want kids, yet I do want kids. Who sacrifices their wants? No one should.
She looks away, and my heart begins to pump vigorously at her implication. No. We'll get through this. We get through everything together. My eyes burn at the thought of being in this world without her. I cough to try and catch my bearings. I physically can't be without you. I mentally can't be without you. I need you.
I need us to grow,
she whimpers, pressing her hands against her eyes.
I need us to be more than the people we were when we met, Patrick.
I rub my hands down my face. Maybe I'll want kids one day. I can't tell you right now that I do because I don't. People change. I might change.
You won't if you're too scared to,
she says.
I'm not saying we would be perfect parents, but I think we'd be amazing. You have so much love to give.
The only love I want to give is to you, Sunshine.
Maybe.
I shake my head while putting my arms around her. I drop my head to her forehead. Don't. Please don't. I back her against the nearest wall and undo her robe. Don't. No maybes. There are never any maybes with us.
Patrick, it isn't fair to either of us,
she sobs.
I don't want to force you to have children, and I know you wouldn't want me to give up what I want either.
I drop my forehead to her shoulder. The ends of the sheet unravel from my waist and fall to the floor. I'm so fucking scared right now. It sounds like she's ending things with us. I haven't been this scared in a long time. Having her in my life has been the only thing that's kept me on the straight and narrow. We'll figure it out, baby. We always do, I say, wrapping her legs around my waist. We always do. Don't talk like this. I keep my hand between us and push my cock against her entrance.
Patrick.
Her wet cheek rubs against my shoulder, and I thrust inside this beautiful body that I haven't been able to breathe without since the day I met her. Don't do this. Don't take my sunshine away. I clutch onto her shoulders and drive into her, slow and hard. It's desperate. It's painful. Why does it feel like the last time?
I don't want to. I love you. I love you so much.
Her words break with every stroke. I'll get there. I swear I'll get there. Just give me time. I yank her head back, and we stare at one another, both of us hurt, sad, and torn. I'll give you what you want. I'll give you anything. She shakes her head and moans, but it's a moan full of pleasure and heartache wrapped in one.
Don't force yourself. The last thing I want is for you to regret me.
She claws at my back, and a sob breaks free from her chest.
God, I never regret you, Patrick. You're the love of my life.
Then marry me, I say desperately. Marry me, marry me, marry me, I repeat, asking with every stroke.
Don't.
She begins to cry again.
Don't do that. Don't ask me that if you don't mean it.
I mean it. I can't be without you, Sunnie.
This isn't fair.
She tosses her head back against the wall, her nails scratching across my shoulders, marking me.
This isn't fair. You know we can't. Not with this hanging between us.
I squeeze my hand around her neck, and a damn tear breaks free of my waterline as I choke her. I can't fucking be without you, Sunnie. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? I can't. I thrust. Be. Thrust. Without. Thrust. You. I hang my head and angrily thrust into her, wanting to punish her for making me feel like this, making me feel like I'm losing her. The tears fall from my eyes onto the floor as I watch myself disappear inside her. You want kids? I snap my head up and look at her in the eyes. I'll give them to you. Starting right now. I'll give you all the kids you want. I won't lose us. I won't lose you because of this. The more I try to give her what she wants, the more my orgasm fades. I haven't had this issue since rehab.
Stop, stop, stop it. I can't,
she cries, shoving at my shoulders. I slip out of her and stumble back. My cock is half hard, and she slides down the wall, sobbing into her hands. The sounds leaving her break apart the small amount of hold I have on myself. I drop to my knees and scoot closer to her. "Sunnie," I rasp. "I know this is something we can get through. I know this is something we can work through. We've beaten the worst of the worst situations." I rub her legs with my hands.
"Patrick,"
she shakes her head.
"we have to figure it out soon."
Her blue eyes are neon lights from crying.
"I took a test earlier this morning because I've been feeling more emotional than usual. And I'm pregnant, Patrick. I wanted to see how you felt. And I guess I know,"
she says. She's pregnant. I stand on shaky legs and jerk on my jeans. I need to go. I need to get some air.
"Patrick, we need to talk about this. If you don't want this, I won't pressure you to stay with me and raise a child. I won't get rid of him or her, though. That's something I won't do."
I just need time to think, okay? I tug on my shirt and throw my hair in a messy bun, sweeping the motorcycle keys off the dresser. I'm not ready for this. I don't think I want kids. What am I going to do? The love of my life is pregnant, and all I can think about is how I'll ruin their lives. Or what if they get kidnapped like Macy and I did? I can't do this right now. I need a drink.
Chapter 13, Sunnie. I didn't think the conversation would be that bad. I sniffle as I talk to Sarah. I don't know if she can hear me, but I need to speak to someone. Maybe I shouldn't have gone about it that way. Maybe I should have eased into it. But because I bottled it up, I let it get too far. I place my elbows on the mattress and cover my face with my hands as I sob. I don't know what to do. I knew him not being happy was a possibility, but I didn't think it would be like this. I thought he'd be shocked, but I didn't think he'd be so against it. I don't know what to do, Sarah. I drop my hands to the mattress and take her hand in mine. I need you to wake up, okay? Please. I need my best friend. How do I fix this? I can't be without him. Now that I am, I want to do anything to keep him. My hand drops to my flat stomach. But I want to keep him, too. Hey. Reaper's deep voice comes into the room, and I drop her hand gently. I cover her hand with the sheet, then wipe my eyes with my palms. Hey, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude on you. I just really needed to see her. You don't have to apologize to me, Sunnie. You can always come to see Sarah. Always. Thank you. I think I did something terrible. My lip quivers again, and the fat tears blur my vision. I think Patrick and I are over. What? Why would you say that? He rushes over to my side and takes the seat that's against the wall, dragging it beside me. He loves you. There is no way in hell that man could live without you. I'm actually afraid he'd relapse. He places his hand on my knee and squeezes. Talk to me. Anything that happens here stays here. The door opens again, and the nurse wheels in the large incubator, and then another nurse is followed by a bunch of other machines. Reaper grins. There is my little bit. How did the doc say she was doing? He asks the nurse, who is currently chewing on a piece of bubble gum too loudly. It's grinding my fucking nerves. Oh, your little bit is strong. She is surpassing expectations and has a clean bill of health. I think she'll be ready to go home soon, the nurse adds. Reaper's happiness slips from his face, and he eyes Sarah. Without her mom? The nurse has a sympathetic smile on her while staring at him. It's normal. I'm not going anywhere without my wife. My daughter deserves to see her mother every day.
I don't care what I have to do. I don't care if I have to sleep in this room every day on a cot and bring in the crib myself. We aren't leaving, and you can't force us to."
Reaper's voice begins to rise, and the nurse takes his anger professionally, listening to him vent as if she's heard it 100 times before. "Sweetie, I was just about to suggest you could stay here. I'll make sure to always sign off on Hendrik's form, saying she needs a little more oxygen or something. There is always a way around it." He lets out a breath at the same time the door swings open again, and a woman dressed in fishnet stockings, a blue jean skirt, and red permed hair throws her arms in the air.
"Oh my God, have no fear, Auntie Trixie is here." "Trixie? What the hell are you doing here? I thought you sold the lingerie store and moved to Belize or something."
Reaper hurries over to Trixie, who, if I remember correctly, is Hawk's sister. Hawk was Boomer's dad, and he died when Boomer was just a kid. We never see Trixie around. Reaper said it was hard for her to be around everyone and not see Hawk, but maybe she's okay now. She fluffs her hair before wrapping him up in a hug.
You know how it goes. I moved to the Caribbean, date a hot man in too tight of a bathing suit, just to find out he had a wife."
I gasp. Oh my God, that's terrible.
"Tell me about it. But I took me and my fine-ass self with my money and came back home. I figured I belonged here, you know? Maybe try to get to know the family I've been running away from, and I'm so sorry. I called Boomer, and he told me everything. He isn't ready to see me yet, understandably, but I wanted to see how you were doing. I hope that's okay." "Of course," he says. "Trixie, the club is your home. You never have to ask. You want to meet my little girl?"
Trixie's eyes water as she nods her head.
"Oh, I'd love that. Come here."
He guides Trixie to the incubator as the nurses make sure the machines are all hooked up. I give them their privacy and stare at Sarah. I sniffle again. The waterworks just won't seem to stop since Patrick is on my mind. I dig into my purse and pull out a blue hairbrush. I lean over her and gently comb the brush through her hair, which is in desperate need of some dry shampoo. I brought that too. "I miss you. I know you're in there. I know you're going to wake up. But don't leave us waiting too long. You don't want to miss Hendrix looking like a newborn." The bristles get caught on a tangle and hold the strands above the knot, while I comb it out so it doesn't hurt her.
"Her name is Hendrix,"
Reaper says. I smile when I hear the pride in his voice.
"Sarah did so good. I really need to wake her up, Trixie. I can't do this alone. I can't do it without her."
It's hard not to get choked up while listening to him. He loves her so much. A phone trills and Trixie excuses herself.
"Sorry, I need to take this. It's my realtor. She's beautiful, Reaper. I'll call you later, okay?"
Reaper kisses her on the cheek.
"You bet. Glad you're home, Trix."
She gives me a friendly wave and I tuck the brush back in my purse. The nurse opens the incubator and Reaper dips down to pick her up.
"I can't get over how small she is,"
he whispers in awe, staring at her as if she's the only thing in the world that matters. It hurts seeing him so in love with his baby, when Patrick would never look at his daughter or son like that. I don't think. Maybe. I don't know anymore. The one thing I do know, he doesn't want kids, and he only wants me. Why can't that be enough for me? Why do I have the urge to have children?
"Now, hold her to make yourself feel better and tell old Reaper what happened."
Reaper sits down in the seat beside me and transfers her to my arms. "And this is why I want kids. I want to be a mom. I want to be the mom I never had, and I know I can do it. My heart warms and happiness overloads my system as I hold this bundle of joy. God, she's beautiful. She has big brown eyes and long dark lashes, and she stares up at me with a new wonder she has for the world. "Oh, hello, sweet girl," I coo at her. "You are so pretty. Look at those chunky cheeks." I pinch them gently, and she grins, stretching her arms and legs in the air. "Oh, Reaper, she's perfect." I know. He tickles underneath her jaw. It kills me that Sarah hasn't been able to hold her yet. I hope she does soon. Me too. I'm holding her, and everything makes sense to me. I know I can't wait to have a child of my own. If Patrick doesn't want that, it really isn't fair for us to be together. I won't judge him for it, and it doesn't make him less of a man. People want different things. People want kids, or they don't. I'm pregnant, Reaper.
What? Well, for the love of all things vile. I'm so damn happy for you guys. Gosh, the clubhouse is becoming a real family space. I love it.
His happiness has new tears forming. I try to hold them back, but it's no use. They fall down my raw cheeks, and I wipe them with my shoulders so they don't fall onto Hendrix. No, Reaper. Patrick doesn't want kids.
I'm sure that's not true. A lot of guys get scared. It's a lot to process. Just give him time. He loves you so much, Sunnie. You'll see.
No, Reaper. You don't understand. The fight was bad. Hendrix begins to get restless and starts fussing, making noises as if she's about to cry. Oh, shh. It's okay, little one. It's okay. I lift her to my shoulder and close my eyes while I bounce her.
What happened? He asks.
Well, he's been off the last few weeks, going to more meetings. He exhales and leans back, rubbing his palms on his jeans as he clicks his tongue.
I figured.
I've been wondering how to bring it up to him, and this morning we stumbled upon the subject, and I decided to be honest. I said I wanted kids, and he said he didn't. And there was this heartbroken energy surrounding us, you know? The one that feels doomed. I said it wasn't fair for us to give up what we want. No one should sacrifice that. And he said we could figure it out. But then I said I was pregnant, and we had to figure it out soon. He left, Reaper. He just left. And Poppy is at home alone. Doc gave her a sedative to let her sleep, so she won't know for a while that we aren't there, but she needs us. He says Poppy is different because she's older and not a baby.
He stops me by holding up his hand. Who is Poppy?
Oh, Toole hasn't told you? Poppy is Patrick's friend from AA. She's only 16, and she's in a really bad way, Reaper. She's addicted to heroin and alcohol. She called for help last night, and the guys rescued her. She needed Patrick because her ex trapped her in his room. She killed him and 2 others when they threatened to gang rape her. And now she's attached to Patrick and me as if we're her parents.
Christ, I'm gone one fucking day and all goes to shit,
Reaper says with exhaustion. He pinches the bridge of his nose.
So, where's Patrick?
I don't know. I wish I knew, but I have no idea. His phone is off.
This isn't good. Patrick doesn't handle change like the rest of us do. He doesn't know how to accept it. He has to build up to it when he feels pressured. That's when he wants to drink the most.
I know, and that's where I messed up. I pushed him to tell me if he truly wanted kids, and that's when he broke and yelled at me. He got dressed and left. I'm worried, Reaper. I'm scared.
It'll be okay. He'll come around. He always does. He needs time. He probably has no idea how to handle this. I can guarantee you he's thinking of Macy. God. I close my eyes, hating myself for not thinking about Macy. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot, Reaper. Of course he doesn't want kids. He's probably scared out of his mind. I'm such a bitch. I wince when I realize I said that right into Hendrik's ear. I mean, I'm such a bad woman, I correct myself, but it sounds more like a question. She doesn't know what the fuck you're saying. Plus, if she's anything like Maisie, she'll be cursing and conning us out of money by the time she's 5. I'm such a jerk. I feel terrible. I didn't expect us to get pregnant without trying. I know birth control isn't 100% effective, but it hasn't failed us until now. I would have preferred to talk to him about this. Work through it like he said. We could have talked about Macy together, and then we could try if all went well. Of course, his fear is rooted in Macy. He feels like he didn't protect her when nothing he did was his fault. And then there's his problem with alcohol. Reaper, what did I do? What do I do? You let him blow off some steam. Talk to him later. Let him wrap his head around having a kid. It's a beautiful thing. He'll see that. I was so heartless. I should have talked to him when I was ready weeks ago, instead of thinking he was cheating on me. He laughs. I can't believe you'd think that. Listen, Sunnie, it's going to be all right. Sometimes it takes us, men, to realize what we need in life is to take a step forward and move on to the next thing in our relationships. Patrick is comfortable. For the first time in his life, everything feels safe to him. He doesn't want to give that up, even if things could be so much better. It'll be all right. You and Patrick are going to be amazing parents, and you'll forgive him, and he'll forgive you. He makes it sound so easy, but nothing about this situation is going to be easy. I'm not just going against the ghost of his past. I'm fighting the addiction that haunts his future. Love is far from easy when the person who you're fighting to love is worth more than everything.
Chapter 14. Patrick. Hell must be empty since all the devils are here, dancing in bottles. You look like hell, mate, Maddie comments, setting my club soda down in front of me. Want to talk about it? Of course, the first place I come to is a bar when I feel like I can't handle my fucking problems. How pathetic am I? My old lady is pregnant. She's pregnant. And I should be jumping off the walls with happiness, but instead, I'm halfway between drowning myself in rum and driving to Macy's grave. Both would be hell on my heart. Give me a shot of your top-shelf whiskey, rum, whatever, I state, slapping my sobriety coin on the bar table. Electric Paradise better take me to a fucking island far away from here. I don't think so, mate. Matty tosses the damn bar rag over his shoulder and crosses his arms in defiance. Give me a fucking drink or I'll go elsewhere. I toss my sobriety chip at him next, and it slaps against his chest before falling to the ground. Don't do this, Patrick. You don't get to decide what the hell I want to do. I can refuse to serve you and kick your ass out of my bar. I slap $100 bill on the bar and reach around to grab the closest bottle. I don't know what it is, and I don't care. Fuck you, then. So much for being my friend. Give me the bottle, Patrick. Don't ruin your life for a drink. I spread my arms out and toss my head back and laugh. My life is fucking ruined, I sneer. I twist off the cap and take a big swig. My eyes roll to the back of my head, and my cock plumps when I feel the fucking burn slide down my throat, into my stomach, and set fire to the fear in the veins. Ah, fuck yes, that's good. I groan, and turn my head to the side to see what brand I'm drinking. Vodka. It's cheap, and will leave me with a nasty fucking hangover, but it feels so good to get lost in it again. Your life is good, mate. You have a girl, right? You have a family? It don't get better than that. No, I went and ruined her life too. She's stuck with a fuck-up like me for the rest of her life. I shake my head and take another long swig until my eyes burn. Matty jumps over the bar and marches to me, planting himself directly in front of me. He yanks the bottle from my lips, vodka spilling from my mouth and down my chin. I lick it off to try and get every drop. Why did I stop drinking again? I love this feeling it gives me. I have no fucking worries. My head is already starting to swim. Fuck. It's been so long since I've indulged that I can't handle a little taste. How sad. Hey, I paid for that, I grumbled, reaching for it again. Will you talk to me instead of getting lost in something that nearly killed you in the first place, mate? I swipe for the bottle again, and he brings it up out of my reach. Big Australian bastard. Sit, talk. Every time you say something, I'll fill a shot glass. He offers. That sounds like a deal, Matty. I blink away the haze and stumble to the bar stool. Damn thing won't stay still. I figure out how to grab it and sit down. You need new stools. This one is uneven. I rock back and forth on it, the legs tapping against the floor. Talk? Pour, I say, pointing to the shot glass in his hand. Not until you talk. Oh yeah, that was the deal. I chuckle. How could I already forget? Sunshine, my old lady, she's pregnant. He keeps true to his word and pours me a glass. That sounds like congratulations are in order. Yeah, you would say that. You're normal. I don't want kids. Should have thought about that before you fucked without a condom, he says without sympathy. Rude. No, nothing between Sunnie and me. That's how it always has to be. I slam my finger into the table to make a point. I mean, that's how it was. I pinch my brows together in thought, trying to remember what happened earlier. I think she broke up with me? I snort and take the shot he poured. It doesn't feel as strong. It doesn't burn as good as the other stuff unless my taste buds are already gone because I'm fucked up. I sound like a fucking sad song on the radio, don't I? The shot glass hits the polished cherry wood top of the bar, and for a second, I think it might shatter. We didn't break up. A couple like us don't break. We just... fuck. I don't know, Matty. I drop my head in my hands and run my fingers through the sides of my hair. I don't know. I can't be a father, Matty. I set up the shot glass and gesture for him to pour. Why can't you be a father? You'd be a good one. I snort in disbelief. I lift the shot to my mouth and down it. Man, it's smooth. He must have changed it again. It doesn't even burn. A good dad doesn't come to a bar. Matty shakes his head. I'll have to disagree with you, Patrick. I serve plenty of dads, and guess what? Not many are so bothered like you are. Plenty of good dads stop for a drink. I peek up from under my hands. You and I both know I'm not stopping for a drink. I'm here to swim in them. What's the problem, Patrick? He asks, lifting a dark brow as he leans against his forearms on the bar. The woman you love is pregnant with your baby. You love her, right? I stare at the inside of the shot glass, watching a drop of vodka flow down the side like a teardrop. I love her more than I love myself. I hold my finger in the air and shake it. No, that isn't a fair comparison. I don't love myself at all. I love her more than I love alcohol. I twist the shot glass in the air, and the neon signs hanging above the bar reflect through it. Then why are you here drinking it? Because I don't love myself at all. I gesture him to fill the glass again, and the splash of liquid falls on top of my hand. So she's pregnant and you're what, freaking out? You're relapsing out of fear about having a baby? Come on, man. Sack up. That's not it. Not totally. It's deep-rooted, twisting around my soul like bent fucking metal. I toss the shot back, swallowing it down as if it's water. How can I be a father when I couldn't be a brother? Being a father is much more difficult than being a brother. I couldn't do that. Bubba? I squeeze my eyes shut when I hear her voice. What's wrong? Maddie asks. What's going on? I wait for a beat before speaking up again. When I don't hear her voice, I let out a breath. Nothing. Bubba? You left me. No, no, no. I beg her to stop. I can't be hearing her voice. Not again. Before it was a fluke. But I hear it again. Please don't. Please. Daddy, you don't love me. A sob breaks free from my lips when I hear a child's voice I haven't heard before. I'm fucking going crazy. Fucking vodka. God damn it. Mate, what's going on? Daddy? Bubba? Daddy? Bubba? You left your baby like you left me. No. No, I didn't. No. I didn't. I swear I didn't. I just needed to clear my head. I wasn't going to walk away. I'd never walk away from Sunnie. She's everything. I needed to think. I just needed to think. Okay, Patrick. I think it's time you go. Okay? Let me take you home. I've had enough. You can't drive your bike. Leave me the fuck alone, Maddie. Just leave me alone. I spin the shot glass on the bar top, seeing Sunnie and Macy's reflection in the glass as it dances under the neon lights. I think about all the ways I've fucking disappointed the people that matter most to me. And Wendy, shit. When she hears that I gave in, she's going to kick my ass. I deserve it. I deserve everything that's about to happen to me. I'm probably going to lose Sunnie now because of my thoughtless moment. I just left her there crying as she told me she was carrying our baby. Isn't that what I really wanted? I wanted to tie her to me in every way. The song changes on the jukebox 100 times, and Maddie is filling my shot glass every time he walks by. I don't look at him. I can't. I'm too ashamed. What kind of man sits here drinking when he has everything a man could want at home? I look at the time and raise my brows. Shit. I've been drinking for 6 hours. I scrub my hand over my face, the stubble scratching my palm as I think about how to sack up, like Maddie says, and go face my issues. Not issues. Sunnie isn't an issue. But I am. I'm going to have to grovel. I'm going to have to beg her to forgive me. I'm not a boy anymore. I'm not the kid trapped in a basement that couldn't help his sister. I'm a man. If I try, I can be a good dad and a good husband to Sunnie. If she says yes when I ask her to marry me again. It wasn't fair how I asked her before. I am so screwed up in the head I don't know how she loves me. I can be what Sunnie needs me to be. I can be what the baby needs a father to be. I can be better. I'll go to more meetings. I'll go back to rehab. I won't stop fighting for my family. I won't give in to the easiest way to lose myself when I'm afraid or stressed or angry. The shot glass falls from my hand when I let it go. It's like watching my past drop in slow motion and shatter when it hits the bar. Right where it belongs. 1,000 pieces of glass drenched in alcohol isn't enough to bring me to my knees now. Only Sunnie can. Only our baby can. And when I'm a praying man, Macy can. I have to start over to reinvent myself, but I will. I'm going home, Maddie. Do you have my chip? I ask him, even though he's at the other end of the bar, placing a martini in front of a woman with big hair and a fake tan. Yeah, I do. You want it back, mate? Keep it safe for me until I deserve it again. I have to start all over, but I'm going to. I hiccup. For Sunnie and my kid. They deserve more. That they do. How much longer do I need to wait to drive? Any time. I've been filling your shot glass with water and lime juice. You drank enough from those 2 swigs to get you tipsy. I've been trying to sober you up since. You're a good man, Matty. Thank you. He bends down and flicks my chip in the air and tucks it in his pocket. You come to see me when you get your shit figured out. I take the keys out of my pocket and give him a nod, running smack into a chest as I turn around. What the fuck, Patrick? Mercy's voice holds judgment as he stares down at me. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I ask him instead to switch the attention off me. I'm here to see Matty about working for me. God, don't tell me you relapsed. I hold my fingers together to show him the small space. Just a little, but I'm done. Really, Matty has been pouring water down me after I stole his bottle of vodka. Don't tell Sunnie, okay? I want to. Mercy eyes me for a minute before sucking his tongue over his teeth. You good to drive? Yeah, I'm good. I'll see you around, Mercy. I head out the door before Mercy can stop me. The breezy night hits me in my flushed face and I breathe it in. There's a faint hint of vodka on my breath, and just the reminder has me disgusted with myself. My feet are a bit heavy, but I'm going to assume that's from exhaustion. I swing the keys around my finger and swing my leg over my bike. The engine comes to life, shaking the muscles of my thighs. Nothing like this power throttling and waiting to be let go underneath you. I look up at the stars for a second to try and stop my head from spinning. It isn't often that when I drink I'm coherent. Matty is a good guy, switching out my vice for water like that. I don't bother to turn on my phone. I don't want Sunnie to worry until I'm home and talking to her. I don't even know where to begin to apologize to her. But now that I know what I want, I'm excited to get back to her and our baby. Grinning, I shove the kickstand up and pull out the gravel parking lot, turning on the loneliest road. The streets are empty, the night blends into the pavement, and it's hard to see where I'm going. I swerve off to the side, and when my tire hits the sand, I turn the handlebars and right myself on the road. What the hell is wrong with me? The wind whips through my hair enthusiastically while I ride, reminding myself that I really need to get it cut. Maybe my beard too, but Sunnie likes the beard. It helps me fall asleep at night when she runs her fingers through it. The ride back to the compound is quick, and my eyes hood from the hum of the tires almost singing me to sleep. Pouring onto the road to help me see are bright lights casting into the night from Friday night lights, as Maisie calls them. I can see the turn for the driveway coming up on the left. Fuck. I don't think Matty gave me enough water. I should not be driving. My vision is fuzzy and my limbs are heavy. I bear down on the throttle and the bike jerks forward to get me home quicker. Just a few more seconds. I only have to last a few more seconds. A car pulls out from their driveway and the headlights blind me and send a pulsing pain through my head. A horn blares, but it's too late. My bike smashes into the car's front bumper, and I fly from my seat and over the car. The smell of burnt rubber assaults me before my body hits the ground. My helmet smacks against the pavement, and I slide a few yards away. My cut-in jeans are getting torn apart, and the flesh on my arms is peeling away. My vision is growing darker. The last thing I see before the darkness takes me is the car running off the road and slamming into a tree. One of the fucking few we have around here. Unbelievable. I try to get up, but my body is sinking into the road. There is smoke coming from the hood of the car. The person might need my help. If I could just get up. But the only thing I smell before I sink into darkness is the vodka burning on my tongue. It doesn't hurt as bad as the regret wrapping its arms around me to drag me to hell. What have I done? Chapter 15. Patrick. No, be careful. Set him down gently. Fuck. I can't believe this is happening. My helmet is tugged from my head. I try to blink, but something wet and warm is stopping me from opening my left eye. Patrick, hey. Can you hear me? Not really. There's a high-pitched ringing in my ears. I shake my head and wince when pain shoots up my left side. Don't move, okay? I think you're banged up pretty good, but I need to get a scan of your spine. Thank God Moretti fucking bought us everything we need, so we don't ever have to go to the hospital. I close my eyes when the pain starts to set in. Fuck, my arms are killing me. Patrick, I need you to be honest with me. How much did you have to drink tonight? I grumble, unable to form words because I still can't decipher what he's saying. He's muted from the ringing in my ear. Damn it, his left eardrum is blown. Juliet, test his blood for alcohol. I'm already on it, I think she says. How is she? The ringing in my ear lessens and I'm able to hear him better. Sunnie is... I sit up and look around desperately when I hear her name. Sunnie? Where's Sunnie? The person in the car, who was it? I need you to calm down, Patrick. He's been drinking, Juliet says. I hear the sadness in her voice. His blood alcohol level is just at the legal limit. Damn it, Patrick. What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed. I'm done with it, I swear. Sunnie, where is Sunnie? I ask again and wipe wetness off my forehead. Blood. I need you to listen to me, Doc says. I need to find Sunnie. I yell over the ringing in my ear. I need to apologize. Patrick. Doc holds my shoulders, the one place that doesn't hurt. You're injured, so I need you to remain focused. I glance around to see a few members here. Tool is on the phone, probably talking to Reaper to update him on my fuck-up. The other person in the car is seriously injured. The bags didn't deploy. Patrick, the person in the car was Sunnie. I have her in the separate room we kept Moretti in. I shove him away from me. Fuck the road burn. I don't give a fuck about anything except Sunnie. No! No, no, no. Please, not Sunnie. The baby. Is the baby okay? Sunnie! I call out for her and sway when I stand from the bed. Lay down, Patrick. Sunnie, sunshine. I call out for her. It couldn't have been her. Not her, Doc. Please, not her. I fucked up, but I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to. I take his hands with my marred ones that are bleeding and dirty and let him see how sorry I am. I didn't mean to. Is she okay? She's pregnant. He grinds his jaw. Juliet, get an ultrasound on her now. My baby, our baby. I didn't handle the news well. I stumble and hold on to the bed next to me. I didn't mean it. It wasn't supposed to happen. Not my Sunnie. Oh, God. I fall to my knees when my eyes lock on the room Moretti was in for so many months. There are machines all around her, and her face is black and blue. I could see it from here with my blurred vision. Blurred from the injury, from the pain, from vodka. What if my irresponsibility kills her? I didn't mean to. I mutter again, staggering as I walk over to the sealed-off room. Doc reaches for me, but I pull away, limping to the love of my life. Let him go, Doc, Tool says. Just let him go. The door is open, and Juliet is preparing the ultrasound. I pause in the doorway and hop to the side of her bed. Everything clears now that I'm with her, and I can see the damage I've done. Her nose looks broken, her eyes are swollen shut, and there is already a bruise forming on her chest from the seatbelt. I did this. My addiction did this. Why was she on the road? Why? I grip the edge of the bed as my knees crumble from under me and hit the floor. The physical pain doesn't register because nothing's as agonizing as the pain I feel mentally and emotionally. I let out a broken, terrorizing roar that shakes my heart, it's so loud. No! No, Sunnie. I place my head against the mattress. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. God, I didn't mean it. I sob just like I did in rehab. I break. I fall apart. I let every bit of progress I've made in my sobriety, all the building blocks, all the strength that took months to achieve, I let it go. I don't deserve it. I deserve to have to start over. No. I deserve death for what I've done to her. Sunshine. I pull myself to the chair closest to her side. My hands shake when I reach for hers. They are so still, so cold. I did this. I've ruined everything good in my life for a drink that can never love me in return. Sunnie was right. I did cheat on her. With my addiction. It was a one-sided love affair because of rum, vodka. They can never love me the way she does. A hand touches my shoulder and I look up to see Doc standing there. We think she was on her way to find you. He hands over the stack of letters the club wrote me and lays them on the mattress. She knew you were struggling, and now I know why you went to get that drink, Patrick. I wouldn't have if I knew this was the outcome. I'm still talking with my voice raised since I can't hear out of my left ear. What's her prognosis? She's knocked out. She has a little bit of swelling in her brain that I expect to go down soon. She has no broken bones, but she will be unconscious for a few days. We are mainly watching for clots, embolisms, or a sign of stroke. She's young and healthy, but her pregnancy makes everything a little more concerning. I cry in front of everyone. I lose myself in front of my brothers. Devastated. Absolutely devastated. I deserve this, I whisper, running my ruined fingers across the tops of her smooth hand. I deserve every bit of torture. I deserve to be in pain. I deserve to feel every scratch from this accident. I'm refusing treatment. Patrick, Sunnie wouldn't want that. I need to check you out. No. I grab the letters and trace my name over the envelope. I could have killed her because of the need to drink instead of facing my issues head on and realizing that being a father is exactly what I want, and losing either of them. I press my palms against my eyes. Losing either of them is something I can't handle, Doc. I deserve this. I can't treat you if you refuse. Good. And if the worst comes to worse and they die, Patrick, the chances of that happening. I silence him by continuing. If they die, I want Reaper to cut out my heart. I want to watch the damn thing beat in his hands as I die. That's what I deserve. I lift my eyes to look at Doc. I deserve to watch my own death happen. A whoosh fills the room, and I hold my breath because it takes a second to realize it isn't anything bad. It's amazing. Look at that. Juliet points to the screen. She's pretty far along. I'm surprised she hasn't realized it. She's around 9 weeks. She points to the screen, and I see something that looks like a blob or a bean, maybe a bat. That's your babe. She doesn't finish her sentence as she moves the wand across her stomach again, her brows knitted in concern. What? What is it? Is it the baby? What's wrong? I killed it, didn't I? I begin to panic. I can't breathe. There's a 1,000,000-ton weight on my chest. I'm a horrible person. You killed them like you killed me. My stomach lurches. I turn my head in time and puke onto the floor when I hear Macy's voice. The vodka burns my throat and my nostrils. God, why can't she leave me alone? Whoa, okay. I think we need to get you to bed. I shrugged Doc's hand off me. I'm not leaving her. You can fucking forget it. I left them once. I'm not leaving them again. They deserve more than what I gave them, but they are going to get the best of me from here on out. I wiped my mouth on the back of my hand. The sourness of bile rancid on my tongue. The best of me might not be as good as someone else's, but I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to learn how to give my all. Patrick, I said I'm not fucking going anywhere. Leave me the fuck alone. I yell. I'm in this war all by myself. This is a battle I have to learn how to fight on my own. People can't always be there to catch me when I fall, so right now, I'm fighting this. I'm fighting the mistake I made. The only thing I want to be addicted to is Sunnie and our baby. Christ, even the thought of alcohol after this makes me sick. Before I'd crave it, miss it, need it, but not now. I didn't care when it only affected me. But when it puts my family in danger, that's my fucking limit. Fuck alcohol. It's done nothing but add extra burdens.
Looks like you're having twins, Patrick.
I wait for the panic, the fear, the hesitation, and the urge to run away, but it isn't there. I'm excited. I know it's nearly a little too late to come to this realization. Sunnie needed this from me the first time, and I'll always live with that regret. Twins? You're sure? I ask.
Yes, identical. Their heartbeats are strong. Everything seems to be on track.
Almost everything. I hover over Sunnie's face and tears prickle my eyes. You hear that, sunshine? Twins. We're having twins. I pet the side of her head, pushing her hair away from her face. She's black and blue. Her bottom lip is busted open, and I let my forehead drop to her chest. I weep for what I nearly lost. Hell, for what I may have already lost. When she wakes up, she might not want anything to do with me. I deserve that. I'll work hard, though, every day. Every minute. I want to prove that I can be the man she needs. I can be the father these babies need. I'm so fucking lucky. I'm sorry I wasn't what you needed when you first told me, but I can be. I'll prove it to you, baby. I'll show you. For you and our twins. Twins, sunshine. I can't believe it. I lean down and place a feather kiss on her lips so I don't hurt her. You're doing so good. You protected them in the accident. You didn't let my bad decisions hurt them. You took all the pain, all the abuse, all the trauma my addiction caused. And it's showing on you. My beautiful, bright sunshine, what did I do to you? I hover my knuckles over her black and blue cheek and then drop my hand. She's a canvas of what it's like being a spouse of an addict. Every drink I had tonight is a bruise she earned in this car accident. I think it's time I read these letters, don't you? I ask her. You wanted me to read them. I bet you were going to go to every bar in a 50-mile radius to find me because that's how good you are to me. And look how I repaid you. I relapsed. And I regret every fucking drop I allowed in my body. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you, sunshine. I don't blame you if, after this, you decide you don't want to be with me. The thought has me nearly throwing up again. I'll throw myself in rehab before I relapse again to prove to her I know how to handle life. I can't go to the bottle every time something happens. Doc mops up the rest of the puke on the floor. Juliet prints out a picture of the ultrasound and hands it to me.
Congratulations, Patrick.
Thank you, I say in a small voice as I look at the picture of my kids. Let's give them some privacy, Juliet. I'll be back every 15 minutes to check in on her, okay? Doc tells me. Wouldn't have it any other way. I rest my hand on her flat stomach where our babies are growing and hang my head. I'm a fucking bastard. Nothing I do will ever be good enough to make amends for what I've done. Once we're alone and the door is shut, I tug the first envelope free from the rubber band and take a deep breath. I've been putting these letters off for some time now. I've been too afraid to see what they say. Not surprising, right? Seems I'm a fucking coward when it comes to dealing with my emotions. Well, no more. It's time to face them. No more shoving them further away because it's just making matters worse. I have to lift my hand away from her stomach, something I fucking hate, to tear open the first envelope. I unfold the paper, then set my hand on her belly again, trying to pour all the love I have for her and our kids through my touch. Before I can start reading, there's a commotion outside the doors. And when I turn around, I see Poppy crying and trying to push the guys away to get to us. I get up and limp to the entry, opening the door. Poppy?
Patrick!
Doc finally lets her go and she runs to me, throwing her arms around me. Well, I believe this is our first kid. Didn't mean for that to happen, but I'm glad it did.
I was so scared. What happened?
I happened. I guide her into the room and give Doc a look that says, it's okay for her to be here, and close the door. I relapsed and ran right into her car. Poppy inhales a sharp breath but doesn't say anything. She sits down on the other side of the bed and takes Sunny's hand. I was about to read the letters the club wrote me back when I was in rehab. She was on her way to find me with these in her purse. So I'm going to read them like she wants me to. I hobble over to the chair again and plop down, groaning when pain shoots up my body to my head. I'm not allowed to be in pain from the accident I caused. She's pregnant too. Twins. My hand finds the spot where the wand that checked for my baby's heartbeats was, and I inhale a sharp breath. I'm so relieved everyone is alive.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Poppy places her hand on mine, and this moment of being complete for the first time in my life engulfs me. This is my family, and it's time to be the man of the fucking house. I clear my throat. Okay, sunshine. This first one is from Tongue. I'm reading it first like he asked me to do when I was in rehab. I grin when I see the first page. Well, he drew something. It's me holding a bottle, and a cloth is tucked inside it and lit on fire. Below that is me throwing it. Then below that is a liquor store on fire. I flip the page over, and my eyes are met with words. Okay, sunshine. Are you ready? The heart monitor beeps in a steady reply. I'm once again disgusted with myself when I see the letter begins with Pirate, my old road name. Pirate. I have Sarah writing this for me because I don't know how to read or write, and since I'm admitting this to you, it means you're the first to know besides Sarah. So while I'm not addicted to alcohol, I know the struggle of what it's like not to be able to beat something. I try all the time to read good and speak good. My writing fucking sucks. I gave up on it. It looks like a child's handwriting. My vice is reading and writing while yours is booze. My issue isn't as dangerous as yours, but it's embarrassing. I'm not proud to be a grown man who doesn't know how to read. And I know it isn't easy for you to be a grown man and not be able to turn down a drink. I want to let you know that the clubhouse isn't the same without you now that you're gone to rehab. I know you probably won't agree because you were always busy with a cut slut and drinking, but your presence made the clubhouse feel like home. When one of ours isn't here, it just doesn't feel right. My voice begins to shake as I continue to read on. We all feel responsible for letting your alcoholicism. Sarah says it's alcoholism, but same thing, right? Anyway, we should have noticed your problem a long time ago, before it grew into something we couldn't change. It isn't an excuse, but things were different in the club then. We had cut sluts, and we did whatever the fuck we wanted, when we wanted, how we wanted. We didn't know just how bad it was until we saw you on your hands and knees picking up broken glass to lick the rum clean from it. The second lowest point in my life. This is the first. Hurting Sunnie. I think you can beat this. I know it's going to be a hard road, but we're here for you. We want you to get better. You're stronger than the alcohol pretends to make you feel. You don't need it. Whenever you're drowning, you don't have to. We are here. I'll listen. I probably won't say anything. I don't like to talk. This letter is actually getting really long, and I'm tired of talking. You are better than the demons on your tongue. I could always cut it out. Then you wouldn't taste a thing. Just think about it. Tongue. I can't help but laugh at the last sentence. Typical tongue. Thinking everything can be solved with cutting a tongue out. You're right, Sunnie. I should have read these a long time ago. Let's see who's next. I pull out the next envelope. I can't say I recognize the handwriting on the front that spells out pirate. I unfold the next letter, the paper crinkling as I press it flat against the mattress, hoping that some way my sunshine can hear me through the coma she's in. Maybe these letters will help her find her way back to me.
Chapter 16, Sunnie. I hear him. I'm right here, my love. I'm listening, Patrick. I'm listening to you.
All right, let's read this second letter together, he says.
His hand is on my stomach. Does that mean he accepts us?
Pirate.
I hate that they call him that. He was more than some peg-legged, day-drinking asshole. He chuckles softly.
I can't believe he wrote this out on his accent. All right, here we go. Lad, I fucking hate this for you. I hate that you're in rehab, a place we can't see you often. It's driving me mad. I want to help you on me own, you know. I wanted to be able to take the problems away from you. I don't think you knew how it fucking tore me apart on the inside seeing you fall to your knees, making your fingers bleed to get that glass. God's help me, pirate. I didn't want this for you. You're a good man with a big heart, and it's been too long since we've all seen it. I blame myself, you know. I saw it. I saw your problems with the liquor, and yet I didn't do anything to help you. It's just as much me fault that you're in rehab and addicted to alcohol as it is yours. I sat back and did nothing. It's me job as your friend to help you, protect you, tell you when you got a problem. And I didn't do any of that. I blame myself. I always will. I want you to know while you're there and trying to get help, we're going to change things around the clubhouse, so it's safer for you to come back home. We're taking your sobriety seriously. We want you to be safe, and to do that, we have to change things around here. We can be badass and a notorious MC while keeping it safe for our members. We are family, pirate. I want to say how sorry I am that I didn't help you sooner. I'll never forgive myself, but I hope one day you find it in your heart to forgive me. Your friend, Skirt. Patrick sniffles and lets out a sad chuckle. I'll have to make sure to tell Skirt that it isn't his fault. It's no one's fault but my own. No one needs to take responsibility for my actions and choices. I knew deep down what I was doing to myself, and I didn't care. I hear the folding of paper as he slides the letter back into the envelope, and then I hear the unfolding of another. No shit. This one has a stamp on it. It's from Boomer. I'll be damned. He didn't have to do that. He coughs to clear his throat and lets out an odd sound of annoyance when the emotional lump in his throat won't go anywhere. Pirate, I hate to be writing this letter knowing it's because you're in rehab, but you know what? I'm glad you're there, and I'm proud of you for trying to deal with this. I know it isn't easy. I know you're only there because Reaper forced you to go, but you're still facing it. And I have no doubt you'll succeed because I remember growing up with you. I remember being the kid mad at the world because his dad was killed, and you were there when Reaper was dealing with club business. You weren't too heavy on the bottle then, or maybe you were, I can't remember.
You taught me how to ride a bike, not a motorcycle, after Dad died. He had just started to teach me when he was shot. You took over without a second thought. You don't know how much that meant to me. You probably never will, and that's okay. Thinking back on it now that I'm grown, I know that's how... His voice breaks when he can't hold the emotions in anymore. That's how I know you'd make a great dad one day. I know you probably think you wouldn't, but man, you taught me something I can pass down to my kids that I'll have one day. You helped me achieve something I thought I could only learn with my dad. It changed my entire life. You spent your entire day with me after I fell and fell and fell, and then some kids were making fun of me, and you chased after them. I think you called them fucking punks that deserved to get their asses kicked. They were only around my age, but you didn't care. You were ready to fight them. You took care of me that day, and I don't remember you drinking a drop. Oh, and we never used training wheels. You said training wheels were for pussies. And Reaper didn't know you taught me, so when he was ready to teach me, I pretended like I didn't know how to ride. I didn't want to steal his thunder. Patrick chuckles as he continues reading. Anyway, I didn't mean to make this so long. You mean a lot to everyone, and I know whatever you're going through isn't easy. Whatever made you be the man you are today, it had to be really fucked up and twisted. Just know, I have all the faith in the world in you. You're the best uncle a kid could ask for. I love you lots, man. Get better for us. And then we'll go blow some shit up in celebration. Boomer. Patrick tries to control himself by taking deep breaths, but the more he tries, the more he loses control. I'm here, Patrick. I love you. I'm listening. How fucked up is that I can't remember teaching him to ride a bike? God damn it. I hate my rotted, ruined brain. I want to remember that. It's okay, Patrick. He can remember for you. Poppy. Oh, good. Poppy is here, and she's okay. All right. Who's next? Patrick changes the subject. I know he feels like he doesn't deserve kindness. He does. He's been terrible to himself long enough. Pirate. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I'm pretty new to the Kings, so it's hard to share a memory. But I know what I do see right now. I see a man struggling. A man who wakes up with a bottle and goes to bed with one. I see a man who stopped caring about himself a long time ago. But we care for you. I'm glad you're safe in rehab. You deserve a happy life. I wish you wouldn't be so hard on yourself. Bad shit happens. Life doesn't deserve to be lived in misery. All you can do is forgive yourself. And I know that's easier said than done, but just try. I look forward to getting to know the real pirate. Until then, you have my faith, man. I know you can do this. Tim. Just earned the name Braveheart. Short and sweet and to the point. I like that, Patrick says. Braveheart is a good kid. I appreciate him taking the time to write this. Maybe we save the rest for later. No, I want to hear the rest. I need him to continue reading. I think if you stop now, you won't pick them back up, Poppy says. Yes, listen to her. She's right. You like to avoid your emotions when you finally feel them. This is why I wanted you to read the letters, Patrick. You need to know how much people care about you. You sound a lot like Sunnie, Poppy. All right, I'll keep going. Pick a letter, any letter, he kids with her. This one. She plucks one out of his hands. Pirate, he begins. I hate writing you like this, knowing what you're going through.
As a doctor, I've researched and studied the effects of addiction. With alcoholism, things can be worse than people imagine. If you're reading this before detox, prepare yourself mentally, pirate. You're going to hear things, see things that aren't real. Your mind is going to play tricks on you. Your guilt is going to manifest. It's going to make you wish you were dead, Patrick. But I need you to fight it. You're better than the alcohol. Don't give up on yourself. I realized what was happening to you over the years, and no matter how many times I tried, in private, to tell you to stop drinking, I feel like I didn't do enough. As your doctor, that was shameful of me. I should have my medical license suspended for not doing more for you. I didn't realize how bad you were hurting and how much you needed to overcome. I'm so sorry. When you come back, I'll make sure to be a better doctor to you, a better friend, and a better brother. Rehab is the first step into this long journey, but you aren't alone. We are all here for you. I can't wait for you to return home. Stay strong, pirate. Good things are waiting for you. Best, Doc. I think I'm done reading for now, Poppy. I'm tired. No, you can't stop now. I can't bear reading them, knowing I failed them all over again. This fucking sucks. What kind of man am I to let this happen twice? I can still feel the after effects of the vodka. I'm lightheaded. My movements are lagged. How can I read their words knowing I've relapsed? Patrick, you're human. You're allowed to make mistakes. I made the mistake of not thinking about your fear of becoming a parent. I should have handled things differently. How about I read them? Poppy offers. I'd like that, Poppy. Thank you. Patrick's thumb rubs across my stomach, and then something heavier takes his hand's place. His cheek. Pirate, Poppy starts. Oh, hey, why did they call you Pirate and not Patrick? My road name was Pirate because I always had a bottle of rum in my hand. He explains, with a deep depression in his tone. Oh, that's not nice, Poppy states. What's your road name now? I don't have one. I haven't earned it. I think you have. I think you've earned more than you give yourself credit for. You're sweet, Poppy. Thank you. Now let's read another beautiful letter. Yes, Poppy, don't make him stop. Make him face the love and support he has around him, and then maybe he'll learn to accept it. Pirate, she starts the letter over. I wish tacos could make this situation better for you. They make everything better for me. Maybe when you come home, I can treat you to a bunch, and then you'll see there are better things in life to put in your stomach besides alcohol. I'm sure all these letters are the same, or sound the same, so I don't really know what to say other than I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not being better for you. I'm sorry for not kicking your ass and stealing the bottle from your hand to replace it with a taco. I bet if I did that, you wouldn't have needed to go to rehab. Poppy pauses. This guy is weird, she says. Slingshot relates everything to tacos. It's endearing. Go on. I can hear the smile on his face, and it makes me relax. Poppy reads, But I'm glad Reaper made you go. I was worried about you, and I didn't know how to help someone that didn't want to be helped. I know that sounds rude, but it's the truth. Seeing you drink, I didn't think you even wanted that help. I realize I should have been more aware, considering I had cancer as a kid and I needed help. I know our diseases are different, but they do the same thing on the inside. They eat us alive until we're dead. Luckily, I survived, and I know you can too. The clubhouse feels empty without you. Come home, get well, have tacos with me, and we can have a good life. I can't wait to get to know the real pirate without him slurring his words.
I don't think you know how much you're loved around here. We're worried sick about you, and I haven't had a taco since you left for rehab. I feel too guilty enjoying myself when I know you're being tortured. Oh, okay. I'll tell you a secret I've never told anyone, so you aren't just reading about how sorry we all are and shit. One day, I think I want to own a taco truck. I want to drive around in neighborhoods and play a festive song out of the speakers like the ice cream man does. Only instead of ice cream, I'm serving the best fucking taco on 4 wheels. Don't tell anyone. It's a silly dream, but that's what's so great about dreaming. They can be as silly as you want to make them. So get well, come home, dream, and let's live the rest of our lives disease-free, including STDs. You might want to get checked for those while you're at rehab, by the way. You were with some nasty bitches, man. Get your burrito checked. Slingshot. Patrick is laughing so hard I know he's having issues breathing. He makes this weird, high-pitched noise in the back of his throat, and he likes to slap his hand on the nearest hard surface as he cracks up. Slingshot never fails to bring a smile to my face. It's been too long since I've seen that smile. It's beautiful. It's one of the many reasons I fell in love with my Patrick, the pirate. I loved him through his worst. I loved him at his best. And I will love him through his worst again. Because that's what love is. It's trial and error. And eventually, there is happiness.
Chapter 17. Patrick. How many are left? It's about time for you to go to bed, Poppy.
Oh, Patrick, I don't want to. I want to stay down here with you and Sunnie. Please?
She begs. You can stay down here, and when the letters are done, you take one of the beds out in the treatment room, okay? She nods happily and plucks another letter from the pile. There aren't many left. 4 or 5, I think. Poppy tears the envelope happily, humming while she smiles. I will say she looks better than she did when we picked her up. She needs to gain plenty of weight, but she seems in better spirits, and that's all that matters. I'm hoping one day I'll be in better spirits too. I'm never going to be able to forgive myself for hurting Sunnie and our children, though. No matter how much therapy, AA meetings, or rehab, that's just impossible. Forgiveness is easier when it's about forgiving other people, but when it's about yourself, it seems out of reach.
Pirate.
Poppy rolls her eyes at the name.
I want to throw a dart at you for pissing me off so much. I want to stab myself too. I'm mad at both of us. You've been with the Kings since the beginning, and I've watched you go downhill faster than a fucking go-kart. And I'm mad I didn't try to stop the destruction. Here's the thing, Pirate. Most likely one day, and I hope it is sooner rather than later, you're going to relapse. It's the good hard truth. It is hard to swallow, but you have something you didn't have before. The effort to get better and us at your back. And yes, we could have been better, but guess what? We weren't that educated on your issues, and now we are. So we're here. We're ready. When you relapse, we'll be here. We're prepared to help you. Just try not to, okay? You're better than this. And I sure as fuck don't feel like throwing a dart at you, because I don't fucking miss, asshole. So yeah, words. Insert fluffy heart-filled shit I'm not good at. Bullseye. I snort when I hear Bullseye's sweet poetic letter. Wow. If I had only read it while I was in rehab, maybe I would have magically gotten better. Bullseye has always been a grumpy bastard, but I bet if I showed him this now, since he is a different person, he'd crack up. You know what? This is one of my favorite letters because I can see how much he's changed as a person. I've changed too. He's made bigger strides than I have. I've had a significant setback, but I know I can be better. I can do better. Well, he isn't very nice. Poppy grumbles, displeased. Hey, we never judge someone, all right? I try to be as stern as I can without hurting her. He wasn't the same person he is now.
He's been through a lot like you. And he was a grump like I was a drunken asshole, but he had his reasons. And he always means well, okay? I lower my voice to be as gentle as possible now. Poppy is fragile, and she'll always have a lot to overcome, even if she doesn't realize it yet. Most of us don't realize how fucked up we really are until it's nearly too late.
Okay, Patrick. I'm sorry. You're right. Can I read another?
She asks. I rub my cheek against Sunny's stomach and sigh, then clutch her hips, wishing I could squeeze, but I don't want to hurt her. For all I know, she's in pain everywhere. Because of me. How could I have walked away from her, knowing that inside her are two miracles? If I could rewind time, I'd tell her, yes, I want kids. I'd give her anything. But time isn't a movie or a show. We can't rewind or press pause on the things we regret doing at that moment. All we can do is try to make the future better. I love you, I whisper to them, hoping my babies can hear me. I love you so much, and I promise to be the father you need. I can't promise I'll be perfect, but I can try to be. Poppy tears another envelope and flicks the letter, so it unfolds with a whipping sound.
Ready?
She asks. No. I'm tired of hearing everyone saying how sorry they are. It isn't their fault. It's mine and mine alone. They need to stop trying to take the blame for my actions to make me feel better. Go for it, I say, hoping I don't regret it.
Pirate, Lady Mrs. Saving You.
I interrupt Poppy. Damn it, lady. It's a dog and she died recently.
Aw.
Poppy sticks out her bottom lip.
That's so sad.
Poppy swallows, probably to coat her dry throat from reading so much.
Lady Mrs. Saving You. She has been going to the couch where you usually passed out after a day and night of drinking and fucking whatever whore you could. I was worried about you. I still am. But I know you're in the place you need to be. I want to tell you this. Don't be ashamed about rehab. It's the best damn thing that will happen to you. Be proud of it. Be proud you're getting the help you need. And then, when you're out, be ready to move on with your life because the past has no place in the future. You can have a great one too. I've never seen a guy who can take apart a motorcycle and put it back together as quick as you. I bet you could have your own custom bike shop if you wanted. You're talented. But that damn devil liquid you keep pouring down your throat is a paralytic. It's keeping you frozen in time, man. I can't wait for you to come back to reality. Don't tell anyone, but I think you might be Lady's favorite. She's got a thing for tortured souls. I'll be thinking of you, man. Can't wait to have you back home. Poodle. Another one that's short, sweet, and to the point. I like that. They probably knew I wouldn't be in the headspace to read a fucking novel-length letter. Only a few left. Poppy is excited. She seems to be thrilled to help me. The next one isn't taped shut, so she peels the lip from inside the envelope and opens it. She frowns. This one is only a few sentences. Pirate, my best wishes for you to get better. You're a nice guy. I'm pretty lost around here, and even on your drunkest day, you were nice to me. So, come back, because I don't know what I got myself into. I don't know if I'm cut out for this life. Braveheart is better at this life than I am. He fits in, which is funny, considering how much smaller he is than me. I'm too timid. Maybe it's best if I leave. I bet you don't want to hear about my problems. You have your own to deal with. I'm just afraid I'm not going to live up to the ruthless king's expectations. Anyway, kick this addiction's ass. I have faith in you, and I'm praying for you every night. I believe you will be better. Tank. Aw, damn. Let me see that. I snatch the letter from her and reread the letter from Tank. He's the only one that's gone on about himself instead of me, and I make a mental note to talk to him. He's the quiet type, a bit timid, strong as a fucking ox and great with directions, which is why he's the road captain. He fits in. He just has to stop comparing himself to others here.
Expectations are different for everyone, and Reaper knows it. Tank belongs here.
Think she's listening?
Poppy questions while she tucks a piece of hair behind Sunny's ear. It's so odd how Poppy just fits in with us. I think she was exactly what we needed and had no idea we needed it. I do. I hope she can hear us. I rub my knuckles down her cheek, and selfishly, when she wakes, I hope she forgives me easily. But I doubt it will be. Poppy sighs.
Me too. Sunnie is so sweet.
Sweeter than sweet fucking tea on a hot summer's day.
Pirate,
Poppy chirps. I didn't even see that she opened the next one.
I'm not sure what others said in these letters, but I'm here to give you the tough love and the truth. This happened because you let yourself get lost in the liquor. It wasn't about pain anymore. That was the excuse you used to keep drinking because you convinced yourself, why want more when I have this? Well, that mindset didn't work for me. You're going to have to understand one day why I did what I did. I realize you hate me for sending you to rehab, but you'll live with it because you'll live. You won't be dead from choking from your own puke, which was inevitable. I know there were variables to attribute to your addiction, and I'm sorry for that. But to let it grow into what it was, that's on you. It's your responsibility to take ownership of your mistakes. And when you're out, it's going to be up to you to stay sober. If you relapse, you have to focus on the good things in life to heal again. We'll be here like we always are with support and love, but I'm here to tell you, no one can be coddled forever. Sometimes, for us to get better, we have to learn how to do things on our own. With that said, I love you, Pirate. You're a good addition to the club. Bring your brilliance back. I believe in you. Reaper. I cringe at his words. Brutal and honest. That's Reaper. He means really fucking well, though. He's right. He's always been right. This is on me. I could have picked another way to deal with my issues, but I didn't. Drowning in my sorrows was the easiest way to silence Macy's voice in my mind. But she's always been there whispering in my ear. And she'll always be there if I don't do anything about it. Poppy chuckles when she reads the next letter. What? It's one sentence.
Oh, great. Go on. I rub my temples and cringe when the dried blood from my head sheds from me onto the bed. I forgot about that little head injury. I glance at my arms and kick myself for not even letting Doc wash out the road rash. I could get an infection. I deserve it. Nothing a few antibiotics can't fix, and I don't need them right now.
Pirate, I want to throw a ninja star at you for fucking making me worry about you. Love your dumbass. Knives.
And he thinks I need help. He's dangerous when it comes to those fucking ninja stars. I'm surprised he hasn't taken out someone's eye from tossing them around so damn much. I like this letter, too. Don't get me wrong, I like all of them. But Tank talking about himself, and Knives being serious yet funny, has me feeling lighter than the others.
I think you should read this one.
Poppy yawns, handing me the last letter.
I'm going to bed.
She gives Sunnie a kiss on the top of her head and walks around the bed to give me a gentle hug.
Night, Patrick.
Night, sweetheart. I watch as she heads to the closest bed next to the isolated room we're in. She really doesn't like to be far away from us. As much as I should worry about that, right now I don't mind it. I sigh and pinch my eyes with my thumbs. I'm exhausted and my head is killing me. Hey. Shit. I turn to see Doc standing in the doorway. Fuck, you scared the hell out of me. Good. When you're done here, it's time to clean you up. I won't take no for an answer. Sunnie deserves to have the father of her children in tip-top shape. I don't argue. I give him a salute. I have one more letter, then I'll be out. His eyes widen, and a faint blush takes over his cheeks. I see. He tucks his hands in his pockets and rocks on his heels. I don't blame you, Doc. I don't blame anyone but myself. Don't be so hard on yourself. He nods and rubs the stubble on his chin with his fingers. I could say the same for you. With those words, he knocks on the wall before he leaves. Well, Sunnie, this is the last one. But I'll be back, okay? I'm never leaving you. I flip the envelope over in my hand and frown when I see how new it looks. The white of the paper is clean without age or crinkles from being tossed around over the months. My name, my real name, is written in beautiful cursive on the front. It's Sunnie's handwriting. Of course you write me a letter. Since it's just her and me, I let the tears fall. I don't fucking deserve you and your beautiful kindness when I've done nothing but be a burden to you. But I swear, baby, my sweet sunshine, I'll be what you deserve from now on. I open the letter with shaky hands and unfold the paper. It's one page. The words are evenly spaced out, and the cursive is gorgeous, fluid, and elegant, just like her. Patrick, there are so many things I want to say to you right now. This is the only way I know how since I'm delivering the rest of the letters. I'm mad at you. But before you let those words get to your head, please know I'm mad at myself, too. I'm mad at how I handled the situation. I should have understood your issues, your concerns, your fears. We should have sat down and talked about this. I shouldn't have blurted out I was pregnant like that. I was basically testing the waters by tiptoeing around the issue instead of being direct. That was unfair of me, and you deserved more than that. I deserved more than your reaction, but this is what life is about. We fight, we yell, we scream, we cry, we kiss. I wouldn't want to do that with anyone else but you, Patrick. I know having a baby will be challenging, but I do believe it will be worth it. So I'm going to write this letter, and then I'm going to go look in every bar and AA meeting that I know of and hope like hell you aren't in a bar. I'm worried. I'm scared. I can't lose you. I don't think you know just how much I'm in this, Patrick. You're more than some guy. You aren't temporary. You aren't this man I'm playing house with. You're this necessity. You live inside me. You're in my heart, my mind, my soul. You've made yourself home in my bones. If you left, if something happened to you, that part of you that lives inside me would be ripped out from heartache, and I'd die. You're so worried about relapsing. You're so concerned about fucking up. But do you ever think that I am too? If something happened to you, I would relapse. You're the only thing keeping my feet on the ground and my head in the clouds. My love for you goes beyond fear and addiction and relapse. It goes beyond all the reasons why people say addicts like you and me can't work. It goes beyond this world. It's more than madness and chaos, understanding and kindness, love and loss. If what I felt for you was enough, it could cure the addictions between us if that were possible. I love you, Patrick. I love our baby. Now, let's talk about this and share how we feel without panic. I believe we can do this, but I can't do it without you. Now, kiss me and tell me you love me. Let's go home. Your sunshine. A tear rolls down my cheeks and drops from my jaw onto the letter, smearing the ink. Damn it. I shake the piece of paper, and that was the wrong thing to do because, damn it, the water drips further down the page and makes it smear worse. I set the letter on the dresser, lean forward, bracing her head in my arms. I lower myself until I kiss her, letting my lips linger as long as I can. I take a breath and kiss her again, not getting enough of how she feels against me. I love you, sunshine. I love you so damn much. And I was at a bar. When we wake up, we can talk about it or whatever you want. I hope you can forgive me. I'm not the praying type of man, but I pray she can. I pray I haven't lost her forever, but if I do, I deserve it. I vow never to be with anyone else for as long as I live. I'll work hard every day to earn her love back while loving our children. If I can't have you, then I don't want anyone, sunshine. I watch her intently, waiting for her to blink those big blue eyes at me and tell me everything is going to be okay. I wait. The heart monitor beeps. I wait. And the longer I stare at her, the more still she becomes. Come on, Sunshine. Come back to me. You're scaring the hell out of me. I press my hand on her stomach and exhale, my breath full of hope and regret all at once. I'm a ticking fucking time bomb, and if she doesn't wake up, I'll explode. I bend down and kiss her again, careful not to touch her nose since it's broken. I'll be right back. Doc wants to fix me up. I swear I'm going to be right back. I don't want to leave her. She'll be okay, right? She has to be. I'll be right outside in the treatment room. Poppy is there too. I just hope making the decision not to leave isn't too late. The sound of those damn machines is going to haunt me. I steal one last look at her, memorizing the rhythm of her heartbeat, how still her form is, how black and blue her face is, how swollen her eyes are, and it takes all I have to shut the door behind me and head to Doc. I head to Doc's office, and he's setting up the equipment and whatever else he needs to patch me up. "How are you holding up, Patrick?" he asks without looking up. His office is clean, neat, and organized. Some walls are just shelves filled with medical necessities. From cotton pads to scalpels, he has everything a doctor would need at the hospital. Reaper had to add on a separate room for the MRI, CAT scan, and X-ray machines that Moretti bought Doc as a thank you for taking care of him so long. "I'm at war, Doc. I don't know if I'll come out alive." He lifts his head, and his blonde hair falls over his forehead as he nods. "The sun always ends up shining on the battlefield. Just keep faith. It'll work out." Why did those feel like famous last words?
Chapter 18, Sunnie. I wake up with a start and inhale a sharp breath, darting my eyes from left to right. Where am I? What happened? My entire body hurts. Every time I blink, my eyes water from the pain. The accident. My hand flies to my stomach and my chin quivers when I think about the baby. I hope he or she is okay. Oh God, I wouldn't know what to do. How would Patrick feel? I don't even want to think about it because what if he was relieved? There is no way I could be with him if he were. Well, hey there, Sunshine. I slide my eyes to the left and see Doc replacing my IV bag, smiling down at me. Hi, I croak, sounding like a frog. My breath is horrible. Yuck. "I'm sure glad you're awake. You gave us all quite a scare." He sits down in the seat closest to mine, and that's when I see the stack of letters sitting on the nightstand, opened and read. "Patrick? Where is he?" "He made Poppy some breakfast. I made him go. He hasn't left your side, you know. He was worried sick, and he's riddled with so much guilt over what happened." I stare at Doc as if he's speaking another language. "What do you mean? What happened? I know I was in an accident, but I can't seem to remember why." His smile disappears in the next second, and he shines a light in my eyes to check my pupils. His breath is heavy as it escapes him. "It's normal not to remember details. You had a serious concussion, and still do, by how your pupils are reacting." He sits back down and takes my hand. "You and Patrick were in an accident." "He relapsed, Sunnie. He hit you head on. You swerved to miss, but he clipped you. You ran off the road and hit a tree. Your airbag didn't deploy, which is why you feel like shit. You took a nasty hit to the steering wheel. Patrick is okay. Bumps, bruises, and a whole lot of guilt. He wasn't wasted. I want to say that much. Just below the legal limit. But since he hasn't drunk in months, it hit him harder and quicker." He relapsed. His decision to put the baby and me in danger. I could easily forgive him if this were just me, but it isn't now. His choice negatively affected our child. What if he continues to relapse? What if he regrets the child so much he ends up hurting him or her? The baby? I asked through absolute devastation. It hurts so much to cry since my entire face is swollen, but I can't help it.
I think you mean babies.
He corrects me, reaching for a picture on the nightstand to give me.
You have twins. Right here.
He points to one blob.
And then here.
He taps his finger on the other. 2? I rub my fingers over their small, precious bodies. I'm so happy. Not 1, but 2. This is a dream come true. Do we know the genders?
It's too soon to tell. We need to check when you're around 20 weeks. Sometimes it can be caught earlier if they aren't stubborn. You're around 9 weeks right now.
Wow. Really? How did I not know?
Most women don't. I mean, sometimes you spot, which can be the excuse for having your menstrual cycle when really it's implantation. Then the next month you're sensitive, and that can be PMS. I mean, the symptoms are similar, Sunnie.
I had an IUD. Will that harm them?
His face turns grim. Yes, I'll need to remove that as soon as possible. As the babies grow, the IUD will still be there, and they can get harmed if it's in the way.
Oh my God, take it out now. I don't want to risk another second.
Hey, shh. It's okay.
He lays his hand on my shoulder when I begin to become hysterical. Nothing can happen to them. Not after this.
I want to wait until you're a little more healed, okay? And
he turns on the ultrasound machine, lifts my gown to mid-waist, and squirts cold jelly on my lower belly. I hiss from the sudden, quick freeze.
Shit, sorry. I should have warned you. I'm not as thoughtful as Juliet. When she checked the babies...
How did she know about the babies? I haven't told anyone besides Patrick, and he doesn't seem to want to shout it from the rooftops right now.
When Patrick woke up and I told him what happened, to put it gently, he was frantic. When I told him who the other person in the car was, he lost it. And the first thing he asked about was the baby.
He did? Why am I so surprised? Patrick is the most loving man I've ever known. But I think his reaction to being pregnant is hitting me harder than I thought.
Yep, and that's when we discovered...
He points to the screen as the wand swirls around my belly and a big whoosh fills the room.
Babies. Twins. And they are perfect.
I stare at the black and white screen and begin to get lost in dreams. Their first day of school, losing their first tooth, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, and then their first girlfriend or boyfriend, prom, a wedding. So surreal. Wow. I'm not able to take my eyes away from the 2 beans filling the screen. They're safe?
Like 2 peas in a pod.
He laughs at his own joke, and it makes me grin.
Sorry, I've always wanted to say that to a pregnant woman carrying twins, 'cause they are literally 2 peas in a pod. Bad doctor joke.
It's okay. I liked it.
Sunnie!
Patrick bursts through the door, and his eyes water while he stands there assessing me. When he notices what Doc is doing, the relief clouding him disappears.
Are the babies okay? What's wrong?
He dashes to my side and takes my hand.
It's going to be okay, Sunnie. We'll get through it like we do everything else. I'm so glad you're awake. God, I'm fucking glad.
He hangs his head, and he jerks it up a moment later to glare at Doc.
The babies are fine. I was just showing Sunnie here the bundles of joy. I'll give you 2 some privacy. Thanks, Doc.
He wipes off the jelly from my stomach, and the closer he gets to leaving, the more nervous I become. Patrick's touch doesn't feel comforting right now, and it's breaking my heart. It's taking all I have to keep my emotions in check. Doc rolls my gown back down, pulls the blanket to my hips, and leaves without a parting glance. Yeah, even he knows how awkward it's going to be. The door closes with a soft click. The air between Patrick and I becomes stifling and hard to breathe. I've never felt awkward with him. It's been natural, easy, effortless to be myself, and 110% happy. God, sunshine, I've been so fucking scared you weren't going to wake up. You don't know how happy I am to see you, and those gorgeous eyes staring back at me. He bends down to kiss me, and I do something I never thought I'd do. I turn away. I'm fucking mad at him, and maybe that's just my irrational emotions. If it were just me in that car, I know forgiving him would be easier. But I know I can't hand him forgiveness right now. He relapsed and drove drunk, slammed into me, and anything could have happened to our twins. He needs help. He's been struggling, and I don't know if this is something I can help with, because I've been trying, and he's been turning me down left and right. And now this. Sunnie, please. I know I messed up. Can we talk about it? I want to make things right between us. I've been so worried about you, and I've been waiting for the day for you to wake up, and now you are. I can't take you being mad at me. I can't. Patrick, I begin, but I'm interrupted again. I read your letter. He picks it up from the top of the pile on the nightstand, and the first thing I notice is that the ink is smeared. Did he cry? I read it, and you said you would forgive me. You said we could work together on this. You were out to find me. You knew what I was doing. That was before, Patrick, I say with a shaken voice. That was before you drove home drunk and crashed into me. Even then, I knew forgiving you would be as easy as breathing. But I can't do that right now. I can't forgive you right now. It could have been so much worse. What if something had happened to the babies and me? Something did happen to me, and that isn't even my concern. I don't care about me. I care about you. I care about our kids, Patrick. You need help. I don't know if you need meetings or rehab again, but right now, I don't know if I can trust you. I don't feel like I can trust you around me right now. I place my hand on my stomach. I don't feel like I can trust you with us. His forehead drops to my hand as he rocks it back and forth. Don't say that, Sunnie. Don't. You know I'd do anything for you. Don't do this, please. I love you. I'll do anything. I won't ever hurt you again or put you and the kids at risk. I won't do it. The thought of having one drop now, it makes me sick. I'll never do it again. Sunnie, please, please. He begs, squeezing my hand so I don't let go. I cover a sob that tries to escape me when I hear him plead. It kills me. I know he wouldn't succumb to that for anyone else beside me. Please, Sunnie, please. He gets on his knees and holds my hand so tight I can't let go. I don't have a choice. I'm begging you. I'll do anything. You want me to go to rehab? I'll go, he says, through wet eyes and soaked cheeks. I'll go to meetings every day. I'll talk to Wendy every day. I'll do everything. Anything. Sky's the limit. I want to be a better man for you and for our babies. I know I need help. I want to be better. Patrick, get up. I urge him, keeping my tone light without anger. He shakes his head. Don't take your love away from me, Sunnie. Please. It's the only reason why I'm here. I need it more than anything. More than the craving. More than the alcohol. Patrick, I cut my hand against his jaw, so sharp and defined, even with his beard, and he finally looks up at me through spiked lashes. I'm so sorry.
I fucked up. Give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove to you I can be who you need me to be, who I need me to be. I'm going to be a better man. I can do it, Sunnie. I've done it once. I know I can do it again. He's speaking so fast I can hardly keep up with him. He has this dreadful, adorable, sad look on his face. God, he loves me just as much as I love him. I can see it in his eyes as he stares at me, his brown irises darting between mine. I know, and there isn't anyone in this world that believes in you more than me. I know you could rule this world if you wanted, Patrick. You're capable of anything. The strength in your spirit is one of the many reasons I fell in love with you. It's one of the reasons I love you. Then we're okay? We'll be okay? We'll get through it. I messed up bad, baby. I know I did. He bites his bottom lip, and I can see how unwell he is. He's lost a bit of weight, and he has deep circles around his eyes. He's been worrying himself to the point of death. He would, too. He'd die of worry for me. Come on, sunshine. He drags himself up to his feet and sits next to me. Tell me what you need, and I'll do it. I swear to God I will. His hand rubs over my stomach, and his breath hitches. I love the three of you, and I know I didn't react well when you told me. I open my mouth to tell him how sorry I am again. I hate how selfish I was. He places his fingers against my lips. No, don't make excuses for me. How I reacted was wrong. I didn't take so many things into consideration. I bet you were so afraid to tell me, for good reason, considering I reacted like your fears predicted. His lips tilt in a smile, and his eyes narrow as he thinks about his next words. And then I saw what I did to you, and then I heard their heartbeats, and nothing felt more real to me. I couldn't lose you, and I couldn't lose them. It hit me that you were right. We were stuck, and that was on me, afraid to see what else the world had to offer. I was safe in my bubble, and anything different scared the hell out of me. I stay quiet, not knowing what to say, but wishing I did. I'm not saying tomorrow I can be perfect, but I can tell you tomorrow I'll be working toward perfection. Just give me a chance. He brings my knuckles to his lips. I'm many things, a drunk, but the one that means the most to me is being the man who gets to love you, sunshine. A hot drip of liquid rolls down my cheek, burning the cuts and scrapes along the way. I love you too, Patrick. So much. Tell me what I can do. The heat from his palm doesn't help settle my stomach. I love you, but... He inhales a sharp breath. But what, sunshine? But I need a little time, Patrick. That's all I need. I only need some time. It kills me to say the words out loud, but I have to stay strong. As easy as it is to forgive him, it isn't as easy to forget. He kisses the tops of my hands again, and his tears glide against my skin. Even from here, I can see the lump lodging in his throat. He goes to get up, but he can't. He struggles for a moment, unable to let go of my hand. Patrick shakes his head again and kisses my fingertips as he stands. If that's what you need, I'll give my sunshine anything. He gives me a tortured stare as he stops inside the doorway, the handle tight in his grasp. As he leaves, I realize I have no idea what I want. Wanting and needing are two different things. I want time to think, but I need Patrick. What I need to figure out is which one I need more.
Chapter 19. Patrick. Thanks for meeting me, Wendy. It's been 3 days of not seeing Sunnie. She's moved out of our room and into one of the houses that are ready on the compound. She needed time, and I've respected it. It hurts like fucking hell, too. Poppy moved in with her as well to keep company and to make sure she's okay. I thought when I felt like this, I'd be down on the bottle again, wasted in my room for days. But when I said the thought of tasting alcohol makes me sick after what I did to Sunnie, I meant it. I've wallowed and pined like a broken-hearted teenage boy for the better part of the last 3 days, feeling sorry for myself. I'm a ruthless king, but damn it, I'm human too. I'm a biker second and a goddamn human first. And right now, I feel like I can't breathe. The regret of what I've done has dug its nails into my heart. With every beat, the poisonous talons dig in more. I sip on my club soda and lime, and Wendy crosses her arms at me, knowing that I've done something bad. Her brows are thin, and the way she draws them on darkens them. They remind me of curious spider legs twitching. I'm at a local cafe Sunnie loves so much. Ironically, it's called 𝐁𝐨𝐨𝐤𝐬, and Sunnie loves their mango orange alcohol-free mimosa. She refuses to drink, so I'm not in temptation. She thinks even if she kisses me while she has champagne on her tongue, I'll want to drink her down. She shouldn't have to do that. If she wants a damn mimosa, she should be able to have one. I've trapped her in my bubble. Your food, sir? The waiter brings our food and sets it down in front of us. Ma'am? He sets her eggs Benedict in front of her, along with a plate of cut toast with butter. My strawberry pancakes smell and look delicious. They are round and fluffy, with perfectly cut strawberries around the plate dashed with powdered sugar. He places a syrup jar next to me and gives me a curt grin. I lift the fork to dig into the pancakes when Wendy smacks my wrist. Son, what did you do? I did what all of us don't want to do. I twist the fork on the table, and the sun reflects off it. Oh, you didn't, sweetheart. Tell me you didn't. Her hand grips mine, and the fork clatters onto the table. The sweat from the glass cools my fingertips, and the lime is sour against my taste as I take a needy sip of water. Yeah, I thought I sobered up, but then I drove and... I don't want to admit this. I ran head-on into Sunnie. She was coming outside of the clubhouse to look for me, and she ran off the road. She smacked her head against the steering wheel. Her airbag didn't go off, so she broke her nose, and she was unconscious for 3 days. Oh my God, Patrick. She squeezes my wrist. Is she okay? I think so. I mean, she will be. She's still black and blue in the face. What made you go off the deep end? You were doing so well. You know how I feel about my sister, and that it wasn't your fault. You have to let that go, Patrick. I laugh, and the sound lacks humor. I know that now. Sunnie told me she was pregnant, but we were fighting before. She wanted kids, I didn't. She said it wasn't fair for us to be together if we wanted different things. She's right. Neither of you would have been in the wrong. But I didn't want to be without her. She's it for me. And she kept asking about kids until I finally blew up and I said no. Then she said she was pregnant and I lost it, Wendy. I left her there and I went to the bar. Maddie wouldn't serve me, so I stole a bottle. And I think my 2 or 3 swigs took most of what was left. He tried to sober me up, but I guess it hit me harder than usual. I shouldn't have been driving. No, you shouldn't have. She wraps her wrinkled palm around her teacup. Are congratulations in order? She asks, lifting those black brows at me over the rim of her cup as she sips it. I smile, a really excited kind of smile. Yeah, Wendy, I'm fucking excited. I'm happy, as I can be. It's twins. Oh my, your hands are going to be full. She chuckles, a sweet glimmer in her eyes. She plumps her chin in her hand. How are you and Sunnie doing? I know you two have a lot of history, but this couldn't have been easy on her or you. The ache of separation from Sunnie has me rubbing my chest. She said she needed time, so she moved into one of the houses on the compound.
Oh, sweetie. I'm sorry. She loves you. I'm sure she just needs a little more time. She's scared. She has 2 people she needs to think about over herself. Give her time. She'll shake it off.
This doesn't get shaken off. What I did was unforgivable. I'd understand if she never wanted anything to do with me again.
Don't you dare talk like that. Don't you dare give up. The woman loves you. Time doesn't mean it's the end. It just means she needs time to decompress. She has been through much worse with you than a few bumps and bruises. I remember your rehab story. She was kidnapped. You killed for her. And you mean to tell me you don't think she won't forgive you for this?
This is different, Wendy. This is so different.
The pain and the love felt are the same. Relapse is hard, but it isn't impossible to overcome. You will. I have faith. You won't have to prove yourself to her, honey. She knows your worth. Just give her a minute.
I want to prove myself anyway. She deserves to see me make efforts to make sure I'm doing all that I can do to be the best I can be. I dig into my pancakes and take a bite. It's sweet, but it doesn't taste nearly as good as it does when I'm here with Sunnie. Wendy places a sobriety chip on the table and slides it over to me. I stop chewing as I stare at it. What's this?
It's your new sobriety chip.
But how did you know?
Sweetheart, I've been a sponsor for a long time. I had hoped you weren't calling to tell me you relapsed instead of just asking me out to eat. I'm always prepared. Come to the meetings 3 times a week, and next month you'll get your 1-month chip.
I pick it up, rolling it across my knuckles. I hate that I have to start over.
I hate it for you too, sweetie. But we all start over at some point. I have. Some people hold strong for 20 years before they relapse. This is a journey, and it never ends. Stop trying to get to the finish line, honey. In this marathon, there isn't one. All we can do is keep going, falter, trip, and get back up. It's staying down that's the killer.
Cheers to that, I say, lifting my water, and she clinks her teacup to mine. We begin eating our food in comfortable silence, and I think about Wendy's words, letting them rattle around in my head. Before I know it, I'm taking the last bite of my pancakes, and the waiter comes just in time to give me the to-go order of chocolate chip waffles I got for Sunnie and Poppy. They're Sunnie's favorite. Here. I hand my debit card over to the waiter, and Wendy scoffs. She digs into her purse.
Nonsense. Let me pay.
No way. Your advice has to get paid for somehow. I pay and sign the bill, nearly forgetting the food I ordered for Sunnie. Wendy and I walk out of the gate and onto the sidewalk. It's a lovely day, and that's why we ate outside. Plus, the truck is right here, parked on the side of the road.
What's your plan for the rest of the day?
Wendy asks, pressing the fob to her own car that's directly behind mine. I'm going to walk to that new kids store that just opened. I think it's called What Happens in Vegas.
Oh, Lord, what a name for a baby store. It's fitting, though.
Wendy wraps her arms around me and gives me a tight hug.
Everything will be okay, Patrick. You'll see. Love doesn't come without hardships. That's what makes it love. And that's why it's so hard to come by.
Thanks, Wendy.
I'll see you tonight at the AA meeting?
She asks as she slides on her black sunglasses. I'll be there every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Good. Don't be so hard on yourself. It isn't healthy for you or for Sunnie and those babies.
With those words, she opens her car door and slides inside, leaving me alone to come up with a plan to win my woman back. I type in the name of the kids' place and notice it's only a 5-minute walk from the cafe, so I use the opportunity to enjoy the day. The sun beams down on my neck. It's going to burn me if I stay out here much longer. Summers in Vegas, while beautiful, are fucking hot. I pass King's Club, and for the first time, I don't have the urge to take a left and walk through the doors. It would be nice to say hi to Juliet or Toole, but I know going inside the club isn't a good thing for me. And if word got back to Sunnie, I'd imagine she wouldn't be happy. My shirt is sticking to my back by the time I make it to the store. I wipe my forehead off with the back of my arm and step inside, letting the breeze of air conditioning burst over me to cool the sweat against my skin. All around me are baby clothes, cribs, strollers, everything baby-related. This is good. This is what I need. If I show her I'm serious about the babies, she'll have to see I'm in this entirely and I care.
Hi, welcome to What Happens in Vegas.
The salesperson giggles as she strolls up to me. She has a thick Southern accent that reminds me of a Southern belle talking to all the fine folks after church. I bet she has a lot of big hats at home. Southern women like big hats, right?
What can I help you with?
She asks me. Well, I don't know. My old lady is pregnant with twins. It's pretty early on, but I want to surprise her with a bunch of stuff. I want to show her I'm excited.
Oh, you sweet thing. Congratulations. You've come to the right place. Is there something specific you're looking for?
Baby things? Is that too broad of a statement to make? My eyes fall to her name tag. Marianne, I'll be honest. I don't know what I'm looking for.
Do you have your home baby-proofed?
I'm sorry, what did she say? How do you baby-proof a home?
Diapers, clothes, bottles, stroller, car seats, toys, breast pumps.
My head swims like it does when it's had a little too much to drink. Yeah, all those things. I need them all. Her eyes light up with dollar signs as if she's just landed the biggest schmuck in Vegas to buy out her entire store.
If you're having twins.
She shuffles over to the fancy stroller in the window, nearly tripping over her hot pink heels.
You need this bad boy.
She spreads her arms out to showcase it.
It has all-terrain wheels and a cubby for the diaper bag. 2 comfortable seats that clip in and out can be used as car seats as well, so you ain't lugging around 2 separate things.
That's convenient. I nod, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Maybe I shouldn't do this without Sunnie.
Ain't it, though?
She smiles big, blowing a big bubble with the pink bubble gum in her mouth.
Oh, and you're going to want this, too. It's a halo bassinet. As you can see, it's set up for twins. It helps calm them, so they have a restful night's sleep.
She presses the button with her long red-painted fingernail, and the bassinet begins to rock gently.
See?
That seems like a good investment. I'll take that and the stroller, and then I want 2 newborn onesies, but they have to be gender neutral. We don't know the sex yet.
Oh, aren't you just the cutest thing?
She gushes and then shuffles away again, keeping her hands in her hair as she walks.
These. We can put something special on them, too. Like a little message from you. Daddy and Mommy love you, maybe?
I nod. She's good at her job. Yeah, that. And cribs. I need a good one.
Well, do you want a crib that can convert into a bed one day?
I say dumbly. No? I scratch the back of my head and think about how Sunnie will probably want to get the kiddos something special.
Perfect. Then I think this is the best one for you.
She takes me over to a crib that's already set up. She has no idea, but my chest feels like it's about to explode. In a good way. I'm not panicking. I'm excited. I can't wait for her to see the things I'm about to get. I'll take the best breast pumps and whatever else. Just load everything up you think I'll need and put it on this card. I slide my credit card across the counter, and she stares at it with big hearts in her eyes.
Sir, you realize that's very expensive.
I'm good for it. And I am. Since being in my own bubble, I barely spent any money. Again, that's not fair to Sunnie. She's deserved to go out dancing, dinner, dates, the works. Maybe I should pay for a girls' day or take her shopping myself. Make her feel wanted and loved again. I want her to know she's more to me than a body that warms my bed at night. Sunnie is my everything, and I've done a shit job of showing it ever since we have gotten out of that hellhole of a rehab center. I'm going to go pull the truck in front. I'll be back. And don't rip me off, okay? I get I'm giving you the reins, but don't take advantage of me. That won't end well, got it? Her big hair bounces as she nods. Oh, yes, sir. I wouldn't ever do that. My daddy raised me better. Goodness me. You don't need to worry about a thing. She doesn't flinch at the undertone of my threat. Okay, thank you. I push the door open, and the bell jingles at the same time a fistful of head punches me in the face. Guess it could be worse. It could always be Sunnie's fist instead.
Chapter 20. Sunnie. I'm sad. 2 long weeks without Patrick feels like 2 long years. I think maybe I was too hard on him. Was I harsh? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I have the right to be upset, right? I mean, I can work through his relapse, but I didn't think he'd drive. My head is a mess. Are you going to get that? Poppy asks me as she leans against the cabinets. I blink out of my daze, and that's when I remember I put the kettle on, and it's whistling. Yeah, I'm going to get it. I wipe my cheek when I realize I'm crying. Again. I'm always crying these days. Either because the bruises across my chest and face hurt, or because I'm sad Patrick isn't here. I know it's what's best. Really, I just need some time to think. The problem is I haven't thought about anything other than how much I miss him. I haven't thought of the accident at all since moving into the house. I haven't even talked to him. How did things become so messy? I just want to know how he's doing, that's all. All I have to do is grab my phone and finally reply to the hundreds of texts, calls, and voicemails he's left me. The only updates I get are from Poppy when she heads into the clubhouse. You still haven't turned off the kettle, Poppy says, stretching her arm out to flip the knob off. She pours hot water into 2 mugs, and then she sets the kettle on a burner that isn't hot. Why can't you just invite Patrick back home? It isn't that easy, I tell her, dipping the tea bag into the cup. He made a huge mistake. Yeah, but you're okay, right? Her brows dip in her sweet, oblivious naivety. Yeah, but what if something worse happened? It isn't just me, it's the babies. It wasn't just me in that car, Poppy. To be fair, I don't think he knew you were in it. It doesn't matter who was in it. He shouldn't have been driving after drinking. I knew. I pinched the bridge of my nose to prepare myself for what I'm about to say. I knew he'd relapse. I saw it in his eyes, in his struggle. I felt it. Relapsing is one thing. Driving drunk is another. So you're mad at him for driving drunk, which he shouldn't have done, then possibly almost hurting the kids, which aren't hurt. They're safe. You're safe. You look like hell, but you're safe. She blushes, beet red. Sorry. I know it makes no sense to live on what-ifs, but I need to figure out my thoughts. I'm just as confused as you are. I love him, and I want to be with him. I just need a breather. A breather? She repeats. Yep, a breather. I glance at the clock to see the time and then check my phone for the 100th time to see if he texts. Nothing. It's late. It's around 9 at night, and I haven't heard from him. He isn't drinking, Sunnie. I know that. But there's this voice in the back of my head that asks, what if he is? What if he's drunk right now and needs help but is too afraid to call me because of the position I've put us in? The doorbell rings, and I jerk my head up to look down the hall at the door to see if I can see who it is from here. It's too dark out. I can't tell. For the 10th time in 30 minutes, I brush off the tears and head to the front door. The house has minimal furniture: couch, TV, bedroom set, dresser, set of plates and cups in the kitchen. It's enough to get a family started. The ground creaks with every step, and my heart pounds harder when I notice the tall man on the porch. How could I have forgotten how strong he is? His chest is broad, and his legs are thick. His long hair makes him look wild, and his beard gives him a lumberjack vibe. God, I've missed him. I throw the door open when I see him, and I step outside to be closer. The night air wraps around me, and the slight breeze carries his cologne to me. He smells so good. He must have just gotten out of the shower and used his body wash. It's pine, and yet also smells like fresh laundry. His hair is brushed and in gorgeous natural waves down his shoulders. Patrick is wearing a button-up shirt, and his jeans aren't torn. His boots are so polished, I'd swear I can see the reflection of the stars twinkling in the leather. In his hands is a bouquet of white lilies, the petals so bright they nearly glow in the night. "Hi," he says lamely, not knowing what else to say. I feel like we're dating all over again. Not that we ever really dated in the first place. "Hi," I reply, glancing down at my feet and toeing the grooves of the porch with my feet. "These are for you." I reach out for the flowers, and when I grab the stems, our fingers brush together. The familiar spark zings through me and steals my breath. I want to reach out to him. I want to wrap my arms around him and tell him to come inside, to come to bed, to hold me. I miss him. I need to tell him how I need him. I regret everything. Come home. I don't know how. "You look beautiful," he says, reaching a hand toward my face to tuck a wayward hair behind my ear. When he realizes what he's doing, he drops his hand. "Sorry. I'm sorry." "Don't be. Thank you." I don't feel beautiful. I laugh, trying to make the conversation lighthearted. I mean, my face is black and blue, and I have a broken nose. "You're always beautiful, Sunnie. Always." My eyes burn from his compliment. Damn it, just tell him to come inside. Forget this misery and heartbreak. "You look really good too, Patrick. Very handsome, as always." He runs his fingers through his hair, and even in the dark, I can see him blush, since the living room light is on, casting a faint glow. "I wanted to look nice for you. I've been going to AA meetings every night for the last 2 weeks. I wanted to go and see how I'd do before coming back to you." He lifts up his sobriety coin and grins. "Wendy made me a second chip for going so often. 2.5 weeks sober. It's been good for me. I really don't miss drinking anymore, because I miss you. Nothing can take that ache away like you can, sunshine." I go to reply, but he continues. "I looked into rehab too, but I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm there. I don't have the urge or want to drink another drop. What happened changed me forever, Sunnie. I'll check into rehab for you, but I'd prefer if I could try the meetings first. Maybe give me another month and go from there." He's going to do all this alone, because of me. I'm so proud of you, Patrick. I don't think you need rehab either. I can tell you're doing well. Really well. He has gained some weight. His muscles fill out his shirt, and I can't help roaming my eyes over his impressive body. I am, but I'm not doing well without you, Sunnie. Patrick, I swallow the pain. I know.
I just wanted you to know. I'm not trying to rush you. I wanted to see you every day for the last 2 weeks. I know you got my messages, but it wasn't easy staying away. I wanted to give you the space you wanted.
Thank you. I don't want any more space. How do I tell him that it's okay? I regret everything. I don't want us to be apart because we're supposed to get through this together.
I bought some items for the babies I'd like to give to you. I've been waiting until I had a few meetings under my belt. I wanted to make sure you saw improvement. And I wanted to see myself get better before I came here.
You didn't have to do that.
He cuts me off. I wanted to. I'm excited. I know before I didn't seem like it, but I'm so happy to move forward with you, Sunnie. I want this. I'll prove it to you. I'm sorry it's so late, but the meetings were long with a few new members.
It's okay. I wish I could have been there with you. For you. I wish I didn't push you away when you needed me most. I should have been there.
Sunnie, you're always there. You've always been there. And I had to do this one on my own because I fucked up. I don't blame you. I hurt you. I physically caused you harm, and I could have done worse.
I shake my head and begin to cry. I can't hold it in anymore. I can't do it. No more. Patrick, I'm so sorry. I should have been there. We do things together. We never leave each other alone, and we always have each other's backs. I meant what I said in my letter. I'm always here for you, and I haven't been. I didn't know how to be after everything. I love you. I miss you. I'm so sorry. I'll be better too. But please.
He takes a step forward, invading my space, as he tilts his chin down to look at me. Please what?
Please, come home to me.
I take his hand and press it against my stomach.
Come home to us.
Tears well up in Patrick's eyes. Poppy interrupts us by squeezing past us.
I'm heading to the clubhouse to hang out with the new babies. I'll stay there tonight.
She gives Patrick a hug, and his eyes never leave me.
I'm glad you're home.
Poppy bounces down the steps and heads across the desert to the clubhouse. Am I, Sunnie? Am I home?
I never want you to be anywhere else again.
You're sure? I'm never leaving again. Things are going to be different with us because I'm different. No more living in a bubble.
I'd live in a bubble with you for the rest of our lives, if it meant being with you, Patrick. Come home. I need you.
Over the last 2 weeks, I've learned the difference between want and need. Wanting time doesn't fix the need to be with Patrick. It only makes it worse. All this time, we could have worked through this together. No more time lost. No more time spent apart. No more thinking or having space. Life is too short for this.
I'm sure.
He backs me up and leads me inside the house. He kicks the door shut and slowly prowls toward me, as if I'm prey. I'm being hunted, and all I ask is that he kills me softly. My back hits a wall, and his head turns left and right as he debates how, or maybe if, he wants to take me. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to be here every day, he says, cupping my stomach with his hands. I'm going to either make love to you every day in every room, or fuck you. He rips my shirt over my head. Damn. He hooks his thumb in the waistband of my pants and pulls them down my legs. Day. Patrick's fingers play with the thin material of my panties. I know he can feel how wet I am.
I've wanted him since the moment I packed my bags in our bedroom. I'll take care of you like you deserve. I wrap my arms around his neck, careful not to bump my sore nose against his. And I'll take better care of you, too, like you deserve. He traces the outline of the bruise the seatbelt left across my chest. It looks worse than it feels. It's a bunch of nasty yellow, gray, and light blues, but it doesn't hurt unless I stab it with my finger to test the pain level. His brows crease in thought while he strokes my skin, and his eyes become wishing wells, shining with coins that have been tossed and wishes that haven't come true. Shh, I whisper, placing my fingers over his lips. No more apologies. Just love, Patrick. Just love me. His fingers slide through my hair as my jaw settles between the space of his thumb and index finger. You'll never have to worry about me not loving you. I expect him to bring his lips to crash down on me, but they don't. They inch forward slowly, and his beard touches me first by teasing my chin. My eyes flutter from the scratch. I love his beard, so I do what I always do. I sift my finger through the coarse hair, and a deep rumble vibrates his chest. His fingertips trickle down my shoulders, and I relish in his gentle touch. We don't kiss yet. We just touch one another, enjoying one another's nearness for the first time in 2 weeks. 2 weeks too long. Bedroom, he growls, lifting me up by my ass. I wrap my legs around his waist as he blindly finds the bedroom. I don't know how he did it while his lips are pressed against the side of my throat. He did help pick the floor plan of this house. It's a 4-bedroom, 4.5-bath ranch-style home. Luckily, we have lots of room for the twins now. The door to the bedroom is already open, and the walk to the mattress is seamless. He lowers me carefully as if he's afraid to hurt me. He drags his lips from my neck to my cheek and pushes himself up higher so he can see me. He's about to say something, and I'm about to ask him what it is, but he decides against it. He starts the journey to bring our lips together. It's slow, uncertain, and our breaths shake as if we're about to experience our first kiss. When his lips finally reach mine, I sag against the bed with relief. Finally. We're home. He sighs down my throat, and it's followed by a desperate moan as his hand cups my jaw and his thumb strokes along my cheek. His tongue is silk, twisting and flicking against mine, remembering what I like. Like teenagers, we kiss and grope each other. It's followed by him parting my legs and thrusting his hips against mine. His hard cock finds my clit instantly, and the rough material of his jeans drags against my inner thighs. I whimper, wrapping my legs around his waist. I expect him to move faster or harder, but he doesn't. He kisses me intensely, pouring every ounce of how he feels. I swallow it eagerly, needing it to coat the wounds in my heart from missing him. Without breaking the kiss, I begin to unbutton his shirt. One by one, the buttons come apart, and his chest is exposed. I slide my hands up and over his pecs and drag the shirt off his shoulders. I toss it to the side and begin working on his jeans. You don't have to do this. I'm happy just kissing you, sunshine, he says, stopping my hands from unzipping his jeans. Every breath that leaves his mouth is hot, puffing against mine. I can feel how fast his heart is racing, and his cock is steel against my leg. I need him. Not want. Need. Make love to me, Patrick. I peck a quick kiss to his mouth again. I missed you so much. I kiss him harder, frantic, and afraid he's about to pull away from me. He sits up, and I reach for him not to go. He can't leave. He just got here. He sweeps down and claims my mouth before breaking away. I'm not going anywhere. The sound of his zipper lowering is music to my ears, and I watch as his long, thick cock bobs free and smacks against his stomach. He kicks his pants free, and before he settles in place, he yanks my panties down my legs and adds them to his pants on the floor. I'm not wearing a bra right now. My breasts are too sore, and the constraint hurts. Fucking gorgeous, he praises, caressing my leg, sides, and gently fondles my tits. So much bigger, sunshine. Do they hurt? I nod, knowing he's caught me in a trance. Aw, sweetheart, I'm so sorry, he says, bending down to press a kiss to each nipple. He doesn't suck them, but licks them without using his hands to squeeze. The attention feels so good. His tongue doesn't hurt. It's more like a soothing balm, cooling the heated rage, firing the tight peaks. Love how much your body has changed. I can't believe I didn't notice before. He drags his tongue down my chest and stops at the small swell of my stomach. I don't look pregnant as much as I look bloated. I'm probably bloated too, but that's not a sexy conversation topic. He kisses me there, twice, one for each twin, as he stares at my swollen belly. It's Daddy. I love you both so much. He lays his cheek down against them and wraps his hands around them in a makeshift hug. You're the dream I never knew I wanted or deserved, and I can't wait to show you how much I'm going to love you. We all deserve a happy life, don't we, sunshine? And it all starts right here. He pats my belly, and his lips are on me twice like before. I tear up to see the man below me, adoring the kids, and in his eyes, I'm searching for the pain that always lived there. I'm looking for the ghost that haunted him. I'm digging to see the urge for a drink. But I don't see any of that. I see a new man. I see a man ready to move on and live life the way he deserves to. He never had to prove anything to me. I knew the man hiding in the shadows of his pain could put the past behind him. And the man I see now is beautiful and free. Maybe the 2 weeks of space wasn't for me after all. Patrick used that time to get to know himself again. He slides up my body, and in a fluid, unexpected motion, his cock fills me too. My mouth drops open with the unexpected stretch. Oh, God, you feel so good. Like mine. All mine. You are, aren't you, sunshine? Only yours, I gasp when he slides out and eases back in. He intertwines our hands and pins them next to my head. And I'm only yours. His cock is big and wide, filling me to the brink with every timid stroke he gives me. He's taking his time, moving against me like lazy waves crashing onto the beach. He feels so good. It isn't some quick fuck or a desperate itch that needs to be scratched. He's taking his time with me. Sunshine. He says my name on a breath that is torn between pain and disbelief. I understand. How can something feel this good? There's no more pain between us. It's different. The agony isn't there, looming like it was before. Oh, Patrick. I hold onto his back, and those damn tears brim my eyes again as he takes me to new heights and new emotions. He doesn't increase the pace. It's steady and strong, bringing me the same orgasmic high he always does, but the build-up is intense. Patrick lifts me up into a sitting position, and I wrap my legs around his waist as he leans back onto his legs. We tremble as we ride together, his hand on my stomach every second we're joined, and it only makes me that much more unstable. I feel like I'm about to fall apart. My eyes roll to the back of my head, and I throw my head back. He reaches a hand behind my neck to cradle my head. "Look at me. Look at me while we begin new again, sunshine," he states, his voice smothered in pleasure, and it's enough to coax my eyes open. "Eyes on me," he says. "Don't look away." We move in perfect synchronization. Our skin slides against one another as we work up a sweat, and every few minutes, he groans and digs his fingers into my skin. I kiss him and thrust down while he meets my move, pushing his hips up so his cock is as deep as it can be. "If you weren't pregnant after this, you would be, because it would have been my goal when the night is over." "You've maxed me out. I'm already stuffed with 2, I joke, loving how we can be serious and flip to having fun in a matter of seconds. "You better get used to it then, 'cause after the twins are born..." He flips me onto my back and drives his cock as far as he can. "I'm going to make sure you're stuffed all over again." "I'm always stuffed," I wink, talking about his big cock stretching and taking up every space in my depths. "Damn right you are." He turns me to my side, spreading one of my legs straight out while the other is bent as he slides in behind me. I love this position. He lets go of my hip and sinks back into my entrance. We groan in unison, and he tugs me to his chest, then cups my belly with one hand while keeping the other gripping my leg for leverage. He begins another torturous slow motion, but in this position, the flared wide tip of his cock rubs against that spot inside me that always has me flying over the moon. He hits it once, and I cry out. Twice, and my body shakes. "Patrick!" I shout, my orgasm shattering my soul and putting it back together all at once. His cock becomes soaked from me, my orgasm never ending as he continues to stroke through my trembling walls, only to brush against that spot again. Oh, God, I'm going to die from pleasure. "So sensitive, especially in this position," he marvels, pulling his hips back and pushing forward so his pelvis is flush with the curve of my ass. His cock is impossibly deep. "I wonder how many times I could make you come." His hand drops to my clit, pinching the sensitive bud, all the while massaging the button inside me, too. One stroke, I'm clutching the edge of the mattress. 2 strokes, I'm crying out, literally sobbing from the pleasure. Stroke 3, and a hard rub of my clit. I explode again. Fireworks blind my vision, and sweat stings my eyes. How long have we been doing this? Hours? Our bodies are slick with sweat, and our hair is damp, but I don't want to stop. I never want to stop this connection. It feels too good. I've never felt closer to him in this moment like I do right now. "Such a good girl coming for me. I can feel you milking my cock." He kisses my shoulder, and his hand leaves my clit to hold my stomach again. So fucking wet. Do you hear it? When he thrusts a few times to let me hear how I flooded the space between us, my only reply is a moan. The squelching sounds are turning me on again. God, what is wrong with me? I want to come again. This time I press against him and put him onto his back, then swivel on his cock to ride him. I plant my knees on either side of him, and we stare at one another. His chest rises and falls rapidly, and sweat drops are clinging to his hairline. We're wrung out, but we've only just begun. And what's great about being so sensitive down there is that I come the easiest while I'm on top. It won't take long. I can always feel so much more in this position. I'm not going to be able to breathe. I can't wait. My hands slide across his chest, my right palm pressed against the sun tattooed on his pec, while I rock back and forth. I ride him hard. His heavy sack slaps against my ass, and the hairs on his upper thighs tickle the sensitive flesh of the upper part of my legs. My clit rubs against his pelvis, and that familiar pressure building in my body starts to rise. I'm going to come again. Do it, sunshine. Come all over me. Use me as many times as you want. Oh, God, I'm going to. Patrick, I'm going to come. I'm not able to finish my warning before the pleasurable waves zing through me. My muscles clench around his cock, milking him for his cum. I want to be drenched in it. He sits up and wraps his arms around me, flipping me to my back, and begins a hard, plummeting, unapologetic pace. Each thrust is hard. I don't have it in me to orgasm again, but I know I will. I'm on fire right now. I'm so sensitive. I'm primed and ready to come for the rest of the night if he wanted. Sunshine. Sunnie, you're going to make me come, he growls, and my hands drift to his firm ass, clutching the globes hard and pulling him against me so I can get every fat inch and every drop of his seed. He groans, planting himself inside me, and I can feel every pulse of his cock spurting the fertile streams of cum, bathing my womb. My womb he's already claimed. Twice. He has a firm grip on my stomach, and his body is trembling like mine. He lifts his head and stares at me through thick brown lashes, framing his glowing honey eyes. You're shaking, he says, his voice quivering from exertion. So are you. I lick my lips as I hold on to him for dear life. That's what your love does to me, he answers, bringing his lips down on mine and dancing our tongues together in a tired kiss. The best kiss we've ever shared, in my opinion. I can't taste anything but sweat, but I don't care. It's the best taste in the world, because it's love. It's all love. Don't worry, baby, he begins to say. I got you. He wraps his arms around me, and I bury my nose into his neck. I got you too, Patrick. Forever. It's us, always. I'll always have your back. I don't want you to have my back. I bring my head back until it hits the pillow, confused and worried about what he means. I want you at my side, he finishes the thought. And I'll always be there. Love, like addiction, can relapse. And sometimes, even love needs a little rehab.
Epilogue. Patrick, strike that. Mars. 20 weeks into the pregnancy. The ring is burning a hole in my pocket as Juliet waves the wand over Sunnie's quickly growing belly. She thinks she looks fat. She's cried every day because her pants don't fit. And she's moved into maternity clothes. I've had to hold her every morning, crooning that she isn't fat while simultaneously feeding her pickles. And I love it. Every fucking minute of this pregnancy journey with her, I love it. I'm obsessed. I've made the nursery already. I've painted a pale green, and I hope Tongue comes back soon because I want him to paint a fun scene on the wall for the kids. I'll have to observe, of course. His idea of a fun scene could be graphic, but he's so talented and deserves the opportunity for a larger canvas. I have 2 recliners in the nursery, too. One for me and one for Sunnie. I want to pull my weight as a parent. We have books, diapers, clothes, cribs, the stroller, and the best part? She hasn't seen it yet. It's all a surprise.
Let's see these babies,
Juliet says excitedly, and Doc chuckles with her enthusiasm. I think Juliet is getting baby fever, too. At that moment, Tool bursts through the door. Literally. He doesn't even open it. He shatters it. Fuck. Tool, are you okay? Doc is in front of him in an instant, and Tool shakes his head, and bits of glass fly from his hair. How many fingers am I holding up? Who is the president? When is your birthday? 2. Reaper, not telling you. Everyone lets out a sigh, but Tool just shrugs. That really looked open. The clear glass thing really fucks with my eyes. Glass is clear, I tell him. That's glass. I laugh, and everyone else joins in. Glass is clear, Tool mocks me, then hisses as Juliet plucks a piece of glass from his arm.
I love you,
she says on a sigh.
So much.
She pats his head. Okay, assholes. I came to tell you Reaper called. Sarah gets to finally leave the hospital. Hey, that's great. We should set up a party, I offer. Sarah finally woke up 3 weeks after she gave birth to Hendrix. Still, she's had to do some physical therapy before she was discharged. She was out for so long that her muscles needed to retrain to normal functioning again. But now she's got a clean bill of health. After the appointment, we'll get started, Tool says. You're so dumb. Knives cackles to Tool. Who runs through a door? You're about to run into my fist, Tool sneers. A taco a day will keep the grumpiness away, Slingshot offers, pulling out a taco from his bag. Thank you, Slingshot. You're so kind. Tool narrows his eyes at Knives. Tank begins to sweep up the glass, and Braveheart holds the pan on the ground for him. Okay, are we ready now? I really want to know if I'm going to have boys or girls, I say. Juliet chuckles and picks up the wand again.
I'm so sorry. Don't mind my silly husband, Patrick.
The whoosh of heartbeats fills the screen, and the pan holding all the glass falls to the ground as all the guys and their old ladies crowd around us, holding their breaths.
Your belly is growing faster than average,
Juliet mutters to herself. Is that bad? It isn't bad, right? I stumble, worried to death now. I've been feeding her a ton of pickles. Is that why? Sunnie giggles.
No, but I could use a pickle right now. I'm starving. Healthy appetite is great.
Juliet's brow bends as she stares at the screen, switching from heartbeat to heartbeat. What is it? Doc asks, pushing his way to her side.
Is something wrong?
Sunnie begins to sob.
Patrick, fix it,
she wails. Can you guys please stop freaking us out? I peck Sunnie's cheek while glaring at Doc.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like you have a little surprise. You don't have twins. You have triplets. The little bugger must have been hiding behind his sister.
His sister? Triplets? Wow. I'm overwhelmed, but I'm so damn excited. Triplets, Sunnie. I jump up and down and kiss the hell out of her face. Oh, thank you so much, thank you. She's smiling while she cries.
You said a girl and a boy. What's the other?
Another boy, it seems, Juliet says.
Congratulations, you two.
Everyone whistles and cheers. I'm becoming emotional because I wouldn't have wanted this, like a stupid idiot 5 months ago. I pull out the ring from my pocket and drop to my knee. Sunnie? Oh, shit, Tool yells. I chuckle.
Patrick?
I need you as my wife, Sunshine. Marry me? The yellow diamond reminds me of sunshine, bright and beautiful and warm just like her. Diamonds are surrounding the circular gem, twinkling in the light.
Yes! Oh my God, yes! Gimme.
She says eagerly while her belly is still exposed and wet with jelly. She gives me her hand, flickering her fingers in front of me. Stop moving, I chuckle, and she manages to calm down enough for me to put the ring on her finger. Perfect fit, just like us. Congratulations! The guys cheer and clap. I kiss Sunnie hard and quick. Thanks for making me the happiest man in the world. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am. I go to meetings 3 times a week, not because I feel like I need to, but I'm there for Poppy now. She needs our support. Which reminds me, Tool says, brushing off the broken glass from his shoulder. Reaper and I have something to give you, and we hope you like it. He fishes out a patch from his cut pocket. This seems like the perfect time to give it to you. He hands it over, and I cock my head in confusion. Mars? I frown as I read the new name on the patch. Your new road name. Mars is the god of war, but so many other things apply to it too. Mars can represent your willpower, your fight, your strength, and your impulsiveness. But there is something that balances Mars. The sun. The sun represents the soul, heart, and a pure source of energy for Mars. The sun makes Mars energetic and heroic, fearless and warlike. You're always willing to fight because of the sun, and the sun reminds you of how good you are when you become stubborn, defiant, and cruel. The sun reminds you to claim your identity. There is no shame in who you are. The sun, Sunnie. Tool points to her. Believes in you, Mars. A lump in my throat forms as I trace the name with my fingers. It's the most thoughtful fucking road name I've ever heard of. Sunnie clutches my hand and gives me a watery smile. It's perfect, I whisper. Thank you so much. I throw my arms around Tool and pat his shoulders harder than necessary. Welcome back, brother. I grab Sunnie's hand and press it against my cheek while I stare into her eyes. It's a perfect fit. Mars orbits the sun, but in this case, it's the sun that orbits me. Thank you for listening to Orbiting Mars, Book 13 in the Ruthless Kings MC Las Vegas Chapter Series, written by 𝐂𝐮, narrated by Rachel Fulganetti and Tortom, both members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Copyright 2021 by Ruthless Underworld LLC. All rights reserved.